Dispatch 884. Show us clear TMC.
Dispatch 4.
Kilo 114.
Kilo 114. Units copying a known trouble at CBI. They're advising the male came in covered in blood. He had cut on his face. He told staff there that he stabbed somebody in the eye. Can you copy that call? It's 225. 556. 56. 426.
Good morning, 1041.
Good morning, 556. 556. Tango 14. 941. Good morning, dispatch. 10-4, good morning, 557.
98. Good morning. I'm 1041.
10-4, good morning.
4 5.
Sorry?
4 5 will be 1041. Good morning.
10-4, good morning, sir. 557.
Paramedic 879, respond, code 3, select specialty, room 2023. Respond on EMS 2.
Actually, Tango is uniform 05.
10-4, sir.
15 David 1 X-ray.
15 David 1 X-ray.
Good morning. Please let me on 47462. You showed me a route to the 52 on Campbell. Is everything working off of 1093 or 1092?
It's on 1093.
Oh, yeah.
0569.
Dispatch 809's in a row. Can we get an update? We don't have an MDT. That's for 879, code 3, select specialty on Orange Grove, 2025 West Orange Grove Road, room 2023. Responding for a 74-year-old female, internal bleeding, choking on her blood. Is on a cardiac monitor, O2 at 10 liters, negative isolation, transport northwest ER.
569, you can show me 1041.
569, 6 o'clock. Dedicated 87 at the gate. Have a good morning. Dispatch, I was just use one. 9151, go ahead.
Stars transport.
Sanjay.
Paramedic 151. Back pain or injury. At 1398 West Whitaker Drive.
Well, hopefully we can figure out if we can find her today. I know it's early. Thanks so much for joining 10 Investigates. Let me go get my hat real quick.
Copy. 601. Go ahead.
Never mind. I cannot find my hat.
Just 601, good
I had a
morning.
little bit of bedhead this morning, so sorry about that. Please share, subscribe, like the channel. Yeah, hopefully we check out that spirit box thing. Hopefully we can figure some stuff out. I might be going to Tucson on Monday or Tuesday, depending. Thanks, everybody. Happy Sunday. Hope everyone had a good Saturday night. The leader of Iran is dead. Bad guy has been dead. 80% of the regime, or 80% of the population, is actually against that supreme leader. So, interesting sequence of events that happened yesterday. Hopefully, we'll get started with JLR in a little bit.
This paramedic 851's first due because they're in quarters.
Right now, this is just a police scanner of Tucson to see if we could pick up anything. I like to do this in the morning. You never know. This is by 857 Tucson, awesome channel.
603.
I'm not sure what JRL is going to do today. I don't know. Me personally, I know, like when I was in the Evansdale case, I was door knocking places. Again, you don't want to upset residents. I had a list of suspects. I'd like them to go to Luke Daly's house. see if you could talk to some people. Again, privacy rights and stuff like that. I respect that too. I don't know if I would drive all the way up in the mountains because it kind of looked like a national park tour, which it was good advertisement for Tucson. It looked like a pretty cool place to visit. I've been to like the Scottsdale area. I've been to Flagstaff, I've been to Grand Canyon, but never around there. But hopefully they don't go back up there. That's a lot of land to coverage. And if you don't have a drone or a helicopter, that's tough. But he's working really hard. That's challenging. I'd be interested to see if there's FBI coming and going on a Sunday at Nancy's house. I'd like to get some other sides of the neighborhood shots, maybe on the other side, which would be pretty interesting. Rhode Island, what is up? Please subscribe if you can. I know I said that we lost a couple subscribers last night. I know that is kind of the territory. But if we could get to 3 more is all we need to kind of get back.
Good morning, 605.
It should be 23.
But yeah, so we're going to transition to JLR after this. And we'll see how it goes. I'm going to have to jump off here in a minute. I have to get ready for the day. And then I'll be back on, but I'll keep this stream on and I'll make sure we'll connect it to JLR. Tonight, we got an awesome podcast, though. We are going to be doing Delphi, really a deep dive into the Delphi case. We're also going to be covering the Nirvana suicide. I mean, that happened when I was a younger kid. I always thought it was kind of weird how he could point the shotgun that far away and kill himself. But so we're going to be covering that. Yeah, the force would be great. Going into the force, very, very smart, Denise.
Road, 3900 North and 600 West. Respond on 83
Yes, I did. I'm definitely going to order one. I just want to make sure it doesn't break. I tend to break things that I use. So he gave me a few links of one to look into. I have to read some of the reviews.
2001
When I
West
touch
Louisville Road,
technology, they break.
2207.
Anyways, I will be back. Good morning. Enjoy the show, and I hope we find Nancy Guthrie today.
David 8 on 23. 667.
One email was one. Oh. Big blue standing by.
Tango 26.
Tango 26.
I'm 1041 attached to Tango 12. Good morning.
Jennifer, good morning.
Thanks, 335. I'm at 687. Go ahead and bring him over. Two more.
679.
Paramedic 151 on scene.
Okay.
913. Can you go with the apartment number again, please?
D as in David 3.
Copy, thank you.
679.
For Adam on 7, go for it. 417, go for it, thank you. 067.
One out of 1 4.
Beautiful, man.
4 Bravo, May 1, I have a B&B, always standing by, be advised, JR. Have fun.
Caller can hear 3 subjects on the west side of their house. They're stating that they're whispering. There's no descriptions. I'm going to check history with the 21. 11. 10 4. Well, 911 out of 1 4. There's extensive history with this 21. I'm still scrolling through to look for any number 6 slots.
Oh, full copy.
611.
1913.
Go ahead.
Reference to the Team 2 call, the computer is saying that she dropped him off at CBI and that she has blood on her door, so it could be possibly he was bleeding before.
I copy. I have 2 units en route to CBI as well. So, Romeo 15 to control 1041 exterior.
613.
Go to 8.
1041, good morning.
Good morning. 612.
I don't want to be correction. She didn't take him to CBI today.
I'm sorry, you said that she did not?
No, she did not. There's a small amount of blood on the door. It looks like he was knocking on the screen door and it came through.
Copy. 613.
879 on C.
Okay, 79 on team. Be advised you're on fire dispatch. Please switch to EMS 2.
Dispatch 879 on C. Dispatch copy.
614.
615.
04. Dispatch 855 square.
Dispatch copy. 7655.
Where we can work. Filling one.
Can you see if the area restriction is confirmed on Brian Aldridge? I'm just looking for the area restriction.
We'll send it up and see if it's valid. 0650.
Check.
Central Control Unit, code runner for 2, code runner for 2 for 4 hours, code runner for 2 for 4 hours, 21,900.
Your volume was low tonight.
Door 60.
Can do.
616. I need to confirm that you transported and arrived at Banner South.
That's negative. We transported to VA.
Correction, to the VA.
Got a vet, so we're actually going to be transporting here shortly to TNC.
Respond on A3 North.
Dispatch 84 at the gate. Have a great night.
Dispatch off with you as well.
417.
4 out of 17.
Hold my current call, create me another call at the same time.
On the first floor, the employees on the first floor don't have access to the second floor, and we can't get up there. That's affirmative. Tommy, thank you. Hey, Ocean 13, can you copy a plate?
Go ahead. Boy, Young, Adam, 1, Lincoln, 4. I copy. So Bobby can ping you in from there.
7-9 copies, thank you.
Bobby.
Four two four. 10-8.
10-4, 620.
Valley Fire, permit 423's en route.
Engine 423, permitted 433, no medical problem at 5165, 5165 South Moonstar Trail. Cocaine third party, 7777-year-old female, unknown what's going on. Calling party received a call from patient saying to call 911, having arm pain, possible heart problems, history of diabetes. Calling party is requesting a recontact for an update. 621. And so take 22.
2210.
Copy. It's going to be 2702 South 4th. Caller stated people were harassing her and trying to break into her apartment. She then hung up on the desk. The address was given based off the plot. Nothing further at this time. 622.
Sorry, permit 151.
Terminator 151, go ahead.
Press 41, code 2, Northwest Straight.
Okay.
Fire SV.
Rescue 8.
Fire SV, can I get a mag truck, please?
Affirmative.
Subject 21 and 22. The 21 is plotting within 329 meters of 6th and 39.
2-1 over there.
624.
North Oracle Road, 3900 North and 600 West. Respond on A3 North.
Fire 423 is on scene.
Tango 1-4. Tango 1-4, tempo.
One Adam 173, I'm at 1431.
Thank you, sir.
Central to La Entrada, leaving Santa Cruz, headed back to Plant 1.
Copy.
Level 2 staff call come in, event 238, suspect is GOA. No breaking into the house, just items from the front yard. Do you want that dispatched as a level 2?
Maybe we can make it a level 3.
Copy.
Form 05, product inspections code 4.
10-4, 0626.
Guthrie Fountain.
10-4, can be at 2050 North Montana Road, apartment 6206.
10-4. La Entrada, Abra. I've arrived at Hayden Udall.
Copy.
Engine 151 and paramedic 154. Chest pain or heart problems. At 190 South Alpha Avenue.
Garcia Hardy. Go. 45 unit 544. 4.
Permanent 852, move to station 154 for coverage. Correction 151 for coverage. Permanent 852, move to station 151 for coverage. 628.
Valley Fire is 151.
Engine 151, go ahead.
Can you call the station and confirm paramedic 851's out of service manpower?
629, standby.
Valley Fire Battalion 151.
Battalion 151, go ahead.
We're not following up, I'll check.
Kilo 318, 1042, have a good day. Kilo 318, good day, 629.
51, go ahead.
851's available on quarters.
30. 154, Valley Fire.
Fire 154.
You can clear for a close unit, thank you.
154 copies. We're available in house.
630.
South Alpha Avenue.
Permanent 852, Valley Fire.
352.
Permanent 852, you can disregard and move up. You can stay in quarters, thank you.
Team 2 units, general broadcast for level 3 suspicious at 3707 North Oracle, Sector 2, event 222, 631.
Here you calling?
2, you're clear to return back to quarters, thank you.
352 copies, thank you.
631.
Permanent 851.
What's your name, go ahead.
I'm on EMS 2.
Okay, 51, go ahead.
Engine 153. Fall. At 661, West Calle Torres Blancas.
19,190 South Alpha Avenue. Apartment 10203, 10,203. 3030-year-old male, chest pain, worsens when breathing, faint during exert. 633.
Valley Fire, Permanent 151.
Permanent 151, go ahead.
Arriving in Northwest Street. Valley Fire, 053 is a grow.
633.
Available unit for FIS 03 for Delaware North.
1003.
628 so far.
92-year-old male fell, negative injuries, needs help up. 633.
That's affirmative, engine 11. Engine 11, you have medic 7.
Copy. Medic 7.
330, North Belvedere Avenue. 400 North and 4500 East. Respond on A3 North.
Good morning, I'm 10-8 Bickering with 3424. Good morning.
How's it doing, traffic?
Go ahead.
418 King, 5930. Yeah, 629 North.
10-4. I'm Transport TNC, direct admin.
M51 on scene.
Dispatch CC815. You can show us a route. Can we get an update?
That's for me to stand by 1 moment.
Almost 11 at dispatch.
Dispatch CC815. You can disregard the update.
Negative. Did you send it to A1?
This is PA1. I'll send it to A1 too. Sorry about that.
10-4.
Tango 28.
Tango 28.
Product inspection at FIS 03 is code 4. Copy public to SIDA.
10-4, go ahead.
48685.
It's going to be fair Zulu with Delaware North.
10-4, thank you.
10-4.
Fire Medicaid. Medicaid, fire. Fire Medicaid's transporting 1 Banner Marine. Sure.
When you wait.
Good.
Is there a late unit that can do a transport for 1 Adam 86?
Late unit for at 1 out of 86 at Willits in Fairland. When you we'll get the next late unit.
Engine 193, and Medic 194, breathing problems, 30,095, East Vista Grandville Lane, respond on A6 West.
Dispatch 85, are we clear for refueling off?
That's from me.
A5 copy, thank you. Paramedic 153. Medical alarm activation. At 635, South Park Center Avenue.
Paramedic 852, move to station 153 for coverage. Paramedic 852, move to station 153 for coverage. 640.
There are team 4 units declared for level 2 fight at 7150 East Speedway Boulevard. Looks like a male and a female are physically fighting. T copy.
For a walk-in, trust me. For paramedic 373 and engine 373.
So it was just an accident then.
Close is cool, okay?
Gotcha. No
Thank
problem.
you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. So somebody got hit by a car. That's what it is. Somebody got hit by a car. He said a guy they're dead. He said they're dead. They did. They down there told me the guy's dead. Sad, right? We're going to keep it moving here shortly and go up to Nancy Guthrie's home, but I wanted to start out, but they said a homeless guy was literally walking across the road and got hit.
All right, looks like there's a
So
car
officer, come
accident.
Move my tripod over here.
We're on JLR Investigates right now. Yes, I'm at another hotel room. I feel like I spend my entire life at hotel rooms.
They told me over there, which are their witnesses, they said he's dead. Say he's gone.
Please like and subscribe if you can. It would really help out. We got a lot of good nightly crime cases coming up. We got one with Reese Davis, Jailhouse Confession. Shippy's on there. Special guest speaker, Shippy. I guess JLR can't cross the road right now is what he's trying to say.
Gone. Dead. He's dead. Now I'm on my way to Nancy Guthrie's home, and I stopped by and I saw this big thing with the traffic close to see what's going on. We're going to keep it moving here in a minute.
I was in a pretty bad head-on collision about a couple years ago, but my car was destroyed. Somebody was texting and driving on ice, and it turned around and smashed me while I was going 80 miles an hour, and I crashed into a median, and then went down like this snowbank.
Thank you, Dom C. 3003. Thank you. 3003. Thank you.
Charlie, JLR ran into a car accident. I think the person passed, is what he's saying. And it's blocking him from getting to Nancy Guthrie's house, so he's probably just going to have to take a back road. I'm going to check on my sources here. All right, someone said, tonight I spoke with someone that went to church with Nancy Guthrie. She told me Nancy was a loving Christian woman and had no enemies. The community has no idea who committed this crime, and people are a little fearful. Let's see what else.
Wow,
Possible connection is local Tucson player put this into motion, hired Mexican savages, organized crime ring to come across the border and take Nancy. We have never seen the ransom note. Last but not least, I believe the person in the video footage is local to Tucson and is one that was surveying the property for weeks before the kidnapping. Another report is the terrain in southern Arizona is very wet now in the desert, and coyotes are everywhere. Someone will eventually find the clothes and bones in the desert, perhaps within the mile of the interstate.
Crosswalk zone.
So that's some of the newest updates. Okay, well, I'll be right back.
Driver hit a homeless man in Tucson. All right, let's keep it moving. I'm gonna go down here, cross over, get in the vehicle. We're going to keep it moving. He died. That has been confirmed to me. He died. Pretty wild. One thing I noticed about Tucson, it has a really big homeless population. Like all over the place. You feel bad for homeless people. At the same time, why does it keep happening in Tucson? Why in Tucson? All right, we're on our way to Nancy Guthrie's home this morning. JLR Investigates. Come on in. We'll keep the conversation going. We'll see what the house looks like day 20. Day 28. Day 28. 29. Sorry, 29. Day 29. Some people still say day 28 because they don't count that first day. This day 29. All right. Let's put in her address. I'm about 10 minutes out or something. 11 minutes out.
East Waverly Street, then turn right onto East Waverly Street. Turn right onto East Waverly Street. Then at the next stop sign, you'll turn right. East Waverly Street. Turn right onto East Waverly Street.
Turn right on East Waverly Street. All right. We'll go past the accident, see what's up. Wait for this car to pass. It is Sunday morning. It's day 29. We already got action in Tucson this morning. Already got action in Tucson this morning. Already got action in Tucson to start out with. Making a video. There it is. Here's the accident. That was pretty crazy. We got the whole road blocked off. Scary stuff. Really scary stuff. These roads are a little bumpy around here, man. One thing I noticed about Tucson is downtown Tucson, man. It's nothing but bumpy roads, man. Who did this crime? Not gonna forget about Nancy. We're gonna see what the house looks like this morning. In Tucson. I'm gonna see what's happening. Bright and early. I was on my way up. I would have been at the house already at first light. But I stopped there to see what was happening there. Craziness. We'll see what media outlets are left. Somebody's running. Somebody's running. All right, everyone, come on in. It is Sunday morning, day 29. Working my way up to the Catalina foothills. As you see, coming up. JLR investigates. Where's Nancy Guthrie? 84 years old. We're almost 30 days. Tomorrow will be 30 days. Too long. Send me an email. Cheryl Sutherland. Cheryl Sutherland, 8343. Good morning. Yeah, I'll check that out. Maybe we'll do a Q&A this morning. I want to keep this case out there, and I want to see what's going on in real time, but I don't know what we're going to see today. Other than maybe it's just an empty house. What we shall see, though. I got a cup of coffee here. Matter of fact, I got to go to McDonald's and get a coffee. My coffee's cold. I need to get a coffee. Bumps. Need to get a coffee. Welcome to McDonald's. May I take your order? Good morning.
Hello, use link payment for a faster experience. Rewards members, please start with your code. Good morning, are you using a mobile app?
No, ma'am.
How can I help you?
Can I just get a small coffee, 2 creams, 2 sugars, please?
2 creams, 2 sugar, of course. Anything else for you?
No, ma'am.
It's going to be 162.
Thank you.
Turn up your change. Help $1
Sure. We're rounding up to the nearest dollar for Ronald McDonald Charities. Good morning. Thank you. You too. Ronald McDonald Charities. Rounding up to the nearest dollar. Coffee time. Hey, Melinda Contreras. Thank you. 6917. Oh, fresh cup of coffee. We're gonna see some action. You guys also want to take a drive in Tucson today. I was talking to Dad's Gone Live a little bit last night. We were talking. He gave me a call, and thank you. Good day. You too. Bye-bye. He said maybe a candlelight vigil tonight. Maybe at KVOA, the place where they got the big banner. That's what he said. I told him I'm still in town. All right. Oh my gosh, this is delicious coffee. Oh, it's hot. Hot. You gotta cool it down. Driving in downtown Tucson, folks, reaching the Catalina foothills. We've already seen a man dead this morning. That man has a family. Somebody just crossing the road and gets hit. It's pretty insane. Crossing Prince Street. Not much traffic out here, though. What I've noticed in Tucson, and here's another thing, too. You know, this crime occurred Saturday night into Sunday morning. But even in the morning time, once it gets light, particularly early, there's really way less traffic than there would be around here on a weekday, Monday through Friday, at the same time in the morning. Sunday morning, most people don't work. A lot of people go to church. Religious day, kind of take it easy day. Definitely less people out and about on a Sunday morning. Oh my gosh, this is so good. Oh, okay, I'm approaching the Culvers, right? I think so. I think I'm approaching the Culvers. Maybe. Culvers. Hey, Shy. Prayers for Nancy, for sure, Shy. Thank you. Oh, no. We're on Campbell. This is the Bat Bridge. Just crossed the Bat Bridge. So we're reaching up here. Now, the other day, the group of ladies, they put flyers of Nancy on these postings, and they're still up. I can see them. They're still postings of Nancy. Oh. Yep. They still have, it's illegal though, but they still have the posters, flyers of Nancy. They're up. They're still up. They're still up. Posters up. All right, going up the mountain. Going back up the mountain. Good morning, everyone. We're still covering Nancy, but I don't know if we're going to get any information today, to be honest. Lack of information. There could be arrest. Who knows? Any given time. We'll see who's out in front of the house this morning. This car's going very slow up the hill. Very slowly. Oh, delicious coffee. I know a lot of you are just waking up. Some people are already up, because I know a lot of viewers are watching this from around the world. This is a global case. The sun is starting to peak up over the mountain. The sun is starting to peak up. No, we're not personally done yet. You know, I want to see at least what happens tomorrow on a weekday, and we'll go from there. But there's also, it appears neighbors of Nancy, most of them don't want anyone in their neighborhood anymore. They're putting signs up saying, please leave media, find another place to go. You know, we want to heal. We want to move on. Things like that. I mean, plus the house of Nancy has been given back to the Guthrie family. We don't know what they're going to do with it. Okay, so the speed limit's 35, and this guy's going 24 miles an hour. And I have a trail of cars behind me. Sun coming up in the Catalina foothills. Welcome to media. They even have the signs up here. Look at the white sign right there. Boom. No parking. They don't even want people to park around here. And this is like a mile away from Nancy's home. I mean, come on, car. Speed limit is 35 and you're going literally 24 miles an hour. Has anyone been to Annie's? Misty Haynes. Good morning, Misty Haynes. Hope you're doing well, Misty Haynes. Thank you. Oh, another thing we learned that because Misty Haynes jumped in the chat, and every time I see Misty Haynes, I'm reminded of Sheriff Nanos. Nanos was seen working out at a gym the morning after Nancy went missing at 7 o'clock. He's working out. All right. This car is like, this is crazy, man. I'm going out 21 miles an hour, and the speed limit's 35, and we got like 8-9 cars behind me. Because this one car with North Carolina plates is just, I don't know what's going on here. Literally going 21 miles an hour. I'm turning anyway. All right, going into Nancy's neighborhood. You know the drill. You know the routine. You know this area quite well. We'll see who's out there, who's not out there. We'll see what's going on. Delicious coffee. Ready for some answers. Hopefully this case does not go cold. Literally, it doesn't go cold. Cindy Baxter Cook. Thank you, Cindy. All right, back on the street. Who came into the early morning hours around here? Probably around a little bit before 2 a.m., February 1st. And snatched Nancy out of her home, whether she was dead or alive. We don't know. It took her somewhere, and she has not been seen since. This is a case that we've been following each and every detail, each and every day. But now, in the last week, really not much information about what happened to Nancy Guthrie. TUCSON's coming today to get the tent. We still have a tent out here. The local media, News Nation, also has a tent. There's somebody here. That's it. Look. Literally empty. It's empty out here. New York Post reporter. Nothing. What's going on? What's going on? The Gem Show. Let me turn around up here. Ooh, this thing keeps. I gotta get a new thing, man. That's something we might have to buy today. A new holder here, because all the thing is running Running out of juice. Yeah. Can you see it? Is it pixelated? Dear media, this neighborhood needs space to heal, process, heal, and gather in privacy as a loving community. Please cover this tragedy from elsewhere so that we have some privacy, space, and dignity. Ray says it's over. It might be over in reference to all this. Even the Fox people that were parked at Sue Ellen's home, Sue Ellen lives here, are not there. A lot of people went away. A lot of people went away. Where did everyone go? They're all gone. Nothing. We have somebody getting in the tent today. Black Rose says, I don't agree because it sounds nice, but that unfortunately makes people forget, and that means no pressure to solve it on the sheriff. I mean, that's the thing. Once all these media officially leave, which most have, I think the only ones left are Brian Anton with News Nation, the News Nation crew, the Fox Digital crew. Local media will probably come if something pops off, but that's it. But the sheriff and all them, in their perspective, was probably well, no media here, less pressure. Or people are saying in the chat, Iran. They're literally saying Iran. I'm gonna go over here and make a video real quick. Make it a 30-second video. I'll be right back. Yeah, it seems like this case is kind of fading away. I will continue to cover this. We'll see the updates. We'll see if there's something going on, if they do any search warrants or anything like that. So stay tuned to JLR Investigates on YouTube and at JLR Investigates on X. We are praying for Nancy's safe return. I'm JLR. Yeah, nothing. There's a drone up, though, in the sky. Nothing. Everyone left. Everybody left. Everybody left. Everybody left. Brown-eyed girl. Brown. Oh, look at the drone. Look. See the drone? Brown-eyed girl says it should be up to the family if they want the media to leave or not. Once all the media is gone, then everyone will complain she's forgotten. Praying she's found safe and soon. Look at the drone. Dude, somebody's flying a drone, like literally, like I don't know if you can allowed even to do it that close. Look at the drone. Dude, they're flying it right by our doorstep. Whoa. See that? Is that even illegal? Is that legal? That's not allowed, is it? I don't think that's allowed, is it? Are you allowed to fly a drone that low? Somebody's down the street with a car. It was like drone wars. I saw that out there. I'm like, oh, okay. Not that low. Somebody's doing it. It's probably this person down the street. There's somebody parked all the way down the street here. Right there. There's somebody parked down there. They're probably the drone operator. Dude, they literally flew a drone like right in front of her door. Could be that person. It could be somewhere else. Let's see. Let's go down here and see. Oh, they're leaving. Somebody got a drone around here. That's not that guy, though, because the drone's still up. So who's flying the drone? Who's flying the drone around here? It must be parked like a block or two away. You hope I get ticketed, somebody says. Ticketed for what? If I got ticketed, we would just pay a ticket. We're not doing anything, though. You say no parking? Where's the drone flyer? I could park at the neighbor's house if I want to. I'm not sure if I even want to be out here at this point. Really, I don't know if I want to do a live stream in front of the house if nobody else is there right now. You know? There's no reason to. But we can still bring awareness to the case in other ways. How long will I be in Tucson? Not sure. I do want to wait to see at least if something pops off on Monday. Oh, another thing is too, the searchers searched all in this like gully here. There's like a giant, massive like hole here. And according to the maps, they did searches in here looking for Nancy. This is like on the next street over. There's like a ditch there and it goes all the way down. It like looks like some wash and basin, but there is some homes down in there. But I believe that they searched there according to the map. Like really, really close. Do we have any abandoned mines that we should go check out today? Dude, some people need to learn some boundaries. Some of the people I called, literally, like with a call-in, keep calling my phone. Like, I don't think that's appropriate. Like, you know, some of the call-ins that I've done, literally some people are calling back my phone. Like, I'm not trying to have a conversation. You know, people just call my phone. Nah, just block. They have info. They can email me info, tips at jlrinvestigates@gmail.com. All right, this is going to be our last drive-by here for now. We can come back later. Going back on Nancy's street here. We'll go over to Luke's, see what's going on. But there's no media out here. There's nobody. No media. Yeah, it gets choppy right around that corner, so. This guy up here picks up trash like all the time. He comes around. I'm going to stop and say hi to him. This guy here on the left. He goes around, picks up the trash. I talked to him yesterday. Morning, sir. Remember me yesterday? How you doing? You're back at it.
Never ends.
Never ends.
How are you?
I'm doing great. It's quiet out here.
No, it's supposed to be.
It's supposed to be. That's right. You're a proponent of no media around.
Don't you like it?
I mean, you know, there's nothing else to really report around here. What do you think happened to Nancy? You don't know?
I don't know. I don't know.
Don't know?
I have no idea. I mean, there's so many scenarios. Failed burglary, fucked up kidnapper, conspiracy. I don't know. It's
something. Yeah.
I'm a Western conservative. What happens on your side of the fence stays on your side of the fence. You come onto my side of the fence, then we'll talk.
Gotcha.
But it's not my family.
A Western, what's a Western conservative? What is that?
Well, there's a fence, right?
Yeah.
You get to do whatever you want on your side of the fence.
It's almost like people say, stay in your lane, right?
What's wrong with staying in your lane?
Staying in your lane.
But, I mean, look, your sexual orientation, whatever.
It's your business.
It's your business. But you want to bring it on my side of the fence?
It's not happening.
Well, well, we got to talk now. Now we got to interact.
Gotcha.
Now, I might be positive, I may be neutral, or I may be negative, but that is Western conservatism. You get to do what you want, but don't fuck.
Gotcha.
You know,
we were up there yesterday in the Catalina Mountains. So much cooler than down
isn't it
here.
beautiful up there?
It is
Where'd you go?
amazing. I went to Mount Lemon.
Oh, isn't it beautiful?
It was nice. It was like snow up there.
The southernmost downhill skiing in the lower 48.
Really? Yeah, there was snow up there. But they take you on the chairlift. You can go up to the top of the mountain, whatever.
We had a wet winter, but it was not a cold winter. It was a very unusual warm winter. But we did get rain, which was great.
Here, that it's a heat wave right now, right? Huh? It's a heat wave right now here.
It's uncomfortable.
It's just
this is not normal.
I don't even want to be out in it.
Well, it's short, it's hot, and it kind of overwhelms you physically.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I told the young lady yesterday that she needs to be wearing sunblock because it.
Look at my face.
I know.
Look at my
face. See how fast it happens?
And I've been out here like 3 weeks.
I know. It happens like this, and I mean, we have a very high UV penetration in Tucson, this part of it. So you just got to be careful.
How long have you been living here?
I've been in Tucson for 45 years.
45 years.
46 years. Yeah. I came to go to school. I graduated in '86, and I never left because I got a job. Back then, you work.
You live on this road? Oh, yeah, next month. Gotcha.
So yeah, I mean,
did the authorities ever go to your house?
Oh fuck.
They did. What were they asking?
FBI 3 times, Pima County Sheriff twice.
What were they asking for?
FBI were fucking idiots. There are all these young guys. I don't even know if they had graduated the academy yet. They were like, I'm looking out my backyard.
Yeah.
And I see this guy, and I'm like, can I help you?
Oh, they're like going through your backyard?
Yeah. Well, this is the FBI. We're searching. And I said, well, here's the deal. Unless you got a search warrant, you come and knock on the front door and you ask for permission after introducing yourself. Did they teach you that yet? And the guy's like, well, the guy next door gave us permission. I said,
it's your property. It's your property.
Do you understand that evidentiary criteria is you know where you are? So you're obligated to know where the property boundary is. I know they're not marked, but maybe you should go to Pima County. Maybe you should get a map. Okay.
Or Land Glide. You can get a Land Glide app.
Okay, you asked me how I feel about it. I feel that.
You think they botched everything?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know, but it doesn't feel right.
They ask you for surveillance?
Oh, of course. Pima County was there. Let's see. I knew something funky was going on late Sunday. What's that? February 1. I can't, because on Monday I saw a sheriff's SUV. Never see a sheriff's.
Yeah, sheriff's SUV.
Helicopters flying low and slow, and all of a sudden, breaking news, CNN, blah, 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 and then I'm like, that looks like my neighborhood. Then they said Skyline and Campbell, and I said, well, that's awfully close to my neighborhood. And then I realized, oh, well, it's,
block away.
Yeah, 4 houses away, and what people don't understand, everyone's got an acre. So, being 4 houses away from someone is not necessarily close.
Oh.
Right? But if you go back east and you say there are 4 houses down, you can throw a baseball. Right?
Everyone has a 1/4 acre lot. If that.
If that, and it's probably long.
Yeah.
Right. So I don't know. You see me now every day. I just pick up the garbage.
I know it's wonderful to see. Man, God bless you for that. See, I will say, like with us, every time we leave, we do our trash. You know what I mean? I think it's important. But some other people, I'm not going to say who, leaves.
Going to have 10 to 15% of any population statistic are bad people, no matter what. Be it Congress, be it the city, be it a school, be it a kindergarten. You have always 10 to 15% who will be dicks, just because.
Yeah.
They may be dicks because they were raised to be dicks. They could be dicks because they're psychologically dicks.
Contrarians.
Well, narcissists, they're not that uncommon. And then if you add a little, narcissism and I don't care about, or you lack empathy and you're a narcissist, what do you get?
Your name's Steve, isn't it? See, I remember. I remember names. It's pretty good.
No. The neighborhood's in transition. And I just want everyone to be cool. And it really didn't turn out that way. That guy is being Who is that guy?
I don't know. Probably one of the members of the media. You seen him here? Over and over, right?
And he's hiding up there. If I catch him, I'm gonna take a picture of his license plate.
You gotta take a picture of his license plate.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna be a narcissist.
Take care, Steve. You have a good day, sir. God bless you, man. Thanks for the conversation. Don't take a picture of my license plate. I come in peace.
So long as you got your blinkers and your car's running, you're moving.
Yeah. I don't know how much. I mean, I don't really think it's important to be out here anymore in a sense because there's just nothing of nothing. It's a nice neighborhood, though. It's a nice neighborhood. Take care, Steve. Bye-bye. All right. That's Steve the neighbor. We're off. Try to get cool with the neighbors. He said he's a Western conservative. He says, do whatever on your side of the fence, but if you come on my side of the fence, then we have a problem. So you do whatever you want. That's what he identified as. But he was like, he said to the FBI and he said FBI was in his backyard. Let's go over there to Luke's. Could you guys hear Steve okay? I've been talking to him each morning for the last 3 days. People could hear him. Yeah. It's pretty close to the window. Detailed investigations. I like that. Detailed investigation. Check out the email I sent you with a map of a potential place to check nearby. Re-forward it right now, detailed investigation. If you sent it, forward it right now. As soon as we're done at Luke, I'll look and just put like map on the title. Because I get so many flooded with so many emails, I have to see through. I'd like to see that location. Steve was out there picking up trash around the neighborhood. He takes a bag and he goes around and picks up the trash. Good morning. We are in the neighborhood Camino Escalante, or Catalina Foothills. Around this time, Nancy would be going to a friend's house to go to church on a Sunday. She didn't show up. Someone of her friend, we don't know who, must have called Annie and Tommaso or one of them to say, hey, where's Nancy? She didn't show up. Then it is believed Annie and Tommaso came over here a little before noon. I would say 4 Sundays ago. 4 Sundays ago. And Nancy's not home. Blood on the front doorsteps. They call authorities a little after noon, 12 p.m., and boom. This is what we have. No Nancy. Interview public today on their thoughts. Yeah, we could do that. We'll go down. We'll go to a different spot. We'll go to we'll go to maybe the KVOA banner or something. Yeah, we could do that. We need a spot. I don't know if I want to stand in front of the Guthrie home, but we could go to the KVOA banner. The big banner outside KVOA that everyone signed, and we could do some calls and hear the people, what the people have to say. What the heck is this? All over the road. Meantime, I'm going to shoot down the Luke's real quick because I still think Luke is a strong possibility in this mix. They just don't have the evidence on Luke, who has not been publicly cleared. We know about Luke Daly. We know about Kayla Day, the home raid, Range Rover that I don't believe has been returned to him. Might have evidentiary value, might not. Luke got a lawyer. Says he didn't do anything. Luke got an extensive past. Luke kind of looks like the perp. Where was Luke Daly in the morning hours, early morning hours, February 1st? Camino de Michael is where we're headed. Then I'll just go to, I guess I'll go to KVOA. Band member saying that he's not involved. Band member saying that people are knocking on his neighbor's doors and parking in front of his house and all that. The band member, you know what I'm talking about, DE. Now, the beginning stages, we started talking about DE. But we never parked in front of DE's house, nor did we ever go to DE's neighbors. Many people were up there at the time of that raid. We even parked a block or two away and just waited to see. We didn't park in front of his house, but he's denying that he's involved. You know, he's admitting that he has a criminal past. I believe he's a teacher. A lot of people on the internet are doing side-by-sides of DE with the perp. I don't think it looks like DE at all. Many people in the chat still think it's Tommaso. All right, we are approaching Luke. Here's Luke, home with all the no trespassing signs. Luke, is he involved? Why did authorities snatch up Luke? Why did authorities block the streets and go to this guy's house? What evidence did authorities have to get probable cause to do it? Got to have probable cause. You got to have a judge to say, okay, yeah, there's probable cause. You guys can go and swoop him up because of his criminal past, because he looks like the perp, Phone pings. Why'd they seize the Range Rover? Why'd they seize the Range Rover? Where is the Range Rover? Where's Annie's car? The sheriff has not, these lawyers for these people, including Carlos down there, are calling on the sheriff to clear their names. But the sheriff has not cleared these people's names. The sheriff has cleared Annie and Tommaso publicly, spouses, and everyone from the Guthrie family. They didn't clear these people, though. In the meantime, there has not been any raids that we know of since. None. What happened to all the raids? No suspects? We also heard about polygraphs, but apparently the sheriff is saying that the polygraphs were new hires of Pima County possible deputies in their department. New hires. Nothing to do with any perps, suspects, persons of interest, or anything like that. Good morning, everyone. JLR Investigates. I'm going to put the address to KVOA. We'll go down there and see this big banner. Continue to keep the conversation going on Nancy Guthrie case. It's supposed to be a warm day today. KVOA, Elm Street. Six miles away.
KVOA may be closed today. At the next stop sign, turn left.
That's where we're going. We're going to the banner. Let's go to the KVOA.
At the stop sign, turn left onto East Orange Grove Road.
Orange Grove Road. This is the road where one way out to get out of Nancy's home, and also where volunteers found that backpack and clothes, though doubt that it's related.
At the next light, turn left.
This is also right around the corner from Luke Daly and up the street from the Culvers. Yeah, DE's also a teacher too. DE's also a teacher, it appears. So Tommaso and DE, both teachers.
At the light, turn left onto North First Avenue.
Sheriff has cleared the Guthrie family publicly. The sheriff has not cleared publicly anyone else. Where names have been thrown out of there. I don't think the perp looks anything like Tommaso or DE at all. I think the perp is someone unknown to us thus far. But who is the perp? Cartel, mafia, international, a local. it appears at that house that we saw the other day. It's no longer there. So I don't know. All right, you sent Matt detail investigation. I'll check it out as soon as I park up here. We're going to KBOA. So this is basically the beginning of Tucson right here on River Road. Once you go on the north side of River Road, it's technically jurisdiction of Pima County. But once you cross this road here and head south, you're officially in Tucson, in the Tucson police. And again, I'm not gonna zoom in, but just a mile, you have homeless. You basically have homeless all over the intersections in this area. I mean, I think it's a serious issue when you have homeless literally all over the place, on almost like every intersection. And then even up in the Catalina foothills, you got homeless people living under bridges and living in tunnels. All right, so we are in the jurisdiction of Tucson.
In half a mile, turn after Arby's.
Turn right after Arby's.
After Arby's, turn right onto East Wetmore Road.
East Wetmore Road. We're going to go to the big Nancy Guthrie banner. We'll do some talking. Stove.
Pick up the light, turn left onto North Stone Avenue.
Stone Avenue. Yes, I am. I'm good friends with Annie Tommaso's neighbor. Very good friends. The neighbor will let me know if anything pops off over there. So we will get a heads up. The neighbor will let me know. But I'm very good friends with Annie Tommaso's neighbor. I'm also very good friends with Nancy's neighbors. Connections. And communicating with them, we got their contacts and everything like that. I mean, if something was to break off at either location, we'll know. They'll let me know. If they see it, I mean, stuff might go on. They might not see it, but they're so close that they will probably see it. It's Candlelight Vigil tonight. Vigil tonight. And what time? The Starlight 17. I'll have to get with Dad's going live because he said something maybe at dusk, and he was talking about the location here at the KVOA, the banner, because there's already a big banner for Nancy, and they got like people signed, they got cards out there and everything like that, and it's basically downtown Tucson. I'll find out through the course of the day. People are saying 6 p.m. 6 p.m. 6 p.m. All right, people are saying 6 p.m. So some people, I guess, are participating that are in the chat or know about it. They say 6 p.m. Welcome to Tucson. Welcome to Tucson. All right, I'm turning right up here on Elm Street in about a mile. Elm Street. It is Elm Street. Okay, look at this big lumberjack guy right there. See? Big lumberjack. Dude, that's Paul Bunyan. Dude, that's Paul Bunyan. We're gonna look at Paul Bunyan.
At the next light, turn left.
Yeah, it's Paul Bunyan. I think it is a lumberjack. Flapjack, pancakes, lumberjack. Paul Bunyan. There he is. Dude, it says Coronado Heights neighborhood. Like guards the neighborhood. It's pretty cool. All right, see you, guy. Oh, look, people in the chat are like, I mean, this is just sarcastically, but people are like, he's the perp. Look, he's the perp. Nah, he's not the perp. Got the facial hair. Anyone with facial hair is a perp. That's a lot of people's been saying throughout this whole mystery. Anyone with any type of facial hair is the perp. Not Paul Bunyan. Paul Bunyan didn't do it. Is he the muffler man? Who is he? Did Nancy usually take did Nancy usually Uber to go to church? It's a good one. KRXC 128 says, did Nancy usually use Uber like to go to church, friends, or was it only the Annies at night? Just weird, an 84-year-old would use Uber. We could talk more about the Uber stuff. All right, so let me just put in this address here. All right, it's down this road. Starting to get a little warm out here in Tucson. Next light, turn left. How often did Nancy use Uber? It's a great question. All right, I'm on Oracle. I'm turning on Oracle.
At the light, turn left onto historic US 80 North Oracle Road.
Historic. Almost there. .8 miles. We're going to Leicester. Almost downtown Tucson. Grant. We are on Grant. Ran out of coffee. In downtown Tucson. Jailer investigates. Ran out of coffee. 0.3 miles. lot of homeless on the bus stops going down Oracle. See, but this area here wouldn't have really anything really
Go past West Ventura Street and turn left onto West Leicester Street.
to do with like all these locals here. This is like Tucson. This happened in the Catalina foothills above Tucson.
Turn left onto West Leicester Street.
Leicester Street. All these like mom and pop hotels right here. Quail Inn, Wildcat Inn, mom and pop hotels. And then we have this, which is definitely a mystery to this whole situation.
Go past North 11th Avenue and turn right onto North 10th Avenue.
The Gem Show. Been hearing a lot about the Gem Show in this whole mystery. At the time, the Gem Show, next door neighbors of Nancy involved with precious gems. The Gem Show. So I don't know. The Gem Show. Take a picture of this Gem Show. Sure nobody's behind me.
Turn right onto North 10th Avenue. Then you'll turn right.
The Gem Show. I don't know, folks. The Gem Show. All right. So.
Turn right, then immediately turn left into the parking lot.
Let me go over here. I got a spot. Right here.
Take your next right on North 11th Avenue.
It's like an alleyway.
Take your next left onto North 9th Avenue.
Let me turn this down. Okay. Let's see if we can find a place to angle our vehicle. Looks like there might be a candlelight visual. There's like an alleyway here. Ah, look. That's a good spot. I don't think anyone's going to be coming down this alleyway. If somebody does, I can move. Bring Nancy home. Look at that. Bring Nancy home. Bring her home. Bring her home. All right, so I'm going to check on emails and everything. Give me a second here. Oh, bring her home. Anybody want to talk? All right, I'm going to put the email in the chat here. I'm going to pin the email. tips.jlr investigates. At gmail.com. Leave info, Nancy, Guthrie discussion. All right, it's pinned. So if somebody wants to talk, we'll do some call-ins. In the meantime, I'm just going to keep this here for a second and let me put the tweet out. Somebody said there's going to be 6 p.m. a candlelight. Candle. I'm told there will be a candlelight vigil for Nancy Guthrie at 6 p.m. tonight at this location, the KVOA station. What's the address here? .209 West Elm Street. Email was wrong. Oh, typo. We got a typo, huh? We got a typo. Oh, yeah, typo. Look at that. Thank you for sharing. Unpinned message. I'll do it again. But you guys know what it is. A lot of you already know what it is. I'm going to do it again. Email. Tips. .jlr. All right, going to email. Let's hear from the people. You want to talk? Anybody want to talk? I got an email that said, what if Annie and Tommaso went to the house first to clean up the location before calling authorities? Well, here's the thing about it is, at first we heard 11 a.m. that they went over, but then we heard just a few minutes before noon, and then just a few minutes before when they got there, just a few minutes before noon. I think it was around 11:56 a.m. But then the call to 911 or to authorities came a little bit after 12 o'clock. So I don't know if they would have enough time. Melanie wants to talk. All right, we're gonna call Melanie. This is for anyone that really wants to talk, but share something. We're gonna talk to Melanie here. 550. All right, I'm gonna put in. All right, Melanie, you're up. Welcome aboard.
Good morning, JR.
Good morning, Melanie. How are you? Where are you from?
Well, I am from West Virginia.
West Virginia.
Yes.
Welcome aboard, Melanie. Thank you for willing to talk. What's going on?
Thank you for calling me. Okay, I have several questions here.
Sure.
All right. The first one is, the first theory is, I don't want to rule out Tomas and Annie either, but my thing is, if you are caregiving for an 84-year-old woman and you're that close to the family, you have access to all of the meds and all that, why would you not just, and I hate to say it this way, but why would you not just give her maybe a cocktail of her medicine or something and put her to bed? And then you go over the next morning, oh, mom's dead in bed. Why go through all this if you have access to her 24/7?
So you're saying it's just too much trouble to go through all that kidnapping and everything. If there was something nefarious, you could do something more simpler.
Absolutely. And not only that, you're not going to have to wait for her body to be discovered to get the life insurance, to get the house turned over to you and all that.
Yeah. That's an interesting point because, like they always said, the kidnapping aspect is high risk. I mean, at what cost here? You're literally taking someone out of their home, chance of being caught on surveillance, where to put a body. If you wanted to get rid of someone, if you were, in Annie and Tommaso's shoes, and again, the sheriff cleared them, but if they really wanted to be involved here, they could have possibly done something way more simpler.
Absolutely. And not only that, if it's money problems that they were having, because that's a theory, then you're going to get access to that money so much more quicker than to go through all this.
So with that being said, you don't think Annie and Tommaso were involved?
I don't ever want to think that they were involved, because then that means that Samantha is literally losing all of her family, not just her mother. Then she's going to have to grieve losing her sister as well. So that theory, but I'm certainly not ruling it out, and I don't think that the sheriff should have ever ruled them out or cleared any of the family members, for that matter.
Especially when a body's still not been found.
Absolutely.
Because new information can come about down the line and everything like that. But what do you think happened to Nancy? Covering this and you following this. Who do you think's involved? What do you think the motive here is?
I know that it's definitely not amateur. I mean, I feel like that it was something that is way beyond being amateur. So is it linked to something that Savannah has done? Possibly. I mean, I honestly move more to that theory than I do other theories.
Mm-hmm.
But this is something that was there would have already been something come up.
So you think this was well planned?
It was definitely well planned. I definitely think that. My other thing is, who is the person who the car got towed by State Farm?
Oh, that would be Luke Daly. That's the individual we went to his house earlier. That's the one that has, the mystery man. The mystery man,
That's what I thought, but I wanted to make sure. Okay, so here's another theory on that. Let's just say that he did something to his car so that State Farm would tow it and take it in before anyone else got a chance, because the police weren't really quick to take that car, right?
It's believed that Annie and Tommaso's vehicle got seized within the first 48 hours. Nancy's to follow days later, towards the end of the week.
So Luke's saying, oh, crap, they may take my car, so let's just go ahead. I'm going to go ahead, do something to my car, file a insurance claim, and get mine towed.
Or, what exactly happened to his car?
Right. But there's two things. If you don't want the police to take it, let's go ahead and put it in the shop with State Farm.
Well, I'm sure they can supersede that if they had a warrant and go right to State Farm and take it.
That's true, but there's so many.
Well, listen. No theory is wrong. A lot of people have a lot of questions. So, with that being said, you are kind of eyeing Luke Daly in this mix.
Kind of, yeah. I'm kind of. There's another theory.
What's the other theory? Go ahead.
Well, no, my other theory is that it's much more detailed and much more thought out. Mm-hmm. That I'm going the Savannah route. The Savannah route. That somebody.
Now, a lot of people speak her name sometimes, call Samantha,
yeah.
And so yeah. I think I've done that a couple times too.
Right. So
you think it's something to do with her then, like some direction and angle?
I think there's a connection, and also Fred said something. The investigator yesterday, the former investigator yesterday, said something about, well, this sheriff, he didn't get to be the sheriff because he wasn't great at his job and all that. No. To become sheriff, you have to, there's more politics in becoming sheriff than doing your job well.
Yeah.
There's more money, politics, and lip service that gets you that job than a deputy that's out there doing their job every day.
The sheriff in a lot of jurisdictions is just the figurehead.
Right. And I'm not his biggest fan at all. And that brings me to another point.
Go ahead.
When these search warrants were signed, do we know for a fact that they were on a federal level, or were they on?
We don't know that. That's a great question. We don't know if they were federal warrants or Pima County judge warrants. But I would assume that Carlos, I would assume the least the Carlos one in Rio Rico was strictly Pima County. Reason being is the feds have put out and said that's not our operation. And it was Pima County's SWAT that actually went down to Santa Cruz to do that. And I didn't see any agents down there. It looked like it was all county sheriff operation. So with the Carlos one, I believe that it was a Pima County an operation. But I will say, I will add on to that, different jurisdictions have different criteria when it comes to probable cause and getting a judge to sign off. Some judges don't sign off on things and they want more proof or evidence, or what they want something more. They don't strictly just sign off on probable cause. While other ones in other communities, the sheriff and the magistrate judge is pretty much tied in together. And if the sheriff's department says, hey, we want a search warrant, the judge is going to sign off without even questioning.
That was the exact point that I've been wanting to make. That everybody's like, oh, well, there had to be a ton of evidence where he would not have signed off on that. Not necessarily true. at all, and that is the point. If
I mean,
it
probable
was,
cause is a lower threshold than reasonable doubt. It's a lower threshold than preponderance of the evidence. Probable cause is just basically one person, an officer witnessing something themselves. So that's probable cause. And other, I mean, it's flimsy stuff, and it's almost like it's almost to this point where you can indict a ham sandwich. Well, you can probable cause.
Please like, share, and subscribe. Thanks for watching, everyone.
Very easy. It doesn't mean it's just enough to get the arrest or get the warrant on someone, and then go through the process, proximate charges dropped or whatnot. But probable cause is pretty easy to establish on anything.
Absolutely. I see it every day in my job. So you're right.
There you go. Well, anything else you'd like to add?
I would just like to add this, that please keep this one, because when you go home, my theory is when the media leaves and goes home, then what's going to happen is there's just going to be, I think there will be a quick arrest to put it to bed.
You do?
I do, because I think that you guys are holding their feet to the fire. You are like giving this to us in real time, and you're making them accountable. You're holding them accountable. And I do believe that they will put it to bed and everybody moves on, and we won't have the answers.
Let's hope not.
So
thanks for your time.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Melanie. Be safe. God bless you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye-bye. All right, who's next? Say, I want to talk. Shoot a message. I like to talk. Liam. I am a investigative research biologist, ex-canine scent detection track trainer, canine PTSD trainer. All right, Liam, you're up in the pipeline. We're going to bring Liam, an investigative research biologist. You will get a 202 number coming through in about 30 seconds, Liam. All right, this should be interesting. Liam, survey says. All right, Liam, you're up in the pipeline.
JLR.
Hi, Liam.
How are you doing?
I'm great. If you don't mind muting your TV screen so the echo.
Yeah, let me knock this down here some for you. And see if how's that sound? Is that better?
Yeah, it's better.
All right, great.
All right, welcome aboard.
Yeah, thank you. And I just want to go ahead and just give you some kudos, man, for just hanging in there. And even though you got the authority, your presence there puts pressure on the authorities because they want these guys, they want you folks moved out so they can go ahead and do whatever is going on, because a lot of shady stuff. And I just want to back up at the very beginning.
All right, go for it.
Is that when they went and first investigated the house, what did they find outside?
That I don't know.
On the ground.
Well, there was a blue. There was a
in front of the door. Did they find Nancy's blood?
Oh yeah, on the blood was there. Yeah, the blood was Nancy's blood. It was all over the doorstep there.
So my thing is that while they found the blood there, what did they do? Did they use that to rule out doing a grid search with just manpower and canine power and using drones?
Great questions.
That just baffles me.
We really haven't really seen much footage at all of what they did or did not do that first, 24 hours.
Yeah, exactly. So they kind of like ruled out, like, what they did is they pointed directly to either she fell and was disorientated and went off somewhere, or kidnapping. That's what the rules too.
Some people speculated that the first, they originally thought she just maybe kind of wandered off. But that's weird too, because there's blood there.
But there's no more other blood anywhere else they would pick up. And that's the importance of having the dogs. So they can go ahead and dogs can cover a lot of ground, and setting up. You had mentioned earlier, DR, that you had to do a grid search. A grid search is very simple. You just make out a 20 by 20, and you stake it, and you look at that area. You don't find nothing, and you move it over to the next 20 by 20. You know what I mean?
So have you done what type of work have you done in the past?
I went and searched for individuals that were lost. Also, towards the end, which it gets very expensive to train these type of dogs,
Mm-hmm.
And so my last part was taken my previous K9 that I had and doing cadaver and water searching, which is the very hardest thing to do. The water one is very hard to do, and you got to have a sharp dog. You got to have a dog that's kind of like, I'll find this baby, and this is my dinner, because he's looking for the treat. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so, but yeah, that's what I did, and also with PTSD, I have a current PTSD dog here that I've trained myself. I don't get the Veterans Administration involved with my canines whatsoever, and so and because of my background, I'm able to go ahead and do it. And I started early, JR, for training. Yeah, you know how I did? I read books, man.
I'm sorry?
For doing canine training,
Uh-huh.
I read books. I didn't go to classes.
You read books?
Yeah, exactly. Everybody asked me, "Where's your certificate? Where's your I don't need a certificate." And so, but yeah, this whole case just seems very, very strange from the beginning. It just didn't sit right. I can't explain it, but it just didn't sit. You know what I'm saying?
But so what are you feeling? Like, what are you feeling? Like, what this is about then? I get what you're saying, because I'll be honest. I mean, it has just a bizarre chain of events have occurred with this, and I feel it the same way. But what are you feeling about this? Like,
there's a lot of angles. You can go anywhere, and it's so broad now that people can put in stuff that don't even belong there.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I mean, it's okay to expand, but taking it too far, you can lose completely track of what's going on. And so, but yeah, it's just so many different scenarios that people's bringing up, and so it's very complicated, and I blame this on Sheriff Nanos. I don't think the gentleman, I use that word very loosely, but I don't think that gentleman is really on top of everything. Now, we don't know what's happening in the background with the authorities, and that would be the Sheriff's Department and the FBI. But the other thing that bothers me is that I thought the FBI would really be jumping on this thing like crazy, since it's a high-profile case.
And you haven't necessarily seen that.
No, I not that anything could really impress me. And the family knows a lot of influential people, so that's the other reason why weren't they there? And the longer they wait, the more degraded and contaminated all the search area becomes, the crime scene.
Well, they released it back to the house. They released the house back to the family. We have heard, though, that they have been searching around that particular neighborhood to, what neighbors have told me that, feds have approached them, local police or deputies have approached them, asking about surveillance, scouring around the yards, but I haven't heard of it like a full grid search.
Yeah, and that's true. And you know what? When there's a crime that's going on, You don't need to ask anyone, hey, can we search here? They can declare it a crime scene area. That gives them the right to go in, whether you say, no, you can't come in here or not. You know what I'm saying?
I get it. Anything else you'd like to add, Liam? Thank you.
Yeah, not right now. Not right now, Joe. I just want to just appreciate your dedication there, and I know you've been spending a lot of time there, and I'm thankful that other broadcasters have, putting in energy and bringing you guys drinks and stuff, and stopping by and see if you need anything. And that's the way it should be.
It's community looking out for community. Yeah. It is interesting, and very grateful for that.
Yeah, because the regular media, they're just looking for numbers, JR. You know what I mean? They're looking for the ones getting on the first ones to report, And so they don't have the finesse. They don't what's the word I want to use? Like people skills. They're not down home when they come down to investigate. You know what I mean? But with you guys have a different style, and I really appreciate. I watch you for hours.
Okay, that's awesome.
But
thank you.
I just want to just thank you.
You take care, Liam. Thank you for the support.
Okay, you too, Jay.
Thanks for the conversation.
Hey, stay safe.
Be safe. All right. Anybody else want to talk? Come on in. You want to talk? I want to talk. Tasha wants to talk. Tasha. All right, I'll get Tasha in. Tasha wants to talk. We have a Tasha. You're coming up in the pipeline, Tasha. Let's see what Tasha has to say. Hearing from the people.
Hello.
Good morning, Tasha.
Good morning.
JLR Investigates. Thanks for taking the time and wanting to talk.
Yes, thank you for everything that you're doing. I have. Okay.
You're welcome.
Do you remember when you went out there with the searches with the groups, the search day?
Correct.
Everyone keeps talking about this walkie-talkie, right? Do you remember the lady from the second group? She found a walkie-talkie.
I do.
Has that ever been turned in?
I don't believe so. I don't believe. Though she said off camera to me that she will be giving that to somebody. I don't, or letting someone know, authorities know. But I don't know what came out of that. But it really is interesting, because you're probably going to go say what I'm about to say is, the perps using some sort of three-way channel communication or walkie-talkies to be able to communicate without cell phones.
Yes.
Right?
That just stood out to me kind of weird. And I believe this is an inside job.
Mm-hmm.
I was brought up, and I still live in the hood. Look, this was an inside job.
You live in the hood? Where do you live?
Yeah, I live in New Jersey.
Live in Jersey.
Yeah.
You said you live in the hood. Why do you think it's an inside job?
Who's gonna think about coming to get a 84-year-old woman, other than someone who has some type of financial gain in mind?
So you think financial gain is the motive here?
Yeah. Even though it'll take a while, look at all the ransoms, even though that might be a hoax, but it's screaming money.
Most people will feel the same way. This is some sort of money angle. There are some that say there could be a sick psychopath out there that just wants to prey on the elderly. But come on, does that happen where you live, where people just want to prey on the elderly to do something to an elderly person?
No, usually that happens around in these type of areas for money.
Money. They want money out of the person.
Tommaso stands out to me. Tommaso's friend, whoever that other guy is, stands out to me. The mustache looked fake.
Oh, you think mustache was fake?
To throw people off.
People could go get mustache.
large. So that means this person was intoxicated on something.
Ah, I think they were intoxicated. Why? To get a rush to do it? Courage to do it?
Yeah, just like alcohol, liquid courage.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean,
and then another thing I have in mind is, what was this last dinner about?
What was it? What were they going for? I mean, the sheriff goes on to say they were also playing games.
Right. And was she drinking Scotch liquor or something like that?
That's a great question too. Yep, keep asking the questions, because you have a lot of you're asking a lot of unanswered questions. I was there alcohol involved? Where when she was over there at Annie and Tommaso's? What did she drink? What did she eat? What was the conversation about? Why'd she take an Uber over there and not an Uber back?
Right.
Was this a normal thing she'd done to go over there to Annie and Tommaso's? How often? When was the last time she went over to Annie and Tommaso's home? Yes. Why that day? Those are good points.
That has anything to do with Savannah.
I mean, a lot of people are saying in the chat, good questions, caller. Tasha. I mean, these are some,
thank you.
Normal habits of an individual. Okay, say for instance, Nancy didn't go. Well, Nancy spent Christmas with them because we saw a photo. A lot of people spend family with, together on Christmas. But let's just say, hypothetically, how many times has Nancy actually went over to Annie and Tommaso's home? And when was the last time prior?
Right.
And did she ever take an Uber over there before? Why didn't she drive?
They need to question the Uber. They need to go. They need to do their investigation with Uber. They need to.
If she went to church the next day, or to go to a family or go to a friend's to attend an online church service with her car, and she didn't arrive, then she takes her car out. Why didn't she take her own car to go to Annie and Tommaso's? Why take an Uber unless you have a plans to drink and you don't want to drive home?
Someone knew that was her plan, to go to church.
Pretty wild stuff, Tasha.
Yes, I've been following you since the baby, Emmanuel.
Oh, Manuel. Yeah. Oh, we got a streamer here. We got a streamer here by the name of Mark the Shark, who has actually attended some of his court hearings. Those court hearings. He's out here.
I watch Mark the Shark too.
Yeah, Mark the Shark. Great guy.
That's all I have. If I have anything else to say, I'll email you back.
All right, Tasha, man. Thank you. Be safe out there, and I'm in New Jersey. Thanks for the call.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye. Thank you, Tasha. All right. Lot of questions. Those are the type of questions that I have. Those are the type of questions I have. All right, so we have Miss Love. My name is Brooklyn. I would like to talk about the Nancy case. I am not an expert, just want to give my opinion. All right, Brooklyn, you're up in the chat. Brooklyn, bring you in. We want to hear from people all across the country about how they feel about this case. We also want to hear from experts or former experts. Brooklyn, you're coming up. Welcome aboard, Brooklyn.
Hello.
Good morning, Brooklyn.
Hi, good morning, JR. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for stopping by.
Good morning, chat. W in the chat. I'm a frequent watcher, so I just want to say W in the chat. You have a great chat.
Mm-hmm.
And first I'd like to say is that this whole case from the beginning was botched. It definitely seems like Nanos, and he got what he wanted pretty much, because he ran everybody off physically from the scene. And I've never seen anything like this in my entire life, where people were wanting to help and they were kind of like ran off from helping.
You've followed a lot of cases out there?
No, not really. I'm just drawn to this because she's 84. We all have elderly parents, grandparents, family members, neighbors. So I've never really been into true crime, but I came into this case because it pulled my heartstrings because she's 84.
Mm-hmm.
We all have grandparents, mothers, elderly people, neighbors. And it really hurts me to see somebody that would actually hurt an 84-year-old.
It's crazy. 84. These are the most vulnerable people. These are the ones that, you're supposed to take care of and help and assist. And for anyone just to do something to an 84-year-old or any elderly. I mean, they got laws in this country basically as enhancements. If you do any crime on an elderly, it's even an extra enhancement.
Exactly. So I kind of feel like from the start, I think what it is an ego. I've heard people say that it's an ego thing. He wants to be top dog. He wants to be in charge. So say, hey, I'm the winner. I brought this perp in. But I kind of feel like that's what it is, because why wouldn't you allow the FBI to help? Why don't the people to help and search for her? She's 84. Well, like, I just can't even believe and fathom people would even want to take and hurt an elderly person. Well, that's a sick person or people to hurt somebody that's elderly. So I kind of feel like something happened because she's lived away for 50 years, right?
Yes.
So you got to go back. I was listening to somebody else talking. I think you got to kind of work backwards, which makes sense. What happened in the last few months? Because she's lived there for 50 years. I'm assuming nothing's ever happened. What happened in the last few months?
What was her life? Who's she surrounded by? Was there financial things going on? Was there disagreements with people around her? What's going on?
So I think something happened recently to cause this, because if somebody's lived there for 50 years, why all of a sudden did something happen now? It doesn't make sense to me. And just the people that are coming around, it's just weird stuff that's happening. I've been following the case, and a lot of things have been just heartbreaking to watch. And I don't know the family, I don't know anybody, but it hurts me. I've actually shed tears a few times because I'm thinking, like, this could have been anybody, to be honest. And it's just, and I have, elderly family members. Before my grandma passed away, she was 84. And I can't imagine somebody taking her and hurting her. And I can understand why the family, and people might have disagreed, but I can understand maybe why the family hasn't went out, because they can be in harm's way too. They don't know who this is.
Exactly. I mean, that Catalina foothills up there, there's a lot of elderly people out there live around there.
So I understand why maybe the family hasn't searched. People are like, why is the family going on a search? I understand why, because maybe they can be in harm's way as too. But I think that there should have been more press conferences. There should have been family coming out and speaking more. Why hasn't Annie or Cameron spoke? It seems like
well, some people in the chat, nurses, medical field, has come on and said, in reference to the family's behavior, what they didn't do or what they did, or even the law enforcement in reference to searches or whatnot, their pacemaker could have an indication that she could have died, and they don't think that she, they already feel like she's dead, leaving that home.
Do you think that the family knows that she's already gone, and that they're just, I kind of feel like this. I think, God, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I think they came with the realization, but how long did it take them to get to that? I feel like, she's using the words recovery.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of feel like that word too. I feel like they already know she's gone. And I said, well, maybe they're just trying to play it off, maybe, and people can disagree, that maybe she's still out there. Maybe they know she's passed away. Maybe I don't know. And they're just trying to play it off. But I think, honestly, people know. And I think that they are scared to talk. Because even some of the neighbors, when you would ask, what do you think about the case? Some of them were kind of scared to talk.
Oh, yeah, they're scared. Some of them are scared, for
So
sure.
I think people really know who this is, but they're kind of scared to come forward. But I really think that people should do the right thing and come forward.
Absolutely.
And if the perp is watching this, I have something to say to him. Do the right effing thing. Not gonna curse. Do the right thing.
Do the right thing.
Tell where Nancy is at. You have a mother, you have a grandmother, you have elderly aunts. Do the right thing. And I'm saying this forcefully. Do the right damn thing. And repent and tell where she's at. This has went on long enough. You're causing hell to the family. Tell where she's at. That's all. I think that's the main thing is we need to find where she's at and start the healing process, because I don't even know the family, but I'm hurt by this. This hurts me because I'm a human being and I have a heart at the end of the day. And I can't imagine my family member being missing. But I think that Nanos needs to get off his high horse. He should have already got off his high horse and step down. Step down, because I'm sitting here watching people trying to help, and he's blocked everybody from helping. Why? There's a reason why he's doing this.
It's mind-boggling.
So,
it's mind-boggling.
It is. So I just have to say that, unfortunately, a lot of the neighbors and stuff, they got what they wanted. Unfortunately, you guys gone because everybody's gone. It's so sad to see everybody gone now.
They have officially pretty much left that house.
Yeah.
And they're not at the sheriff's station either. I'm told the sheriff's station where they were camped out, they're not there either. They're nowhere.
Well, it's kind of sad because I understand people want their lives back, but at the end of the day, somebody is missing. And if you don't want people videoing you, why are you walking down the street? It's a free street, right? But you're going to be in camera's way. There's no point to attack media. I've heard so many people are verbally attacking media people.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous.
I've seen some. Be honest, it's very small.
Yeah, it is, but they're making a scene, and but just for what? There's a person missing, and honestly, this is my opinion. I understand people are concerned about their property, but that can be replaced. You can put new ground in. You can put new soil in. I wouldn't have not a problem or a care in the world if you have to come search my property. Search. I got so angry when people were trying. I understand they were doing not the right thing, but come search my property. Come, let me help you. Look, I just kind of felt like people were kind of blowing that out of proportion with the ladies from Mexico. Mm-hmm. I think maybe there was a language barrier they didn't really understand. Let them search. They're not harming anything. They're breaking up your ground. That can be replaced, but a life cannot. So that's what I have to say, Jayla. Keep up the good work. Chat, keep it going, chat. The chat is very informative.
We got the best chat on the internet.
Yeah. Best chat. They call out frauds. So W in the chat, y'all called out that fraud the other day. So just please put yellow hearts in the chat for Nancy. We'll pray for Nancy. And again, perps, come out and tell where Nancy is at. I just want this to be done and everybody kind of heal. Perp, come out.
Perp, come out.
Perp, come out of hiding, because guess what? You're going to be found. And just come out, perp, and repent. And let's just find Nancy and bring her home. And I hope you're going to do the right thing. I hope and pray you're going to do the right thing. Because you can hide all you want to, but they're going to find you.
Well said, Brooklyn. You be safe out there. Thanks for the conversation.
Yes,
Thanks
too.
for watching.
Thanks so much. Yeah, you're welcome.
Justice for Nancy. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right. Kimberly Bennett, 412. JLR, can you please sign the banner from all of for all of us? We did. I'll take you out there and show you the spot. I did JLR Army Justice for Nancy. Love the JLR Army. We've done that days ago, pretty much when the banner first got put up. There were some people that signed, but there's a lot of people that signed this banner. We did, though. We're somewhere in this mix. Somewhere we signed it. But yeah, the banner is signed out here. This is folks, for people coming in the chat, this is for Tucson KVOA. This is Savannah Guthrie's former network, and she's to work here. And there's a giant Bring Nancy Home sign. I think there's going to be a vigil tonight, remembrance for Nancy at this location, I believe, at 6 p.m. I can come by and see what's going on. But yeah, Bring Nancy Home. Bring Nancy Home. So let's see. We got other people that want to talk. Open up the forum here. Let's see. Tracy says, I am a registered nurse and want to talk about the pacemaker. All right, we're gonna get another pacemaker nurse. Tracy's a nurse. We're gonna get a nurse. You're up, Tracy. All right, bringing you in. Bringing you in, Tracy. Oh, not available.
Hi, you've reached Glenn.
All right, not available. Let me make sure I called the right number. Yep. All right, who's next? John. All right, John. John wants to talk. We'll get John. We'll hear from John. Stand by, John. You're coming up in the pipeline. Yo, how are you?
Good.
It is still fine.
Hey. Ever since the murder and the Gabby potatoes and all that, so this
All
is
right.
our 13th case with you. So we appreciate your hard work out there, and you're one of the last man standing, I see.
It's a tough case here. It's very, very I'm disappointed, that it's over the weekend. It's just many people left. I mean, there's still people here, but it doesn't feel the same. It just feels like
I think there was so much, and that's kind of what I want to talk about when I want to get in. But just for 40 days.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I can be positive, but that first night that you were out there, I think I missed your first game out there, but the second one, I think y'all were at Tommaso's, like in front of, and messing with his, or not messing with, but talking with his body or his security guard there.
Yeah.
When you cut the lights off and it was pitch black, and I don't know what you were doing. It was kind of creepy, but I think you knew what you were doing because you were going to go up there and talk to what you thought at the time was that same bodyguard, and you was like, you got up to him and you was like, oh, are you a new guy or something? And was he a bit standoffish and like kind of didn't reply to you or nothing? And
there was they had shift change. One of them was kind of, you know, very tight-lipped about, you know, didn't want to talk or anything like that. It seems like they were all part of an agency that were just hired out there. They didn't really know the family. It's just an agency. I don't think they knew them like personally. They just were hired out there to make sure nobody goes on the property.
So when you pulled up and when you first got out, I've been trying to find the part on the stream, but I can't seem to find it. Maybe you can take a look back when you get a chance. It's like you pulled up and then you turned your flashlight on, but I don't know that you were looking where you were pointing it, and it looked like it was pointing at somebody sitting on a porch. And to me, it looked like they had one of those bite lights in their mouth.
Oh, really? And something in their mouth.
Yeah, one of the bite, like the flashlight that they put it like the perp has on Nancy's ring cam.
Oh, that's interesting.
You know, I don't want to get you too excited because I can't be 100%, but I thought, because when you pulled up on him, it looked like a figure. And then I was like, dang on, is that somebody sitting on the porch?
Well,
I asked my mom.
Well, speaking of that, you know, a lot of people want to profile the perp because the perp appears to have that flashlight in the mouth. And they're like, what type of person puts a flashlight like that in their mouth, you know?
Exactly, yeah.
And people have said mechanics. I've heard mechanics. It could be a mechanic, some sort of mechanic.
Yeah.
That done that, but maybe there's a person out there that, you know, someone recognizes, a friend or knows someone in the Tucson area that, you know, puts flashlights in their mouth like that.
Well, I know, and it may not be too far-fetched that people own them just so because it's so black out there at night and they want to be hands-free, that maybe more people have them than we know of. But I just thought that was pretty odd. It was, like I said, it was, you pulled up, you got out, and then somebody pulled in behind you. That's when my mom and I was like freaking out, like, get back in the car, JLR.
Somebody just pulled up here from California. Some man.
Oh no, where are you at now?
I am at the KVOA station, but somebody from them here. I'm gonna move the camera and show everybody. Somebody just pulled up here.
Yeah.
Looks like a journalist. Looks like a
I'm
journalist.
live now. My mom had you on the delay, but I can actually hear our conversation a little bit now. So.
Yeah, this guy looks like California plates. I mean, yeah, this might be this is a spot here. This is not the home of, you know, any of the people. This is just a public place here, you know, or not a public place, but the street in Tucson.
Kind of a community center.
Yeah, you know, this is seems like this is like kind of like the growing
that's the news station.
That's the news one where Savannah used to work. So, you know, apparently they might be doing a candlelight here tonight. It appears. People have said 6 o'clock.
That'll be good. How long do you plan on staying out there? I remember somebody asked Denton how long he was going to be out there. He said 2 weeks. I just wonder if his plans have changed since everybody kind of evaporated.
Well, I mean, they got the situation going on in overseas, I think, has now changed the news cycle. People, you know, talking about that. You know, this case could always have fresh legs as soon as they do a raid, some new development.
It could spin right now while you're talking to me. You know,
that's why we're here. That's why we're still here. I don't think the case is cold because, I mean, a cold case, you just don't have a cold case. It might be cold in the media and what's being on the surface, but behind the scenes, I think it's still things are popping off. Because somebody wants credit to solve this. Somebody wants the credit. I mean, somebody wants to solve this. But I don't think the sheriff's department, opinion wise, wants them to be analyzed while they're, you know, trying to solve this case with the media around.
Right. And I was talking to Mom about that too the other day. This seems to be drawing so many parallels to the Idaho 4 investigation, just how between the local and state officials and then with the FBI sprinkled in, and it's just it's frustrating, man. I know it's got to be frustrating for y'all.
You know, this is just covering what's going on every day. You know, you want her found for sure. You get personally invested. I'm personally invested, and I want her. I wanted this to solve the first week. I would have preferred. I was even saying on my way out here, because I came out here 5 days after it happened, on my way out, and I was pretty much saying, I hope she's found on my way out there.
Yeah, really.
So I can just turn around and go home.
Best case scenario. Yeah.
No, I appreciate. Yeah. Well, thank you for stopping by, and thank you for watching. And I appreciate that, John. Thank you. Anything else you would like to add? Anything else?
No, just pace and keep doing what you're doing, buddy. We enjoy your coverage. In fact, it's taking place. I don't even watch news no more, local or national. I just turn on JLR and maybe 2 or 3 other YouTubers, and I'm good.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you.
You're number one, buddy.
Thank you. Take care of yourself, John.
You do the same, buddy.
All
Good
right,
talking to you.
Bye-bye. Thanks for calling.
Okay. Yep. Bye.
Taking the call. I called you. Somebody's here taking photos. And we got another birthday. We got a birthday. Hold on, let me see. We got the birthday. Where's the birthday? We have a birthday in the mix here. Somewhere. Hold on. I have to go back in the chat. We have a 101-year-old birthday here, but I lost it in the chat. Oh yeah, Sunny Gem 221 says, Mom, March 8th turns 101 years old. Send card to an address 621 North 16th, Allentown, PA, if you can. Her name is Dorothy. She's a WW2 vet, Sunny Gem says. 101. Happy birthday, Dorothy. Coming up. It is March. We've reached March, by the way. Kimberly P. Cotto. Serious question. Has cleaning service Amazon drivers, UPS drivers been thoroughly vetted? The people with regular access, cleaning people to our homes, know everything about our schedule. Kimberly Picoto, that is a excellent question. We mail people, Amazon, UPS, FedEx, anyone that has access to that home. If you don't have the perp now, you have to start looking at anyone that has ever been to that home. Anybody, even one time, somebody delivering something. Uber drivers. People even said, Kimberly Cotto, that they said, she took the Uber over. I'm sure that Uber driver, but did she ever receive an Uber prior at all? Anyone that has ever been to that house should be at least looked at. Properly vetted. Absolutely. Don't have to now. You go back, I would say 5 years. Everybody has minute delivery, Instacart, Uber Eats, delivery. Anyone that has ever went around soliciting religious services or come that wants to sell you a vacuum or telemarketer or any of those type of people, door-to-door salesman, anybody that has been around that name, landscapers. I'm sure the landscapers and the pool, we know the pool person, according to the serviceman next door, said the pool person got his DNA taken. People say Jehovah's Witnesses, whoever. Yes, you would think that they would. You would, because you have to think here that somebody went there, probably was there prior. Maybe. You just don't go to these things for the very, 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 very first time to do this. You just, it's literally the odds just go to that the very, very, very first time. You can tell yourself, go there private, or you check property records, and you do Google Maps, and you do Google Images, and you say, okay, I'm going to pick this house. There's the most likelihood someone went to that house prior and knew about that home prior, even to scope it out been there prior. Has to. You can't just do that in the middle of the night in that neighborhood. It's literally crazy. Have you checked the banner for any messages? Some people may be afraid to go to law enforcement. Let me get my let me get my thing out of my car. I'll be right back. We might walk over there in a second. Hold on. We're going to go over there. I wanted to see what that guy was doing. We're going to go over there. I'm going to show you here. Any messages? There's lots of messages on there. I signed it somewhere. For us, all of us. Here. There's us right there. So we signed it. This is for all of you. There's so many messages on there. Just bring Nancy home. Hope for a safe return. Blessings. I wouldn't even be able to read all of these. There's so many messages on here. Personal messages. I think they had the markers over here. And then they got former Savannah's news station. So yeah, there's a lot of messages on here. I mean, there's really no room left. The jury view says gem show suspect matches kidnapper. Same built, same shoes. Were they intending to strike Nancy's neighbor? Dr. Peter Megal, big in gem world. My ex has a video, the jury view. Go check out the jury view. Jury view has a video. All right, let's go back over here and take some calls. conversation going. Where is Savannah Guthrie? It's Sunday morning, day 29. Not too hot out here yet, but the sun is going to be coming out. It's supposed to be like, hot today. All right, who's up? Who wants to talk? Hey, hold on. Hey, 857. Yeah, I'm going to be here for a bit. You want to come down? That's what I'm hearing. 6 p.m. here. Hope gathering. Did other people plan the show? Like, is there a group that plans the show? $100 battery operated candles? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. See you in a bit. All right. Bye-bye. He said it's a hope gathering. There's 100 candles that some people bought. Everything to catch the name, and they're going to lay down 100 candles out here. A hope gathering. Wasn't that nice? A hope gathering. All right. So 857 Tucson said he is coming. So he can keep me some company. All right. So, all right. Who wants to talk? Anybody want to talk? I want to talk. Jacqueline. Coming from the perspective with someone with elderly parents. Jacqueline, you're coming up, Jacqueline. Coming up in the mix. Love to hear from you, Jacqueline. Here you go. You're going to get a number from 202. Come on in, Jacqueline. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, JLR. How are you?
Hi, Jacqueline. I'm doing great. And yourself?
I'm doing well. It's a snowy day here in Maine. So.
Oh, you're in Maine.
Yes, I'm in Maine, land of Murder, She Wrote and Stephen King. So.
Murder, She Wrote and Stephen King.
Exactly. Yeah. So in my email to you, the two things I wanted to bring up. Number one, just something I noticed the other day when I was watching Ashley Banfield with her guest, former FBI agent Maureen O'Connell, who I think watches your live feed because she timed the opening of the garage door when the vehicle was pulling in the other day, which I think might have only been seen on your live feed, but she counted the time it took, and it took 11 seconds for that door to open. And so I thought, wow, okay, so we've had the timestamps of the garage door opening and the garage door closing. And I just thought that's even less time. Get out, give her the cane, slowly walking in. It would probably be even more awkward if the car to the garage next to her vehicle, just in terms of the space of all that happening. And thinking, it doesn't seem like enough time. Walking speed could replicate that. What was drop off I moved past Annie and Tommaso, but when Maureen brought that up, it kind of like opened that door for me again, where I just thought, you know, literally the opening of the garage, I thought, wow, I'm picturing my mom doing this. I just don't know if that would be enough time. And even if she did get in, I don't know, there's just something so strange about that. So that caught my attention that she said that.
Well, let's go 11 seconds. So I never timed it, and that was awesome that someone timed it.
Yes.
So 11 seconds it takes to open and close.
11 seconds for that door to open. And that's what Maureen O'Connell observed when she was watching the live feed the other day when that SUV pulled in. She saw the garage door open. I don't know if that showed on your feed or if she was watching a different feed, but she said she watched it open and she counted.
Close too, correct?
Yeah, so it would take 11 seconds to close as well.
So that's 22 seconds. You still have, what, a minute and 38?
But you have to think about the things that would have to happen in that. So they get there. The garage door opens if she's got the remote control in her purse. So she'd have to, like fumble for it, get it out wherever it is, or maybe Tommaso has had it on his visor. I don't know, who knows where it was.
Here's another thing I just want to point out, that some of the people that I personally saw go over to that garage went into the top left corner and fiddled with something and the door would open.
Okay, so then
keypad, some sort of manual lever, something. It was in the left corner, the top left corner facing the garage. They'd get out of their vehicle, they'd go over there and do something with their hands in that corner, and then the garage door would open.
Yeah, it just seems like the time to fumble with however they're opening that door, whether they have the transponder in the car or he's got to get out, he's got to, do something, the keypad on the door, whatever is on the actual door frame to get it open. But all of that starts eating up time in that 2-minute window that they gave us for the timestamps. And I'm just picturing this 84-year-old woman who, walking, having her door opened for her, getting out, getting her cane, getting her feet on the ground and just kind of like getting her balance and then slowly walking in. I just don't know if that's enough time for that. When Maureen O'Connell mentioned that, I totally put Annie and Tommaso, okay, they're cleared. I'm not going to think about them anymore. But when she observed that, I don't know, it just opened a new door, so to speak, just to think like, well, what was that like? That just seems really strange. Or at least something to look into. Like, could she, with her walking speed, with everything, like, would that be enough time? I was even thinking, like, get one of her friends who would know how she would act in that situation to like recreate that. How quickly could she get into the house before that door starts to close again?
With that being said, I mean, have we ever seen a video of Nancy walking recently? Yeah. I mean, I haven't.
No,
it would be interesting to see how her mobility really is.
Yeah, I think in Savannah's Today Show clip, the mom is like sitting at a table in a restaurant. That's a great question. Does someone have video of Nancy walking?
I mean, she walks out to the, she don't walk around the neighborhood, but I'm told she walks up.
I was thinking about, did she have a home health aide every day who would do basic things like that? Like
neighbors have confirmed with me they've seen her at her mailbox getting her mail.
Okay. Like, how could she be? I'm just thinking of an elderly lady. If Annie and Tommaso, they had some kind of SUV or some kind of, like just getting down from like sitting at a height, like getting down back your feet on the ground. All of that can be really difficult at that age, depending on what condition she's in. But if we've been told she uses a cane, I would just think that getting out of the car piece would eat up time.
It would eat up. I would think it would eat up a lot of time. It's not easy. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, I guess if you're in a rush, anyone can do something. But you know, and then also, you know, it's dark out there. You know, I don't know if there's a garage in the garage, if the light's on in the garage once the door goes open, you know, the lighting and everything like that. You would think, because they arrived at dark and it's pitch black out there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just I'm so glad that Maureen O'Connell made this observation, because it literally I almost sat and thought about this for the rest of the day about that garage door, and I'm just trying to picture her. I don't know what kind of car Annie and Tommaso drive. For some reason I thought it was an SUV, but I have really no idea if it's like a Subaru Outback. I don't know. But an elderly person getting out of any kind of car, like, you know, I would assume that her door would be open for her. Her cane would have to be taken out of the back or taken out of the back seat and given to her. She'd have to twist her body, you know, to turn, put her feet down, get her balance, stand up, get her balance again, and then start walking. Is that physically possible in that amount of time?
Also, you know, everyone's saying her vehicle in the chat. It's a Honda. They had a Honda.
Okay. But even getting from getting from a high spot, getting from a low spot for an elderly person, you know, that takes effort. You know what I mean? It's not like it's a power assist chair that's going to turn for, you know what I mean? Like, it just physically, and again, I'm just going by my experience with my own mom. You know, when I would take her to the grocery store, like, you know, just helping her get out of the car, it was a process. So that's just that was my first point that I wanted to put out there. My second one is, again, my elderly parents lived independently, and they had a lot of home health aides. And
parents, like, they live together, like two people living together?
Yeah. So my parents lived together, and both of them had health issues. They refused to go into a nursing home. They wanted to live independently. They had the means to do so, and they also had these health aides that would come in. It was more for my dad at first, but then my mom, after my dad passed, then my mom had these health aides too. So one thing I noticed is that, so they lived in another, and then I live in Maine. They did not live in Maine. They lived a few states over. And so I would see them about every 6 weeks. But what I found over time is that I did feel that the home health aides definitely had a very close / possibly like inappropriately close relationship with my parents. Their age, they were a little bit younger than me. And I felt that they were almost viewing my parents as like their parents. It was a very, very close, like one home health aide.
Because they're there all day and they just feel like they're part of the family.
I think that they felt that, like, I wasn't doing enough, or I wasn't there. Like, I didn't move to be with my parents. Like, they were living independently. I lived, you know, in a different state. And one home health aide would come in the morning, would get my dad up, you know, get him all, you know, freshened up for the day. And then she would eat breakfast with my parents. Like, my mom would make her breakfast, and they would sit down and eat breakfast together, which on the one hand, how nice is that? You know, like, that kind of company. But I did feel over time that little things were said to me when I was visiting that made me feel like, oh, you think you know my parents better than me, or like just weird things, like they would bring their family over to meet my parents. And I just thought, and I kept thinking, this is so nice, you know, this is so nice that they have these very like family friendly people. But on the other hand, this might make me sound like I don't know, a horrible daughter. But on the other hand, I was just thinking, like, yeah, but they're not your parents. Like, you know, have some boundaries here. So then that's all my own baggage. But anyway, bringing this back to Nancy, that I just kept thinking about her home health aides, because that comment has been made about Nancy, like, being at a pharmacy with one of the health aides, like picking up her medications. And I was just thinking about this home health aide based on the health aides I've come in contact with in the past. And I'm just thinking, wanted to gossip with people in her own circle, like, like I work for Nancy Guthrie, Savannah's mom.
You're raising great points. Yeah.
You wouldn't believe it. Her daughter's, you think Savannah hasn't been there in years, and Annie, just sees her once a week, even though she lives 2 miles away. But if they start gossiping to the people in their circles, and this could even go down to the gardener and the pool guy, you don't know what they're saying to the people in their circles. Like, oh, this poor little lady, she's Savannah Guthrie's mom. She lives all alone. Her daughters are so terrible. They won't even pay for a proper security system for her. We don't know what those home health aides saw, what their opinions were, and who they talked to.
Or even any worker at that home. Any
worker, but especially, I just feel, and again, this is just coming from my own experience. I just feel that some of the home health aides, they have such an intimate look at the person they're caring for in so many different ways. Like, oh, have you talked to Savannah lately? Oh, no. I'll probably see her again in a few months, or I'll hear from her. They know such fine details about the person, because as they're helping the person get ready for the day, as they're, she might have a cleaning lady, as they're doing that stuff, they're chatting away. And again, on the one level, it's so nice, to have company like that. But at the same time, if the person shares that information, because with someone in their circles who might be like, oh, she lives there all alone, she doesn't have a security system, her daughters never talk to her, it's just, there could be some really, I don't know, just kind of motivating things that could be said to the wrong person.
Well, I mean, one thing, yeah, exactly. And, that, let me just touch on that. I mean, she could have talked about, or I'm just saying what you're saying with any worker. They could have had conversations with somebody a year ago about this, 6 months ago. Doesn't necessarily mean now newer or anything like this. It could have had a conversation 2 years and somebody just like, oh, interesting.
Yes, and I think this goes to the fact that just based on this whole thing, whoever did this, I believe, knew that she did not have a security system. We heard the security system being tested the other day with that very loud, the pulsating siren that went off. Yeah. And I believe that whoever did this knew that was not going to happen. However, they entered this house.
Even the sophisticated burglary rings that are out there, or burglary rings or burglars, they scan around and see if there's security beforehand,
Yeah.
It's just so, in this day and age, it's so risky just to go into someone's home, on the whim.
Yeah.
And pray that there's no security or try to disable it at the last second. It's just, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Anyway,
well,
those are my points.
No, thank you very much. Thank you, Jacqueline, in Maine. And we'll see what happens. We'll end up seeing who did this, hopefully soon.
Yes. All right. And you can feel free to block my number, and I promise not to call.
Oh, no, you're good. Thanks for the time. Be safe in there in Maine.
Yeah,
thank you.
Bye-bye. Yeah, bye-bye.
All right. Jacqueline from Maine. Who's next? I want to talk. I would like to make a plea for the kidnapper, Cassie says. Oh, Cassie wants to make a personal plea to the kidnapper. Cassie, I'm going to bring you in, Cassie. Thanks for reaching out. Cassie's up. Cassie has something to say to the kidnapper. All right, Cassie. You're up.
Hello.
Hi, Cassie. JLR Investigates.
Hi there. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you fine and well. Welcome aboard.
Thank you. I've been watching you since Gabby Petito.
Oh, Gabby Petito. Yeah, it's been a long time. 2021.
Yes. Now, my voice sounds young, but I'm 63 years old, so don't let it fool you, okay?
All right, Cassie. What do you have to say to the kidnapper?
Okay, now some of it might sound bizarre, but I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the kidnapper, okay?
Go for it.
All right, now. Please make someone in your family a hero Or some people don't have a very good family. Some people, he may be thinking, I'm not going to make somebody like that a hero after what they did to me. Okay, don't make somebody in your family. I'm sure you had a crush on somebody that you never got to go out with. I'm sure you had someone that you always admired in your life. Make them the hero. All you have to do, let them know where Nancy is. And let them get the reward. And they will remember you not as a hatred person. But after they collect the reward, they might even put money on your books to keep you going. And I'm not even saying you'll get caught. You can go run to the highest hills. You can go run to another country, whatever. Just let somebody be a hero and collect the reward and find out where Nancy is. Nobody has to say your name. Just find Nancy. Let somebody know where she is, just so the family can have her back. That's all.
Oh, I appreciate that. That's a plea to the kidnapper, right, Cassie?
That's right.
Thank you for the call.
Thank you so much.
You take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, Cassie has a plea to the kidnapper or kidnapper's family. You know, let the family collect the reward of the kidnapper. I have a list of things I want to talk about, Leslie says. We're taking callers this morning. Leslie from Virginia. Leslie from Virginia. You're up. You're the next contestant on JLR Investigates. I don't know. Contestant? I don't know. But Leslie.
Hi. If you record your name and reason for calling, I'll see if this person is available.
Hello, JLR Investigates looking for Leslie, please.
Thanks, Leslie. Please stay on the line.
Hello?
Good morning, Leslie. JLR Investigates.
Good morning. So I made a list.
You have a list. What kind of list you got?
Do you watch the interview?
Do I watch what?
The interview room?
I'm familiar with the interview room. That's actually one of very few channels I check out. Chris McDonough, nice guy.
Well, they have the court documents from the guy who did the fake ransom.
Oh.
And the only two people that he called was Annie and Tommaso.
Yeah, that would be Derek Kalala.
The only people he texts were those two, not Cameron or Savannah.
Even the 9 second call?
And the 9 second call. Well, the 9 second call. But he only texts those two, and the text was something like, "Did you get the Bitcoin yet?"
Yeah, it was weird.
So that doesn't sound like somebody like fake ransoming.
What does it sound like to you?
He wants to know, did this little plan we came up with, did anybody pay the Bitcoin yet?
So you think this Derek Kalala guy, even though he's from Los Angeles, could have some sort of connection with Annie and Tommaso, as if they're all working like a conspiracy? Is that what you're saying?
Well, it's just strange.
this made the most sense and nobody's ever said it. Like, people are doing the time things of like 41 minutes. But what if the people went in front of the camera and then waited somewhere to see if an alarm or police or anything were going to come?
That's something,
And
you
then
know. Well, that's a good point too. Sometimes burglars do that. Sometimes burglars will go to a location and mess around and fiddle around and fall back, see if anyone responds. And if no one responds, they make their move. Sometimes burglars break into homes. I've read court documents all the time, and I know this. Hearing convictions of people, sometimes burglars will go to a location. Even I've heard schemes, you know, where burglars will go to a home and look for mail in the mailbox. You know, obviously, if there's mail in the mailbox, they feel like the person's not home. And I've heard other times where burglars will work with somebody and time it at the same time. And if the doors are locked, they'll go bring like something to break the window, and they'll tell the other person, start honking your horn down the road. And while you're honking the horn, I'll bust out the window. So the horn will overtake the brake, and then they'll leave and they'll just fall back and wait. And if nobody comes within a half hour, then they know no one heard the window break, and they just go in the window. I'm just saying that, but there was no breaking. I'm just saying burglars have all types of tactics and ways to do things. If it was a burglar, somebody creeping into somebody's house, there's all types of ways and sneaky ways that these people operate. But it's possible, yeah, they could mess with the cameras and then fall back.
Because they keep saying they were inside 41 minutes, but there's no saying that they were inside there for 41 minutes.
Yeah, they could have done that and then fall back for 20 minutes and just waited around, and then go in and make the move, right?
Right.
A lot of unknowns. It's just a lot of unknowns here. I mean, with lack of information, we can only use our imagination and speculate, Leslie.
Right. And this is my last thing. I won't keep you long. Maureen, that FBI agent, is watching your stream. She mentioned you on the Megyn Kelly podcast.
Nice. Yes, we love the Megyn Kelly podcast. Big supporter of Megyn Kelly, for sure.
All right. Well, have a good day, and thank you.
No, thanks for your time. Be safe out there.
All right.
Take care. Bye-bye. She raises some interesting points, you know. 40 minutes doesn't necessarily mean they were in the house for 40 minutes. They could have been around the house, outside the house, somewhere nearby for 40 minutes. Tracy says she's a registered nurse. I want to talk about the pacemaker. Registered nurse. Registered nurse. We got to get a registered nurse. All right. Gonna get you in. Registered nurse. Keep the conversation going. Hello, registered nurse Tracy.
Hi, JLR.
Hello. Welcome aboard.
So, sorry, on the iPhones, if you're not in my contact list, it doesn't even show that you called. So I apologize for not taking
I called you before.
You did.
Oh, okay. Welcome.
So I wanted to discuss a few things on the pacemaker. So a pacemaker is implanted and it's set at, let's say, a specific rate. Let's say rate of 60. So if a patient's heart rate falls below 60, that's going to notify that pacemaker, and that pacemaker is going to fire signals to make that heartbeat go above 60. Now, if a patient passes away, it's not, if it doesn't signal blood flow to the heart and the CO2 rises, then that pacemaker is going to shut down. So if they're thinking that they're going to find a pacemaker and it's still functioning, it's not still functioning. Because if she's passed away, now if she's still alive, then it could possibly sense that pacemaker. But with these sniffer things that they're saying about, they're not going to find her with that sniffer whatever.
You don't think so?
No.
Well, why did they try? Like, why did they even do it?
I think they were trying to appease us.
So you think it's all show, like a show?
A helicopter can't fly 300 feet above ground. period.
Gotcha. So you're saying 300 feet? Is that as far as ways you could possibly be? What's the farthest you could be to sink it? Like, our chat, it's Be Real, our chat. Many people still feel like, you know, these people could be involved in some way. I don't know. But for me, you know, I've, you know, respected what the sheriff has said and put out there. For me, it's like, okay, you want to believe the sheriff, and you know, since they've been publicly cleared, I haven't live streamed over there. My focus is just staying away from them.
I understand.
You know, so, but again, you know, other people feel otherwise. You know, maybe when this is all done, you know, they'll come out and set the record straight, or maybe they will give a press conference. You know, do I encourage anyone to go out there and hang out at the school where Tommaso lives? Personally, no. People told us at the time before they were cleared, hey, go up to school and check it out. People have actually came to me on my feeds and said there's all types of buildings and white vans near the school and everything like that. But I just personally chose not to go up there and film a school and film, you know, what's going on out there. But I get what you're saying. So pretty much what you're saying here is you still think Tommaso or Annie could be involved here.
I don't know.
You don't know.
If you asked me 2 weeks ago, I would say yes.
Mm-hmm.
But this will be my last question to you.
Sure.
The first ransom note came out February 3rd. Nancy was reported February 1st.
I think the ransom came out on the late evening, the 2nd into the 3rd.
Okay.
Sometime into the night into the 3rd.
Derek Kalila got a hold of either Annie or Tommaso by phone, correct?
Days later, yes.
It's tough for me to understand because
Annie
Tommaso
and
is a
Tommaso
school
have their
teacher,
phone
and they had 30
they were
days to
being
check him out.
questioned by the authorities when they take their devices.
So you would think in 30 days with the
And this
FBI
is
checking
just
him
a
out,
day or two later.
but
How
I
did
could
they
be
have
wrong.
their phone to get those phone calls? Did they not take
Yeah,
their
that's true.
devices
They did
and
mess
check
up the
them?
case in the beginning.
It's a great question. That's a great question. No. Now that's a good question because they had their vehicle seized, right? Or their vehicle seized. You would think that someone closest would, whether it's consent or not, have at least the closest people around to proven otherwise, at least their devices seized to analyze to a T. Can you extract the stuff without seizing? But I get what you're saying. You're saying that maybe law enforcement had their phones and intercepted Derek, you know, texting them, and law enforcement had access to the phone.
Yep, that's the next thing I was going to say. And maybe law enforcement did have it and got that call and relayed that to them. So I'm just putting some things out there.
You raise a good point there. I mean, because you would think, because, you know, sheriff's not publicly clearing them to weeks later. However, sheriff speaks to media and says, well, I had them cleared within days. But in order to clear somebody fully clear, you would think, particularly last people was with somebody, you would take their phones and do whatever you have to do in the investigative aspect to officially like clear them. Right. You know, by analyzing the phones, their call logs, their call details, everything, you know.
And they still have her car, and it's been 3 weeks, but they gave her phone back in a day.
You raise a great point.
That's just that's what I'm getting. Jay is so freaking smart. I mean, and she researches everything. So she would not report on that house being up for sale if she didn't go search it online herself.
So the Derek Kalila guy gets arrested. What was it, on a Wednesday or Thursday? It's one of those days. I don't think it was Tuesday. I think it was Wednesday or Thursday. If anyone knows that in the chat offhand.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
So they receive a text from Annie and Tommaso, but say hypothetically Annie and Tommaso have their phones in their possession.
Right. That's my. I mean, the sheriff can say whatever he wants. I do not believe one iota of what he's telling us publicly. there is something deeper going on than Annie or Nancy just being abducted. There is something deeper, political or a ring or something. I don't know. Those are just my questions.
A lot of people always say go back and review the timeline and stuff like that. And, you know, with what we've learned today, just for a fresh look again, and maybe we'll do that over time of what has been put out there, the timeline, the chain of events. Because sometimes like a new, I don't know. It's sometimes you do these with these mystery cases. You go back to every single interview and you just put it. Now that what we know where we're at now, you just go back and start over again. And you'd be surprised. Something might stick out.
Jay made up a timeline, and she, let us all go review it last night. So this girl is on the ball. She is looking at everything, every source, anything she can find about the family. This girl has been on it. So thank you, Jay, for all you do and for getting the facts to us. And I just know you hadn't probably known about that house being up for sale for a brief time. And we talked about it in Jay's chat, and that's what we came up with. Maybe the kids got together and say, hey, if you would move with Mom, we'll help you buy this house so that at least one of us kids are close to her. And she obviously, Annie or Nancy, Savannah has a job that she can't move. Her brother has a job that he can't move, and Annie is kind of independent, where she's more free. I don't know.
Appreciate your time. Thanks for provoking thought, and you do raise some interesting questions.
Yep, and talk to Jay. She's got all the deets for you. She's got the mods, JLR.
All right. Thanks for your time, Tracy.
Bye-bye.
Take care. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're still here. Nancy Guthrie case. Where is Nancy? We're out in front of the KVOA station of Savannah, who has he was an anchor here. And this is the Bring Nancy Home banner. We're just taking calls from people and bringing awareness to this case until we get some more information about what's going on. Bring Nancy home. I'm looking behind me in this alley to make sure. See, there's a lot of people creeping up behind me and with trash bags and everything like that. Got to stay vigilant. Definitely got to stay vigilant. Anybody else want to chat? We got any experts of anything? Experts? Wait a second. See? People have actually sent me screenshots about the house being listed. It looks like the house was listed in October of 2024. According to records, price history. It looks like the house was listed. People are sending me the receipts. October of 2024. Now, does that have anything to do with anything? Who knows? Just heard from Alex here. All right, we got a searcher that searches in Arizona. Spoken to her before, but she doesn't want to give her name. She likes to remain anonymous, but she is works with SAR and everything in the area. I'm going to give her a call right now. She wants to talk on live. We'll just call her anonymous. We're going to get her in here.
Hello. Please state your name after the tone, and Google Voice will try to connect you.
JLR investigates. Wait and see. This was just passed over to me. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, Taylor. How are you doing?
Hi. I'm doing great. So you and I met before, right? Am I talking to the same person we met before?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to keep you anonymous. That's your request, correct?
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So I kind of have a list of things that I kind of wanted to throw at you.
Well, just share with the audience. Just share what you do. You do search and rescue in Arizona, correct?
I do. I've been doing this many, many years. And it's just something that I have a calling for. I'm very experienced with it, search and rescue as well as recovery. I've done cases all over Arizona. And this one, my organization was not actually brought in to help with, but it was something that I said, hey, I will volunteer to do kind of on the side. So there's a couple of things that I wanted to just run by you and kind of pick your brain, as well as maybe say, hey, this is something that you might not be aware of. So I'm just going to kind of go down my list. I hope we have good connection. And then you just stop me at any time if, something comes up, if you need to run.
Go for it.
So I kind of want to go back to Carlos. And one of the things was that he mentioned that the search warrant in the very beginning, when he did an interview, he mentioned that the search warrant for his home, it included Nancy's medical equipment, and Nancy's medication.
Oh.
Later on, when his lawyer came on, when he lawyered up, his lawyer now states that the search warrant is a sealed document. They cannot access this. However, in the very beginning, there was media that spoke to Carlos, and he did have knowledge of this actual document and stated on media that those items were on that search warrant.
Say those items again.
It was for Nancy's medical equipment and medication.
Well, why would they look for Nancy's medical equipment in a search warrant? Did somebody take Nancy's medical equipment?
So what I'm kind of thinking is maybe it's something like a cane. Maybe it's something like hearing aids. I know that it's been put out there that she wears hearing aids. So hearing aids could also be medical equipment or medical device. So that was kind of interesting to me that his lawyer came out and said, hey, that was sealed. We don't have that, yada, yada, yada. When Carlos, it is out there. There are recordings of him talking to other media saying, hey, this is what I saw that they were looking for. So I just wanted to bring that out there because that to me, I feel like Carlos did see that search warrant. He was more knowledgeable than probably the lawyer that was brought on later. So I think that in that search warrant, it did include Nancy's medical equipment and medication. So that's something new that I haven't heard people talk about. Or kind of.
Okay, so say medication too. Then are they saying that the medication is not? They hadn't found Nancy's medication in the house, and somebody might have her medication.
I think that when they do the search warrant, there has to be enough probable cause for the judge to sign off on it. And maybe they were leaning towards, hey, that aspect. Again, they're not telling us 100%, hey, this was missing. They haven't come out and said, hey, her medication's missing. But I just wanted to throw that out there because that was something that I noticed, from that event, from that chaos, was that Carlos, before he lawyered up, it was the night that all that went down. There was a lot of media at his house, and he did come out and say that that was what that search warrant had stated. So now the lawyer's saying, hey, it's sealed, blah, blah, blah. Okay, they don't want to actually say what the search warrant entailed. And that's for another, that's for another time. But in the very beginning, Carlos did mention that the search warrant said Nancy's medical equipment and medication.
Gotcha.
Okay. So that's something. The other thing, I'm going to kind of go down my list. Kayla did, and I want to be very clear on this to a lot of people. I think there's a lot of misinformation. There was a lot of, people researching this. She is not the granddaughter or the daughter to any of Nancy's kids.
Okay.
Kayla Day is not related to the Guthrie family. However, that being said, I do believe that at some point, Kayla's biological father was married to a Guthrie at an earlier time. Now, that person that he married has absolutely no link to this Guthrie family tree other than it's a coincidence in the last name. I have not been able to find any type of connection other than like saying, hey, they have the same last name and that person has the same last name. I cannot find any link, any family, tree saying, hey, this was a distant cousin, nothing of that sort. So I just wanted to be very clear on that.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing is people are saying that Kayla's family owns, an excavation company out of, one of the smaller towns. That information is also incorrect. Her family does not own an excavation company. She has distant relatives that, own a company. However, that is not her family. That's not her parents. That's not her dad or anything like that. So I just wanted to clear kind of that rumor up. I have not found any link between Nancy Guthrie and Kayla Day or Kayla Day's father being married to a Guthrie, other than just coincidence of that last name.
Gotcha. What else? Anything else?
Yeah, I got a lot to go.
Well, you're some people in the chat are like, Carlos has been cleared. Move on, but he hasn't been cleared. But it's just interesting of what, and following this case, what brought authorities to a guy that lives in Rio Rico to even do what they did to him. I mean, it's pretty crazy what happened to him. I shared a video on X today of literally them, going through his entire back hatchback of his vehicle and tearing it apart on the side of the road, just to do that to somebody is crazy. Unless there's something of something.
I'm definitely not going back and saying, hey, Carlos, what I'm doing is I'm saying, hey, this is what they're looking for in the search warrant. So definitely not going back on the Carlos thing.
Yeah, not to cut you off on one more thing. So that might be a common theme for future search warrants on somebody. Nancy's medical equipment, Nancy's medication. That's what's in these search warrants.
Yes. And I will kind of give you an insight in why I think they were looking into Carlos. And so let me just go down this list real quick. But the other thing I wanted to bring up was I think that the timeline is incorrect. And I know a lot of people are stating, oh, he could have been in the house 20 to 30 minutes. In my opinion, I don't believe that they were in the house that long. I believe that they were possibly in the backyard disabling cameras, disabling floodlights. And I also believe that during that time that whoever did this sustained some type of injury. And I will tell you why. It looks like he has some type of injury to his right wrist, broken hand, or an injury to his right leg. And in my, theory, I would say that it's either from falling from a wall or falling from a chair while trying to disable the cameras. If you look closely at the footage that was released, you can see where he's very immobile in the right hand. It's kind of curled in, and he also babies the right leg, which would make me think that if he fell over onto that side and sustained an injury.
And you think it might have been doing something with the floodlights?
Or the camera, or, it's dark, so maybe he tripped over something. If you look closely at the footage.
Maybe the broken sprinkler, maybe the big busted sprinkler in front of their house that shoots up water.
Yeah, if you look closely at the camera footage, and this is like getting really like specific, but if you freeze the camera footage, you can see some type of dirt, soil, debris on the actual glove on that right hand, which looks like, maybe like if a gardener stuck their hand in soil, that's what that glove would look like.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking that this person, whoever did this, had some type of injury to their right side, whether it's a sprained wrist, a broken hand, or an injury to the right side of his leg or his knee.
Do you think that which would require future medical attention?
Something like that, yeah. Well, I think where, somebody would say, hey, what happened? Somebody walked in and is like, well, what happened to your hand? What happened to your knee? Why are you limping? Why are you hunched over? Why are you not moving, having the range of motion that you normally have? I think that would be noticeable. So that's something I also wanted to touch on.
So could that be a way? Could that be a way for investigators if the perp, got an injury in the course of doing this and got medical treatment? That would be a way to track down who the perp could be, right? Local doctors, hospitals, and find out if anyone came with an injury to those type of, the body parts.
Yeah, specifically to the right side. You can see in the video where he doesn't want to actually bend his knee. And there are a lot of people that say, well, he had on a lot of clothes. Well, he was 3-layered. Okay. Or he had sustained an injury and he actually couldn't bend that knee, or he couldn't use that hand. That's just kind of something I wanted to throw out there, because you can see in the footage that he has a limited, range of motion, and that he favors one side. The other thing I wanted to throw out there is that the garage, and I know a lot of people are talking about the garage and the timing. The newer garage door openers, LiftMaster, Chamberlain, Genie, these, those are the most popular garage door openers. These devices, the newer devices, okay, they can be programmed to close after a set amount of minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So it could be possible that whoever opened the garage door didn't actually activate to close the garage door. They're just set to close after a minute, 2 minutes, all the way up to 99 minutes. That's something that I think the garage company could actually look at. The garage door openers do have control boards inside them that you can download data from, and you can actually see timestamps of when they were activated, how it was activated, whether it was by remote, by a wall button, or by an outside keypad. We also have to kind of think outside the box that garage doors are able to be lifted manually. Every garage door has to have some type of manual rope inside them that you can pull on, and that garage door can be opened and closed manually. It can
From
be
the
attached.
from the inside.
From the inside, yes. There is a law that garage door openers do have to have that safety rope installed. Now, some people that install their own garage door openers tend not to put them on because it kind of looks weird with the red rope hanging down. But it is something that the garage door openers are required when they're manufactured. They have to come with that safety rope attached.
Yeah.
So not everybody installs them. If it's a LiftMaster, if it's a Chamberlain, if it's a Genie, those units tend to come with those features and on them. So another possibility is that the door was opened and closed manually. I personally think that that the back door was either left unlocked, or that the lock could have been picked, or that it could have been easily penetrated. If it's a deadbolt, those are harder to get in. If it's a single lock, those are usually easier to penetrate. So I personally didn't see damage to the back door on any of the footage. So I think that we circle back to around to the door being unlocked or just being, being pushed in or picked.
Picked. Yeah, we don't.
Yeah, I do want to bring up something else, and this is something that I think I kind of poked around with you a little bit. There's an assumption, okay, and I'm going to say assumption because while I was out doing my own thing and talking to people, I want to say agents, and I won't say FBI, or it could have been, Pima County. They were looking for a phone on the property near Annie and Tomas.
A phone. How do you know this?
And some of the neighbors relayed that the agents were not only looking for Nancy or belongings to Nancy, but they were also looking for a phone or for an electronic device.
How do you know this? They told you, neighbors?
Yes. This was statements made from neighbors in her surrounding area. There was a day where a bunch of agents went door to door and they were scouring. They were looking all over the ground. They were going in people's RVs. They were in and out of, different places. And so some of the neighbors relayed that the agents were not only looking for belongings to Nancy or Nancy, but they were looking for a phone or an electronic device. I will say that there is some type of background noise, and I haven't been able to confirm this, but the background, on the back end, it's indicating that they're looking for a possible burner phone.
Burner phone.
Which is a phone that, isn't registered to anybody. You can pick it up kind of like at a gas station, or you could pick it up at like a Dollar Tree, activate it using a prepaid card, and there's really like no link to you kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So that's background noise. I just wanted to bring that up because I think that also circles back around to how Carlos got pulled into this. I think that Carlos possibly had some type of device that might have pinged or alerted, and it's not a device that, he has registered. It's just one of those, kind of, they call them throwaway phones. You just activate them, you use them for a couple months. If it gets lost, it was like $20 phone. And I think that is possibly how Carlos might have been dragged into this.
Well, if you're looking for a burner phone in the neighborhood, say, and neighbors, you're saying neighbors told you that, like, or just a phone. You're looking for a phone.
Mm-hmm.
If they're looking around in that area, don't you think they would have been able to ping a burner phone too, even any number with the cast?
I don't know how that type of technology works when they're burner phones. I don't know how, and it's kind of weird because I don't want to say like, this is something you should use for crime, but I think it makes it harder to ping. I think it makes it harder to, triangulate the location of a burner phone because they're actually tied to, they're not tied to anything. There's certain networks that they do go off of. So I really don't know the answer for that. I think that if it's a burner phone, it does make it harder for them to, you know, to track. And I think that people that do, you know, especially in this area when I do search and rescue, it's not uncommon to come across some type of backpack or something left behind with an old phone, because it's used by, you know, people that are out in the desert, or you know, people that are bringing stuff over into the United States. So it's, you know, they are hard to track. So that's something that I wanted to throw out there.
Anything else?
I have one more thing, and it's probably something that it sounds like maybe it's getting a little bit dragged out. There's a lot of people with knowledge on how a pacemaker works.
Mm-hmm.
My grandma's 94 years old. She has a pacemaker. There's Medtronic. There's the Boston Scientific. I just want to say that based on my knowledge, these devices usually have a set upload. Okay, they upload at a certain time. Usually it's between like midnight and 4 o'clock in the morning. When you're experiencing something like a heart rate spike or an abnormality in your rhythm, or the battery is, you know, going low, anything like that, it's not meant to send an alert right away to the doctor or wherever you are. What it does is it stores that information, and then it will upload that information when it sets its next data log.
Yeah,
So
we were kind of told that like a day later,
yeah,
or a certain time.
Yeah. So a lot of people are like, "Wow, this is a consistent monitoring system," and it's really not. It's a very low energy radio frequency that you have to be next to your device. Now, sometimes they put little devices by the bed, or you can have a cell phone that it uploads to. But it's not something that, you know, if let's say I had a pacemaker and I went into cardiac arrest, as I'm going into cardiac arrest, it's not going to upload that to my cardiologist and say, hey, this person's in distress. It would do that at a later time when that monitor and the pacemaker sync and that data becomes available. So I just wanted to kind of clear that up. There was, you know, a lot that I kind of threw at you, and I just wanted to kind of pick your brain and say, hey, I don't think it's a time, you know, to capitulate. I don't think it's a time to say, hey, it's done. We're not going to get answers. I'm praying for the family. I'm praying for everybody that's, you know, searching and trying to get answers. And I think that, and I have told you this before, I think that the answers are going to be in starting kind of over from the beginning and looking at this with fresh eyes. And I think that the answer will be there.
Well, I appreciate your time. You have my number. Stay in touch. If you know anything else you want to add, text me and let me know. I'll keep you. You're referred to the anonymous searcher. You have been here. I've seen you here. I've seen you do searches. I've seen you talking to people. So thanks for stopping by, and thank you for what you do.
Yes, stay hydrated out there. It's supposed to warm up. Lots of electrolytes. And so I just want to make sure that you know that, because you can become dehydrated very quickly, and then that wouldn't be a good thing. So lots of electrolytes. Take care, and if anything comes up, I will reach out.
All right, we'll talk soon. Thank you.
Thanks. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
You too. Bye-bye. All right. So I got 857 Tucson. What's going on, 857?
Well, I think I put a little pressure on some posts about they need to release something. You know, like I was thinking, if they could release another piece of information that the public. So what do you think would be something that they could release that might help? One of them was, do they think it's someone in Tucson, or is it someone should we be looking at out of Arizona? You know, I mean, they don't even say where or who, or, you know. So those are just, I think, that's why so many people have different theories, is because they're so silent. Is that because they have somebody or a group they're watching? They're just waiting to build, like you were saying, build the case? Or do they have nothing and they're literally looking? So that's where, as far as new information, I've heard it all. You know, everybody, you know, keeps going back to different things that have been cleared allegedly. We got, you know, the Rio Rico incident. So I think what I was listening on the way over is maybe some of these people who are really organized, they can go back from day one. And like you said, go through each piece of evidence, that first interview or press conference with Nanos, listen to the words he says, his body language. He gives a lot out on his body language. The other thing is, maybe let's pull up the suspect video again. Let's look at that, how he moves. I think somebody's seen that walk. So that's kind of where I'm at with having the public help, because they're the ones that are in there sleuthing. We don't have computers, we can't really. So that's what, to everyone listening, go back, even though everybody, there's so many things to look at over 28 days, and see if, like she said, and I think you said it, is maybe you can pull things out once you zoom out, they call it, because right now we're zoomed in. We can zoom out and then regroup with some different stupid simple theories, or the conspiracy theories. I don't know, what do you think? Is it stupid simple criminal, or is it some big conspiracy?
I think no, I think there's some sophistication here, because they were able to avoid authorities right now. Authorities don't got the perp.
Yeah.
Personally, we got a guy named Carl that wants to speak, that does podcasts. Carl, I'm gonna give you a call. We'll talk. We're just taking calls today. We're just kind of seeing what's going on. There's nothing going on at Nancy Guthrie's home, so this might be the new spot we station here.
Jim's out.
Jim's out and about, huh?
Yeah, he's looking for a getaway car, possibly.
All right, Carl.
Hey, JLR, this is Carl. How are you?
I'm great, Carl. Thank you. How are you?
Good. So I do podcasts since COVID hit. I was bored at home, got into podcasts. It's called Anything Goes.
Anything
something
goes.
Something I do with my close friends, family, and it branched out to about 5 countries. So it's a lot of fun for me, and that's not really the point for my call. My call is, I don't think Nancy ever made it home.
You don't think Nancy made it home?
No. I think whoever last saw her, which is Tomatoes and Annie, I think they were involved in it. There's no video evidence of her going in and out of that house. All we see is this bogus video of a guy, which I think was done after the fact. And that's my personal opinion. I don't think she ever made it home, and I think somebody knows where she is.
Annie and Tommaso, so it takes you back to Annie and Tommaso.
100%. 100%. It's always usually the last person that's seen that person that's been involved. It's usually a close family member. I do not believe that this was a random burglary in a pitch black neighborhood, like you say, at all. And I do not believe that, it was so random that it was, Savannah Guthrie's mom. Okay.
So almost like it's as simplest as possible to ask people that were with her.
Yep. And right off the bat, Tomatoes was brought into the picture as a suspect. And then all of a sudden he was released. I think somebody released that information too soon. Why had there been no dogs brought into the crime search? That to me tells me they already know something. The blood on the ground is BS in my opinion, because I'm gonna be quite frank with you. I was just outside cleaning. I cut my finger. I could leave some trace blood she lived there for many years, so that blood could just be superficial bullshit, pardon my language. And that's my number one theory. And then I have a second one if you're interested.
Go ahead, shoot it.
Okay. My second theory is well, maybe you don't know this, but Michael Feldman, which is Savannah Guthrie's husband, worked for the Clintons. He was a scrubber. And that guy is all over the Epstein files. This could be on the alternate side of the universe, in my opinion, that maybe this is a way to silence Savannah, get her off the media, so that the Epstein stuff gets swept underneath the proverbial carpet.
Well, you're not the only one with that theory. That has been mentioned a lot. You know, that's what the people think. Some people think this. I mean, let's be real. Some people think that's that type of, you know, motive here and connection.
Yep. And those are my two theories. And I love your coverage, by the way. I almost flew out to Arizona to come hang out with you, but I figured you had enough people up your butt out there. So I love what you do. It entertains me. We literally have you on from start to finish, and we watch that door and we watch everything all day long with you.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. We're just trying to get answers and also hear from the people and, you know, see what investigators do in real time at the surface and go where this goes.
All right, brother. You take care of yourself and you try to have a good Sunday.
Yes, you too.
One question.
Sure, Carl.
Did they ever do the spirit box last night?
They
My wife
have
and I
not.
couldn't find anything.
So the organizers of the Spirit Box just said it's best they don't do this at the time. So they ended up not doing it.
I think that's pretty respectful and pretty smart. Let's get some answers and not put in the supernatural here.
Gotcha. Thanks for the
Take
call,
care, brother.
Carl. Take care. Thanks for the watch.
See ya.
Bye-bye. All right. That's Carl. Epstein, Clintons. I mean, we've been hearing that. That's what some people have said. Some people have said it.
Yeah, no, it's how do you prove that though? How can they? And is there a way they could prove that?
They haven't proven nothing yet. That's the thing is, they haven't proved nothing yet. Nothing at all. Fox News with a report out right now. Better opportunity. Nancy Guthrie's abduction sparks fears over senior safety in affluent communities. The apparent kidnapping of Nancy Guthrie from her Arizona home has rocked the nation, shining a fresh light on concerns about senior citizens' safety in neighborhoods typically considered safe and even affluent throughout the country. The remote desert-like landscape surrounding Nancy Guthrie's home in the Tucson's Catalina foothills provided the 84-year-old with a retirement oasis many elderly Americans also seek in their golden years. The area boasts a median age of 56 years old in that area and home values at $652,000 with a population of about 53,000 people. Additionally, many homes in Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood are situated on an acre of land that are not visible from the road. So it's pretty much that's a place where, you know, seniors seek sanctuary. A lot live there. The median age is in their 50s. Since retirement communities and affluent neighborhoods tend to have a lower crime rate compared to other areas throughout the country, I could suggest the culture within such communities attracts both bad actors looking to take advantage of those who are at least expecting it. Criminals are thinking there's a better opportunity as far as the benefits they can get in a burglary, robbery, or home invasion. Mike Serafacone, a retired NYPD detective and global security firm founder, told Fox News Digital, "You probably have a better opportunity there to get things of more value than you would in a smaller community that's not gated or might be close-knit." In 2024, the violent victimization rate for people over the age of 65 was 7.5 per 1,000 people. 7.5 per 1,000 people, according to statistics by the U.S. Department of Justice. While seniors may flock to popular retirement destinations in affluent neighborhoods, this expert warns the environment could be a potential hotbed for robberies and home burglaries. He specifically points to gated communities serving as an unlikely catalyst for crimes against seniors, noting the culture of part-time residents and revolting security personnel creates lapses in safety. When you go into these gated communities, the residents don't know each other as much. They're more spread out. They're part-time communities. Some people are snowbirds, so they really don't know each other as well, and they don't pay as much attention. He also added the false sense of security cultivated inside gated communities could lead residents to let their guards down. They feel that they don't have to lock their doors. They don't have to worry about things, or nobody's going to bother them, but that's just the opposite. The false sense of security provides criminals with an easy target with gated neighborhoods. She didn't live in a gated neighborhood. She didn't live in a gated neighborhood.
And you know what is interesting is one of the neighbors I talked to, she said that even though it's an HOA, not everybody joins it.
Not everyone joins it.
No, so it's like one of these HOAs where if you don't want to join because it was grandfathered in, newer came. So there might be this house that's in the HOA and this house next door is not the standard. Whoever lives in this area is in the HOA. You have to actually sign up and want to be in it.
But some people with how far they're saying, or people, seniors over their times, though, have been used to never having crime affect them. And they're just like, well, they just don't lock their doors when they should. And then if you live in a safe neighborhood that where you've been living there for 20, 30 years and you haven't heard any incident of any type of person being around, you just get to your normal habit. You don't lock your doors.
Yeah, that definitely happens up in the foothills. But a lot of them also have those professional security systems already going. You heard it go off, and it also alerts the operator, and the operator calls the police right away.
Looking for anyone else that wants to chat. I mean, we have a lot of requests. Yeah, people are sending me. Nancy Guthrie's home was once for sale. It was taken off. Deborah Hill says she got some good info. All right, Deborah Hill. Let's see what kind of info you have. Let's see what type of info you have, Deborah Hill. Deborah Hill, come on in. JLR investigates. Let's listen to Deborah Hill.
Hello, this is Deborah.
Hi, Deborah. JLR investigates. How are you?
Good. How are you, JLR? I finally got a hold of you.
Yes, I saw you reach out to me.
Yes, native from Arizona. I won't give my age, but I've been here over 40 years.
40 years.
And I've seen a lot of different cases, but I've never seen a case like this.
All right. What do you have to say? What's going on? How do you feel about this case?
Well, first off, just because I've followed this from the very beginning and followed you and all the media and YouTube streamers from day one. And what I believe is this is not a random incident. It is not a random crime. It was definitely a targeted crime. Usually burglaries, things like that nature, usually don't go deep into the heart of a neighborhood in a pitch black area. A lot of burglaries even are crimes of opportunity, not even planned ahead of time. And the second thing that I wanted to kind of clear up about the pacemaker, because there's a lot of confusion about the pacemaker, and based on what I've researched about how a pacemaker functions, a pacemaker does not stop, or it doesn't stop working. It doesn't turn off automatically when the heart stops. It actually continues to send electrical signals until the battery inside of it dies, or it's manually deactivated. And it's manually deactivated only through a special programming system and with a medical team, whoever the doctor of the patient is, okay? But basically, if a person passes away, the pacemaker will continue to send electrical signals until the battery dies.
Mm-hmm.
And it keeps sending these impulses until it can't work anymore. Either the battery dies or it's manually stopped. Okay. The device is not designed to recognize when a person has passed away. So if someone passes away, the pacemaker is not going to send information like right immediately that the person has passed away. It will continue to function. Okay, and that's something I've learned about that. Another thing is that I believe a lot of things were mishandled in this case. I did not know much about Sheriff Nanos when this first started.
Mm-hmm.
Although, you know, I'm proud of all of our law enforcement, local, federal, everyone involved in trying to make our community safer. And so, but what I noticed through this was that there was a lot of DNA that was compromised. And with Nanos making some of his decisions, it seemed like that it was kind of a fight between Nanos and the FBI, at least in my opinion. And that DNA that he got and obtained and he sent to the private lab, it was compromised by what he did. However, the technology to separate the DNA strains does exist. Now, whether or not there was enough DNA left over after that DNA was sent to the private lab to be able to forward that DNA then to the FBI, we won't know that because we're not looking at that evidence with the naked eye. Another thing that I have weighed in on too is that I think that strongly the ransom money should have been paid out in week 1. And I do know that Sheriff Nanos discouraged that at one point. And so that's something that would have completely turned this investigation and case into a totally different direction. And also with his control and governance over the search parties and different things, one of the first rules I would say to anyone searching in a search party is that there's no littering. Okay, if you're out there and you have gloves on because you're looking for really important evidence to save a life, you don't take your search gloves off and litter or drop one and just leave it there and say, oh, okay, we're done. And so I'm not sure if that's what went on, but that was an awful lot of gloves that was found after search parties initially went out there. That's based on what I've heard through the news. And also throughout this investigation, there's been a lot of images and videos that have not been released, and many people have brought that up. Information not all released. Even when we've all been watching UJLR and some of the other YouTubers and streamers out there out searching and finding items, these items were not always immediately investigated. Sometimes these items in the searches were not even investigated at all. And I think that's really a shame considering I believe I heard there's over 500 at least in the Pima County Sheriff's Department, if not more. I'm not sure about that, but there's several hundred that could have gone out there and at least picked up the glove that one day, for example, at that bridge. Okay. So those are just some areas that just everything just seemed to get really botched up and unorganized. And I really think Sheriff Nanos should have allowed the Guthrie family to pay the ransom money in week number 1. Another thing too that I've never heard come up, maybe I missed it, is the El Charro Mexican restaurant that Nancy Guthrie liked to eat at. You remember that was featured on the Today Show. And being the Sonoran Mexican food lover that I am, I totally understand how someone living in Arizona since 1985, I believe, would have her favorite restaurant. And the thing about this that's interesting is during the Today Show segment of that, where Savannah visits the El Charro Mexican restaurant, all the camera crews are in there, and all the employees and everyone in there knows who these people are. And some of the employees knew who the Guthrie family was, I'm sure, before that. And so my question would be, why didn't agents go. I didn't hear much about agents going into the El Charro Mexican restaurant and possibly questioning any of the individuals there or the employees there.
How far is the El Charro restaurant from her house, from Nancy's home? Do you know which one? Is it a chain?
No, it's from that one. It's probably 20, 25 minutes, depending on traffic.
20, 25 minutes. No, I was just saying that because maybe we should go check
right
out.
down the street from here.
It's right down the street.
I mean, what we could do.
I just think it's something that I have not heard even brought up.
So you would think that the federal agents and investigators will at least go there to kind of ask anything around or ask.
Well, yes, because Nancy and her family frequented there often, and regular employees that probably have worked there for years back in the kitchen even. So, we're talking about this black nitrile glove that I, as a cook myself, working in the kitchen in different places over the years, know it can also be a kitchen glove. And I thought, well, this is something that should be looked into. And so, and aside from that, I also came across a video. I have not been able to find it since, but I know it's still out there, of a man, a guy about that same time frame on a neighbor's surveillance camera in Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood, walking down like a sidewalk in front of a house with a big, large bundle over his shoulder. And that was around the same time frame as the incident occurred. I don't know what source that came from, but also officials, it's another example of information that officials did not release.
Wow.
Also,
well, I mean, again, like, not to cut you off, but, just the other day learning that there was new surveillance footage of a neighborhood, pretty close to Nancy Guthrie on the other side of Campbell, yet authorities didn't even go there looking for surveillance at all.
Right.
Where it's a possible escape route, considering they have no vehicle. It's a little disturbing to me.
Right. Yes, I agree. And did you happen to hear at all about the Google searches? I know there was at least 7 different Google searches. Listen to this. The first one that came in was something relative, 8 words. What was it? Nancy Guthrie, home address, Catalina Foothills, Tucson, Arizona, something like that. Actually, these Google searches began in June of 2025. And other ones at different times, what is Savannah Guthrie's salary? So from June 2025 to January of 2026, there were at least 7 Google searches performed. And when those IP addresses were traced, they all did come out of the Tucson, Arizona area. So I don't know if you heard about that, but that is something I came over in my research.
I've heard about the Google Trends, particularly January 11th, that has been put out there. I didn't really know dates of the prior, but I've heard that there has been prior ones going back almost a year.
Somebody did say they did check with that restaurant.
How reliable is hold on, Tucson, you said that somebody did check?
Yeah, somebody just messaged me and
they checked or they heard somebody check? We're just trying to find out about the Mexican restaurant.
Agents did go to the restaurant. That's what this
okay.
Agents.
Somebody came on the phone and talked.
So, and then another thing.
But the Google Trends. Well, one more thing, the Google Trends stuff. Let me ask you something. How reliable is that? Do you know? Is that legit or not?
That was something that I believe came out from the Google, their investigation when they announced the initial Google searches that they had found. That was from Google's their investigative department. And then they put that information out there. And somehow it all accumulated from June 2025 to January 2026, all being about Nancy Guthrie, Savannah Guthrie, the house, her income, and all being traced from Tucson, Arizona.
Yeah.
Was that after or before the restaurant video?
Was that before or after the restaurant video? Restaurant video or
That was
Savannah?
before the restaurant video, actually, which I was surprised.
That's exactly, yeah, that's your interesting.
Yes, I was surprised. So, and then another thing that was mentioned too, I don't know if anybody ever heard about this at all, but there was a mention in various places about a blue bedspread that was missing from Nancy's bed.
A blue bedspread.
A blue bedspread, yes.
I never heard that one. Where's that information coming
Well,
from?
and I did not hear it for the longest time until I was watching videos. I did not write down the channels of the videos, but I didn't take it to heart really for the longest time until Savannah mentioned the other day that, oh, she was taken from her bed. And so then I put two and two together that, okay, I heard about this blue bedspread. And it was I don't know if I was in a chat, but I know I also went to some videos to confirm that. I just cannot recall what the videos channels were. As well as that there was blood that was found in her hallway, which would make sense.
But a lot of people in the chat are saying, Deborah, where are you getting this information?
I got the information from YouTube videos, just like we watch you guys.
So are these like people like that? Like, are these people like, who are these people? Like, because there's some things here that, you're saying that, I never heard about any blood inside the house.
Okay, yeah, and I hadn't either, and I came across some information. I'm trying to remember. It was something like unresolved crimes or something like that.
But I wonder where they're getting the information, because that would be like, I would think news reporters that are actually on the ground are, something has been put out that, 'cause I have heard nothing about, blood or anything.
And it kind of reminds me a lot of this case, because on one hand, we get a little bits of information and we really don't really know what to believe. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm just trying to piece it all together. I mean, I even went as far as to speculate, I guess, that there was most likely at least one more person involved in this case. And that person was most likely in a car, probably down the street in a dark area where neighbors couldn't see them. There were trees or something. And he's the driver, he's the lookout. And then you have the perpetrator at the porch, at the property, who gets Nancy out of bed. And I'm sure there was probably a struggle. And then the perpetrator takes her outside and takes her to that car, and they speed away and they leave. And that's what I'm theorizing in that. So as far as what information is what, I mean, I've been looking at all kinds of videos. I've been following everyone, Jazz Gone Live, Tay, Brian Inton, everyone you can think of, and watching all of you search, and just the different areas that there's so much area out there that it's crazy. You've got Mount Lemon. I did research on some of the thickest areas of brush. You've got Push Ridge Wilderness, the Mount Bigelow area. You've got Sabina Canyon, Pima Canyon, all of these areas where there's evidence possibly still out there somewhere. And so whether or not we know, I don't know where all of the sources of information are from. But these are just my theories and just the questions that I had and the concerns.
A lot of unanswered questions, Deborah. Well, I appreciate your time. Thanks for watching, and we'll find out what else comes out.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
JLR.
You have a very blessed day.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, folks. Come on in. JLR Investigates. Any experts in these type of fields? Let's bring Nancy home out front of the station in Tucson. Purple tea water. I always say tea water. Check out the ring footage when Perp just gets to door. Perp has pointed ear. I emailed pics, JLR. Matches as a chopped right ear pointing back. A pointy ear. I'll re-forward that right now, and I'll take a look. Just title it "Pointy Ear." Pointed ear. I like to see this photo of the pointed ear. Pointed ear. Gavin says he wants to talk. Gavin. All right, Gavin, I'm going to put you up in the chat. Gavin. Gavin wants to talk. Let's listen to what Gavin has to say. Welcome aboard, folks. Gavin. All right, come on in, Gavin.
Hey, JLR.
Hi, Gavin. How are you?
Pretty good. How about you?
Fantastic. What do you have to say, Gavin? What's going on?
Well, I think this whole entire case is crazy. But it's wild. I think it's just one person. I think it's actually MS-13. I don't think anyone has brought that up.
MS-13. Why do you think it's MS-13?
Well, MS-13, I mean, it's just a gang, and like, they're not really as smart as the cartel. And like, looking at the footage, it just looks unprofessional. I mean, it just doesn't look like cartel MS-13-ish.
What would they want to do with Nancy? MS-13.
Probably get some ransom off of her. I'm believing the ransom side of it.
MS-13. That's the first time I've heard MS-13. The whole conversation.
But I'm not an expert in crime or anything like that. I just, like, my friend Kylie wanted me to call you and give my thoughts about it. So shout out to her.
All right. Shout out. MS-13. We'll see if MS-13 is responsible for this. Anything else you want to add?
No, sir. You have a good day, Jill.
No, you take care. Thanks for watching from Florida. MS-13. Anybody think it's MS-13? Eyes in the Skies puts out these big alerts and says, JLR just lied about bedsheet information. I never said anything about bedsheet information. I'm letting people share theories and whatever. That's what they're saying. Personally, I haven't heard anything about bedsheet information. I haven't heard anything about blood. I haven't heard anything about anything inside that home. I haven't heard anything about anything inside the home. Some people are saying gang initiation. You know, so callers are going to say this, that, and the other. You know, I'm looking for any type of expert here. Expert in a field. Now we know about that blue article of clothing that was seen out front that was apparently used by the border patrol people to track a scent, and they left it out there. That's the only thing of articles of clothing. But I haven't heard of any condition whatsoever that is inside that home. C. Cruz, I want to talk. Send you an email. I sent you an email. I'm a counseling psychologist who specializes in profiling. Yes, we want to see profiling. C. Cruz. Can you re-forward that right now and just put psych profiler in the title? I do want to talk to profilers. Resend it. Let me see. Let's see if I can find you. All right, I got you. Sissy, I got you. All right, we're going to get a profiler. We're going to get a profiler in the chat. I got you. I found you. All right, we're bringing in a profiler. We like to hear from the profilers.
Hello, Jonathan. This is Sissy.
Hi, Sissy. Thanks for reaching out.
I am from Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm.
I specialize in my field because I come from a family who serves in law enforcement. And I also live in the largest county in my state. territorial-wise, but not population, to where you could just hide a body just anywhere in the lakes, the rivers, the forests. In my region, I live in southeast Oklahoma, between the Ouachita Mountains and the Red River, and I'm very close to Arkansas, Texas, and Louisiana.
Gotcha.
But I want to talk to the locals who are listening, because I'm also a senior citizen, and I've had an intruder in my home twice. And I want them to know that in order to feel safe, you all need to get security cameras. You need to put it up high in your trees, in your windows, and you need to have your home base near your bedroom where you sleep so you can hear your alarm. And that will solve the fears that you may be feeling when dealing with an intruder or more than one. I also want to tell you that how proud I am that you told everyone about the Cajun Navy, because they've been in my state and all they're good for is a Photoshop and asking for money. They have not solved any cases. And I wanted the locals to know that too. We also dealt with a sheriff that was a crook. He was a racist. Even the governor was involved in trying to get him removed. And we learned as locals, in order to get rid of a bad sheriff, you have to wait till re-election. So I don't know when this sheriff of Tucson is due for re-election, but that's how you're going to get rid of him if you're not happy with what he's doing. And I want to let the locals know that, because we, in my area, has experienced a lot of missing cases that have gone unsolved. Now, I'm going to take you down a rabbit hole.
Well, let me ask you something. Are you a retired counseling psychologist?
Yes, I've retired recently because I've had a heart attack, and I'm in my 60s now. But I still assist when the authorities, ask for my help. But right now, I'm still recovering from my heart attack.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
I've been listening to you, and I also listen to Jay is for Justice. I go back and forth. When you go silent and you're doing your thing, I go and I listen to her, and she's a real big supporter of you, and you got a lot of fans over there, and I wanted to do a shout-out to Jay.
Okay.
So now I want to take you down a rabbit hole.
Go for it.
And I want you to think to John Benet Ramsey's case.
John Benet Ramsey case.
You know that we found that she was found in the basement, and how her family got targeted because they were the last to see her alive. And you also know how long it took for the truth to come out about who did it. And we also learned it was someone that was a neighbor that lived a few houses down that was into little girls. Okay. You know about that case, right?
Correct.
Now, let's go to Elizabeth Smart case.
Okay.
We're dealing with an area that has a lot of homeless people. And I'm not saying it's a homeless person, but you have a lot of suspicious character. And I've been watching both you and Jade looking at the people that's in your feed that your camera's catching. And I suspect that you got the people involved, and I'm saying more than one person, because I believe that there was 3 people involved in order to pull this off.
3.
I believe there's 3 people that were involved in this, and I don't really believe that the family is involved at this time, because if Tommaso, who is the last person to see his mother-in-law alive, they got a black box in his car that he drove her in. And that's why they're still holding his car in the pound, because of that black box. That black box in that car will show the the FBI, the local enforcement people that are involved. And trust me when I say this. This is a big operation that's taking place behind the scenes to where they're leaving no stone left unturned. And yes, it does get aggravating that they're not releasing a lot of information. But I believe, and everyone has a right to be afraid that lives in that area, I believe that one of those three people are still in that neighborhood.
In the neighborhood?
In the mix of media. I think you've seen that person, and I believe that you even probably talked to that person. Putting in their 2 cents, taking you to, so I believe that she's alive.
You believe she's alive. You believe that one of the people's still in the neighborhood, and you believe that there's 3 people.
Yes, I do. I don't believe that she came out, that she went through the front door, and I don't believe that she came out of the front door. I think it all happened in the garage. I think the garage entranceway into the home is how she went in, and I believe that's how she went out, and I think they put her in a car and drove her off. The person that we're watching is staging everything, and just to throw everybody off.
Like blood on the front. How do you explain the blood?
I believe that it was staged.
But it's her blood.
Yeah. Well, you can get something like a rag, anything to just do drops of her blood. I do not believe that she's alive. I think she was at the beginning, but I don't think she left the home alive. I think she was carried out and put in a car where the garage is, and they took her out that way. The last video
But like they were able to determine the garage closed and opened. Wouldn't they determine if the garage opened back up later?
Well, let me ask you this: how are you going to get? How is an 84-year-old woman that is a cripple that uses a cane go up those steps? How is she going to walk down those steps without assistance?
Drag her.
There's no evidence. There is no evidence that door was broken into.
I haven't seen any.
The door there right now, what the evidence is showing that the authorities, that sheriff mentioned was that the front door entranceway, they still could not figure out how they got into the front door, which leaves the other entranceway, the back entrance and the garage. Now, one caller that was speaking to you, think maybe it's Tommaso. Well, maybe it is him, because they still got his car where they still got that black box. And he could have very easily set all this up and hired these people to do this. But my gut instinct is telling me to go away from that rabbit hole. Because think about it, Jonathan. What if this was your mom, and you're hearing on all these feeds that's been done live commentation on this? Would you not confront your siblings, your brother-in-law, and come out and say, you were the last time to see mom alive? Did you do this? Of course they're going to say, no, I didn't. But I believe that Cameron and Savannah has already addressed this issue. I think the black box in Tommaso's vehicle is evidence, and that they still got his car. And I think prosecution will go to the home, record action. I believe that the prosecution is building what evidence they have, because I believe they know who did it, and they're just waiting on, some other things to come in from the FBI, TUCSON Police, the Sheriff's Department,
So
the CSI that's involved, doing forensics.
So prosecutors, let me ask you something. You said, you know about this type of process. I mean, prosecutors there now with agents before the releasing of the thing. I mean, is that why prosecutors? Why are they there?
They're there because of the evidence, because they do have evidence, and I believe they already know who did it. And I think that they're just gathering all the evidence that's in the home, and that they're going to be able to give everybody around the world what really happened and who did it. I believe that we're going to probably see an arrest coming up. It will probably be in the next 3 months, probably, where we find a body. I doubt it, because there's a lot of cases you could prove that there was a murder without the body. And Arizona is one of those that will prosecute just like Oklahoma does. You don't have to have a body to convict somebody of murder.
Yeah.
You have to have the evidence. If Tommaso is involved, the black box in the car that he was in will tell everyone that's investigating this case exactly where he went from the time he left his house to Nancy's house, and where he went to if he did report back home to Annie. I don't believe that Annie's involved. I believe that she's in shock. I believe that in the back of her mind, because I've been watching her like a hawk, I've been watching every movement that she's making. I think she's hearing all these allegations. It's upsetting to her, thinking that, oh my God, what if my husband did kill her? You know, it doesn't look good because we are in a financial bind. And I believe that she has talked to Savannah and Cameron, because even though you might love your husband, that bond that you have with your siblings, you cannot change that. And I just don't believe that Annie's is able to look at Savannah and Cameron in the eye and say, I'm guilty, my husband's guilty. I don't think she would say that to him, but I also don't believe that she would say, Savannah, Cameron says, I am worried that Tommaso could be involved based on what we're hearing, but I just don't know anymore. And I just have this feeling that she is innocent. Tommaso, out of all the entire family, he's the one that they're all having to single out. If they had a body, it would be so much easier if she was drugged, how she died, and all that. I believe that the body will never be found. I believe that the body has been taken by the animals, like the wolves that we have.
Everything.
Being in Oklahoma and being around Native Americans, the wolves are very spiritual animals. They don't mess with humans at all. Now, if they're hungry, if they're starving, and if there was parts of a dead body laying around, they might devour that. But I don't. But you got bobcats. You have other animals that live in the desert that you were able to show us when you went up to that park area of what wild animals live in the desert. And it could have been one of them that could have eaten her. They can't bury her in the desert unless it's soft sand. And I haven't seen an area yet that they could bury a person, so it has to be covered in rock. I haven't seen any water that you can put a body under. So there's a possibility that when she died, they could have cut her body parts up into small pieces for the animals to eat.
Oh wow!
We had a case here in Oklahoma where they cut the hands and the head off and left the torso and threw the legs in rivers for the crocodiles to eat. And so there's that rabbit hole about why we won't ever find a body. But when it comes to the people involved, I believe in my whole heart they know who did it. It's 3 people. They're looking at the garage, they looked at the back door, and they looked at the front. That guy that we all watched, he's a Hispanic American. He's not Native American. He's not white. He's not black. He's a Hispanic American. I would say that he's probably in his early 30s. I believe that what he was doing was something that happened not before the crime, but right after the crime was committed, to where no one will see how Nancy was able to leave the area. But there's one thing that Jay caught on her video, and I'd like for you to talk to her, because she could go back in her evidence that she was able to pull. We did see a person carrying someone over their shoulder in a tarp, but we couldn't tell if it was a homeless person or someone that was involved with the crime, because it all happened in that same time frame. So that's something I want you to talk to Jay about when you have a chance. It's about that video. Maybe she could send it to you so you could see it, because no one had seen it before until Jay was able to snoop around and catch stuff that other people were sending her from that neighborhood. And I thought that was really weird. And that could be how they were able to do it. Now, the guy that's in the front door, he has a bad leg. It's his left leg. It looked like maybe he was recovering from a level 2 knee sprain, and he was just trying to let it heal. But it did heal right because he can't straighten his leg completely out. And we watched him go up the steps. He couldn't go up the steps correctly. He had to bend his leg a certain way to get up on that step. And that's why I don't believe that he carried a 150-pound woman on his shoulder, because his legs wouldn't have allowed it to happen.
Well,
I believe that.
Yeah,
I
Sissy.
believe that there's 2 people in the home, and he's third one.
I appreciate you. Yeah, I appreciate your time, and thank you so much for the insight. I'm going to keep it moving.
Okay.
But we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening.
You, and I appreciate Jay, and you are doing an awareness, and I just want the locals to know that if they're not happy with the sheriff, they're going to have to vote him out. There's no other way of getting rid of him.
Thank you for your time.
All right.
Take care. That was she was on for almost 20 minutes. Heidi's a housekeeper for house cleaner of 10 years. Heidi, a house cleaner. A house cleaner wants to speak. A house cleaner for 10 years. Let's see what a house cleaner has to say. Heidi, the house cleaner. Heidi, the house cleaner. Come on in, Heidi, the house cleaner.
Hello.
Hi, Heidi, the house cleaner.
Hi. How are you?
I'm great. Thanks for
Good.
reaching out.
Yes, I had tried to reach out yesterday, but I'm sure you have a lot of emails that are coming in.
Yeah, I has to say in the front, I want to talk and specifically what it's about. There's just been so many.
Yeah.
But we really never heard from a former house cleaner.
Yeah.
What's your take? What's going on?
So my take is, okay, so I've been doing this for 10 years.
House clean.
And yes. And one thing that I can say is I clean for a lot of older people.
Mm-hmm.
And one thing that I can say is there's always, most older people, when they have somebody come and clean for them, they're home. And I don't think a lot of people have thought about this, but when, like Nancy, she probably was by herself a whole lot, didn't have a lot of people to talk to. So when her housekeeper came, they would have conversations, right? It happens to me all the time. I'll talk to people her age for over an hour of just life, you know? And they could have gotten a lot of information from her. They're in her house. They see pictures of her daughter, Savannah. You know, they know who she is. They know her. She could have a calendar somewhere. Like a lot of my customers have calendars on their refrigerator. Dinner with so-and-so on Friday night. This and that on Saturday. You know, they know her schedule. They know when she's going to be home. They know when she's not going to be home. And I just think it's interesting that nobody has said that she had a housekeeper. And I'm not trying to throw my profession under the bus, but I mean, you know, you get to know about these people's lives like they're your best friends, you know?
So you're thinking maybe a housekeeper, someone that done some housekeeping inside her house, shared information with someone else, possibly.
Yeah, and I think there was 3 guys. I think the guy at the front door was a decoy. I don't think that he was. I think the reason he had that backpack, they had him go in, knock off the floodlights in the back. I think they came in from the back. That's why there was no damage to the front door.
Mm-hmm.
I think they went in through the back, and they had him do the floodlights, get that camera off. I think they have cased that house prior, or the housekeeper. When you go in somebody's house and you house clean for them or anything like that, you know where their cameras are. You know where every single one of their cameras are.
Now a housekeeper, like, does someone get a regular housekeeper, or does it switch up all the time? If you go through a company, do they send the same housekeeper or different housekeepers?
Well, it could have been somebody local, like me. I clean locally.
Do you clean the same house all the time, like the same house?
Yep. I've cleaned for the same people for 10 years.
10 years.
And, you know, you get to know them. You know where all their cameras are. You know, it could have been, my grandma's 84, and I have to tell her all the time. We had to actually put a Ring doorbell on her front door a couple years ago because, you know, back in the day, people that are 84, it was a different world. It wasn't like the world we live in now where your kids can't go out and ride bikes because you're scared they're going to get kidnapped or this, that, and the other. You know, it was more free, I guess you can say. And so, like my grandma, somebody would come to her door. Oh, hey, I'm selling this, da, da, da. Oh, yeah, I don't have a security system and this, that, and the other, you know, just nonchalant talking, not thinking that this person is gathering information about somebody that they know they can potentially hurt.
Do you think it's important for the law enforcement to question the housekeepers or anyone that's been in the house?
Oh, absolutely.
Seize their devices? I'm sorry?
And people that they know. You know, I mean, she could have had teenage sons that, you know, knew that she cleaned for this lady. And I mean, it could have just, I don't know who it could have been. I'm just saying that in my profession, you get to know these people, you get to know their house, you get to know their routine, you get to know everything about them. Like, I have customers, I know when they take their kids to baseball practice, I know when they are going out of town, I know everything.
You know where all their valuables are?
Oh, absolutely. You're cleaning their house.
Ethically, you can't touch that stuff, obviously, right? But I mean, there's,
no.
I mean, is there, you know, housekeepers that steal things and take things out of people's homes? Corrupt
No, not
housekeepers?
personally. I don't know anybody that.
But
does
you've
that.
heard stories? No, I'm saying you've heard stories of housekeepers.
Not really. You know, I really haven't. But then again, you know, I think 2 people came in the back door. I think the guy that was at the front was a decoy, getting all the cameras off. And once they knew that the cameras, and I think she went out the front door for sure.
You do?
You know, I think that once they got the cameras off, there was a car down the street, maybe parked, and they're like, okay, we're ready. come on, and they took her out. You know, but when you're on blood thinners like that, she could have bumped into a side table. My stepmom, she has a pacemaker, and she's on Eliquis, which is a blood thinner.
Mm-hmm.
And she can literally bump her arm on the littlest thing. And for me and you, it might just bump and leave a little bit of a bruise. But for her, especially at 84 years old, your skin is so thin that anything that you bump into, you'll just bleed. And if you notice the blood, it's more like blood droplets, like it's consistently bleeding, you know?
A lot of people think it's the droplets. It's blood droplets.
Yeah. And she could have, when they were struggling to get her out, she could have nicked her arm or nicked her leg on something if she was wearing, you know, older ladies like that, they wear those moo-moo dresses at night. You know, that's what we call them here in the South, is moo-moos.
Moo-moo dresses.
And they're just like older lady gowns. You know, you see them all wearing those. And she could have nicked her leg, and it could have just started bleeding.
It's
like
so
that.
crazy we don't know what attire she was wearing or anything like that they put out there.
No. It's crazy how everything is so hush-hush. Now, I do think that they do have a lot of things going on behind the scenes that we don't know about. But I just think it's kind of crazy how they went and raided that house that one night
Mm-hmm.
with all of those FBI, and they had a federal warrant or a federal search warrant. I mean, it takes a lot to get a federal search warrant.
Yeah.
So they had to have had something, and for them to confirm it was tied to this case, I don't know.
It's a mystery, Heidi. Heidi, the house keeper. House
And
cleaner.
you know, nobody has said this either. You know, Luke,
Luke.
his mom, he lived with his mom, you know, and he dated that Kayla girl.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe his mom is a house cleaner. And, you know, Kayla introduced Luke's mom to Nancy, and you never know. You know, I'm not trying to say it was the house cleaner. I'm just saying that in my profession.
But they would have already been arrested already. That's my thing, is like with Luke and Kayla and that whole clique. Like at this point, Heidi, it's like, yeah, they went there just like Carlos lived nearby, but the morning time there was no crime scene tape up, nothing. Like the whole neighborhood was like calm as can be and cool as a cucumber. And it's like weird. It's just like I would think if they were like deeply involved, there'd be much more to it. Like
I just think that when there's a crime, there's always calm before the storm. You know, they always hit when it's least expected because they don't want that person to run. They don't want that person to get antsy and start moving things, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't think Nancy's alive, unfortunately, without just in the medical aspect of it, you know, knowing that my stepmom has a pacemaker and she's been on medicine like this. It's very important that they take those blood thinners. And
so blood thinners, that's what seems like she's on with a pacemaker. Everyone has to have, you know, on blood thinner medication.
Oh yeah. You know, I mean, my stepmom's fixing to get a Watchman put in. She just got a pacemaker put in probably 6 months ago, and she's fixing to get a Watchman put in. And they even told her, even when you get the Watchman put in, you still have to be on blood thinners 45 days afterwards so your blood can get to, you know, kind of thicken up, I guess. I mean, I'm not a doctor, I'm a house cleaner, but, you know, I mean, I just feel like, who steals 84-year-old women? That's
Weird.
what
I appreciate the call. Thank you so much for taking the time, Heidi.
Hey, and you know what? You're doing a great job. I've been following you, and I listen to you all the time, and your hard work is definitely showing. So we, all of us, all the viewers, we really appreciate you and Tucson out there, and y'all make a great duo.
All right. Thank you, Heidi. You be safe in
All right.
Texas. Thank you.
You take care. Thank you.
Bye-bye. What's going on? Hold on. We got something. Hold on. We got some info. I'll be right back, folks. Oh, stretch my leg, right? Yeah, that's good stuff. Thanks. That's interesting. Come on in, folks. You want to summarize and share some of that? Summarize?
Right now.
Uh-oh. Everything keeps falling. I need to get one of these things again. For some reason, it keeps falling. I don't know why this thing keeps falling. I think it's mine.
You got to put a little saliva in there.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Saliva. Ugh. Saliva. Ew. Yuck. Ugh. It's like licking an envelope. Ugh. All right, we're gonna put some saliva there. We're gonna put some saliva. I didn't consider that. Yeah, looks like saliva made it work. Saliva. Better. Welcome aboard. Oh yeah, that's nice. Nice air. Where is Nancy? Yeah, I got 857 if you want to share a little bit, or do you want to or no?
Yeah, well, I'm waiting for a call back, but they did suggest that we should look at the businesses between Annie and Tommaso's and Nancy's house, and any businesses that would be recorded that route.
So you think that route is important?
That it could be. I'll just put it this way: it could be something they're looking at as far as backtracking. You know, cameras. We haven't had any camera that's like, hey, this is a vehicle. But confirm everybody's story about timing and that kind of thing. That's one thing. They did suggest that we could time it. There's two different routes from Annie's to Nancy's. To time that to see, okay, well, if they left Nancy's at this time, how long would it take to get from Annie's to Nancy's on the two separate routes? What would be the more common route? Was it the one that we went through the neighborhood? And
I would say it would go. No, I would say going through the neighborhood, once you look at facing outward from Nancy's house, make a left, go through the neighborhoods there that would eventually take you to First, and then takes you to Rudisill or Orange Grove or River Road.
That would be the thing that we could, I don't know if they're going to be open on a Sunday, but we could ask some of those people, when was FBI in here to get your...
They were.
a lot of those businesses.
Not businesses, but I know the Chevron station right at the corner there.
Yeah, but as of the last recent week, because they've been, you know, backtracking, so to speak, right? Let's just put it in that perspective.
Mm-hmm.
They've been backtracking. So since they haven't really released anything, or maybe they don't have this, they're going back to these businesses along those two different routes. So that could be one suggestion that we could figure out. If we drove Nancy's, we never did time it, did we?
Time it?
Time it. So say
It's 11 minutes. About 11 minutes.
11 minutes.
About 11 minutes.
So
there's like 4 different routes you can go, and they're all between 10 and 13 minutes.
yeah. So the two main routes, I guess, that we, you know, but then also looking at all the businesses, because every business is going to have a better camera than any kind of resident, right? So
Yeah, but there's really no businesses until you get to Oracle.
And that's who they've talked to recently.
Yeah, they have. Fox Digital confirmed that they were going up and down Oracle, asking businesses.
When? Like at the
This was
beginning?
2 weeks ago. Like
Yeah,
literally,
well, they're
like
going
it was
back again, is what I'm saying. They're going back to
You don't know that?
That's what I heard. Yeah, that's where they're refocusing.
Stormy Bell. Is there farms in the area? She asks. Are there any barns? Is there barns? Stormy Bell asks.
There's lots of areas that everybody, you can either buy a 5-acre lot, a 10-acre, a 20-acre, 3 Points, Arivaca, Picture Rocks, where we were out the other day in Marana. Remember?
Is there any Chick-fil-A around here?
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
Is it like right by
Except
here?
the problem is Chick-fil-A is closed on Sundays.
Oh, Chick-fil-A closed Sunday.
We could
Is
go
there any,
downtown to that El Charro and go to the place that they ate at.
Well, you want to go in there and talk to them?
Well,
I mean, I don't know if we can go with a camera and talk to them. Maybe they talk. How far is it?
Oh, it's pretty close, I would say. 10 minutes tops.
You just go in and ask the FBI. Came in here.
Well, also, I want you to eat there. Well,
I just want some fast food chicken.
There's
Maybe I'll go to McDonald's and get a chicken sandwich. I kind of want a chicken sandwich.
There's a Popeyes right here.
Popeyes?
Yeah, there's a Popeyes.
Popeye. Somebody said eat lunch. I didn't even eat breakfast. Tom Sanders says, I was there last night. It was very dark. Whoever did this was bold and calculated. It felt more premeditated, murdered for hire. Tom Sanders, you were here last night. You know how dark it is, right? It's dark. That's what I'm saying. Like, you have to be here to see how dark it is. I just feel like no random person's going to roll up on that house for the first time and do this in that dark of a house. It's just literally the odds are like you'd probably be better getting struck by lightning 3 times.
Well,
it's just
one thing I want to bring up is Brianna Whitney. When she came out with her statement and Nanos came out, remember, it wasn't even 5 minutes before she put that statement out. I've never seen a statement. It was like they couldn't get it out fast enough.
Yeah.
So if anyone in Arizona wants to dispute Brianna Whitney and go follow her on X, when she said her confirmed sources said it was a targeted burglary, that they're lying. So from then on, when Nano said, "Oh, we didn't say that," well, that doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Yeah.
Now, when Brianna Whitney, if anyone else, we would be a little bit. We don't know them. I know Brianna Whitney, not personally, but her reporting and how she's got sources in Arizona, right, who are working the case. So to me, what she said is it being a targeted burglary, even though they're saying nothing was stolen, that could be a lie. That could be a complete lie. Things were probably stolen. So that, if you go on that theory of her story being correct, it actually was a targeted burglary based on Brianna Whitney. And so that's all I'm going to say. Even though Nanos went out 5 minutes later after she said that and said, well, we didn't say that, that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
I actually believe her more than if you were to put, hey, who do you believe? I actually believe Brianna Whitney saying it was a targeted kidnap. If you guys want to go pull that up and read that tweet. You remember that tweet she came, or what to call it, a tweet? That post on X. So that's where I'm at with.
You want some Popeyes?
Yeah, let's do that.
All right,
Let me
we're going to
lock my door.
Popeyes.
Let me lock the
Is the
door.
door locked? We're going over to Popeyes real quick. And I got this first aid kit here. Throw that down there. We're gonna go over to Popeyes. I need something. All right, it's 0.7 miles away, and then we'll come back. We'll go to Popeyes and we'll come back. We love that chicken at Popeyes. So go ahead. What were you continue?
So that's where I want, as much as there's all the conspiracies and this is more of the stupid simple theory, right? Like, I mean, we can think of every like biggest conspiracy and all this, and just think of a simple theory of somebody who sees an 84-year-old woman as an easy target and they got valuables. Now, if they knew it was Nancy, most likely somebody had interaction with Nancy at some point, right?
Yeah.
Somebody had an interaction and knew this is this wealthy lady. We have a target here we could possibly target for a burglary gone wrong. And all of the timelines could be completely messed up with what the public knows as far as if it was on this theory of a burglary gone wrong, suspects could have been in the house long before.
Well, they've been in the house as she was being brought back and already in the house.
Back. They hide. They hide. She can't hear. She's 84 years old. When an 84-year-old at 10 o'clock almost comes home, what are they going to do?
Go to sleep.
Okay, so she's in bed.
After they take a shower.
Well, not even a shower. That's speculative. So let's say she just goes to bed. They wake up, and I have confirmed that Nancy did have a safe in her house.
Yeah.
So how do you get open a safe? It's not going to be easy unless you know where the number is, and you know. So maybe it didn't go as planned in the house, right? Maybe they didn't think Nancy was going to come home at that time. Something happens to Nancy, and they are not going to leave their DNA on the body of Nancy. So they had to change plans in the house. Because of what happened. And so that's the reason why they took her. But if we're going on what Brianna Whitney, who's the most trusted crime reporter in Arizona, came out, Nancy was targeted burglary, and the public or the authorities want to keep some of this to the tight, closed for a reason.
I have to use the restroom.
Yeah.
You want to sit here? Do you have to go into?
Well, are you gonna do drive?
Yeah, we're gonna do drive.
Okay.
You good?
Yeah, I'll go. I'll go into. But
All right, we'll be right
out
back.
here.
Yeah, wait here for a minute. Yeah, wait here for a minute. And then you.
I can't see the chat, but if you guys want to look up Brianna Whitney, nah, quit cigarettes long time ago. That was very bad for you. But thanks for the comment. But yeah, if you guys did go to X, give Brianna Whitney a follow. She's the best as far as here in Arizona, as far as her sources. Thank you for the kind comments. I saw a couple negative as well. It's all good. I'm just trying to help the community. So when you guys are at home and you're thinking of different theories, and this might help you maybe put things in a little perspective. But yeah, I hope it doesn't offend anybody about coming out with any of this information that I got. I know a lot of people are real sensitive. They have a false sense of what exactly happened and some conspiracy, which is always the mind will go to those areas. But if you think of just more of a simple theory instead of a big blown out, that's kind of where I think investigators might be looking.
That's the key. They don't have the.
What's that?
You're gonna have to ask her to open the door for you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's how they do it in this.
Yeah. That's how they do in Tucson. You know, when just regular people. All right. So yeah, we're just waiting for Tucson. We're gonna get some lunch here, and the drive-through. We'll go back to the KBOA spot, and we'll have a conversation. We'll keep the conversation going. Continuous coverage of Nancy Guthrie. What the heck happened to Nancy Guthrie? Have some chicken. I want some chicken. People are saying exploring with Jim is out in the field. Don't know exactly what he's doing today. He's back in the area searching. I don't know exactly where he's searching or what's going on. I think he said getaway car search or something in that frame here. Hello. Welcome aboard. JLR Investigates. Oh, by the way, this is coffee. I had a bunch of coffee. So yeah, I mean, all of you've been sending like theories and speculations and stuff. You speak to experts. Again, we all don't know what happened here. Just come up with theories, profiling, trying to understand. I can't wrap my head around this as much as you can't wrap your head around this. It could be as simple as possible, or it could be very, very complex. There could be multiple players involved. There could be just one person. This could have been a burglary gone bad, targeted attack, planned kidnapping, targeted because of Savannah, Guthrie family tree, something centered around that, or it could just be a sick wacko out there that just wants to do things to elderly people. We don't know. We don't know. Authorities, FBI, state prosecutors, county prosecutors, whoever, might already have their eye on people, possibly honing in on someone, waiting for more evidence. They very well could have their eyes on a particular person or group of individuals. We just don't know. We would like to know, but it seems like, everything is kind of like wrapping itself up here as far as what we're seeing on the surface. All right, we're going to go drive. Good. I think I'm going to get like a chicken sandwich or some meal. Chicken sandwich meal. All right. In the drive-thru.
Turn right, then your destination will be on the right.
What would you like?
Oh, let me just one sec.
I'll take the sandwich combo, number one.
The number one sandwich?
Yeah, let me get a classic.
And for your side?
How many sides you get?
If you want two sides, get the large combo. If you want one side, you get the regular combo.
I'll take a biscuit. The two sides.
The large combo?
No, actually one. So fries.
The regular combo?
Yeah, regular. It comes with fries and a biscuit. Is that it?
It doesn't come with a biscuit.
All right. Well, can I get the two regs with a biscuit as one of the sides?
So you want one side and a biscuit on the side?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a classic sandwich with fries and a biscuit.
Uh-huh.
And for your drink?
Diet Coke, please.
Diet Coke?
Yep.
Yeah, just get the same thing.
Same thing.
Dr. Pepper.
Same thing with the Dr. Pepper.
Same thing with the Dr. Pepper?
Yes, ma'am. That's it. Nope.
Yeah, that's what we got.
All right. Thank you. Love that chicken at Popeyes. All right, Popeyes. Popeyes.
Got cash if you want to.
No,
put
no,
it
no.
on cash. Sure.
No, I'm good.
1476.
All right. Popeyes. And then we'll go back to things. We eat some Popeyes and we'll talk and have a chat. Anyone else want to call in? I like that spot though in that alley where it's facing the thing. It's a nice little spot. That might be our new staging ground. We'll stage in front of KVOA.
I'm sure they'll like the exposure.
Well, who actually made that banner?
They paid for it.
They paid for it.
Yeah.
KVOA.
I can't put it down, so I'm gonna charge you in the front. Okay?
Go around?
I'm gonna charge you right here in the front.
Okay.
I'm just gonna charge you.
Her system is down, she said. My pen pad is down. Charge up front.
I could turn on the scanner in case something pops off on the scanner.
Yeah, turn the scanner. That'd be good. Can't report cases on an empty stomach. I didn't even eat breakfast. I was up at literally like 5 a.m.
Oh, I was too. I think I made my first post. It was like 4:20.
Thank you, man. All right.
I don't know why. I all of a sudden I woke up. I was like, normally I can sleep.
You're not reporting anything, someone says. I think we've covered a lot. Maybe
Yeah,
not,
well, there's
maybe
new
not right now.
information
We're in the
coming in.
lull, but I mean, I think we've covered this case a lot. You know, a lot of different angles. Watching what's going on real time, covering these raids, seeing authorities when they're at the location, seeing what's transpiring, listening to people, reporting on what's being reported. I think there's been a lot. Some people are saying it's time to go. It's time to go. But how can somebody arguably say it's time to go when I think we're in the absolute thick of this and the case is not solved?
Well, as soon as a big piece of information drops, all those people that said it's time to go, they're going to be right back.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
but it's like, you're in the middle of it. Most of the media is gone, and anything could drop at any time. Like, these cases sometimes take a while, but they also, we're in that stage where it could be right there. Dr. Pepper, Dr. Pepper. Pepper, Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper. All right. Dipping sauce? You want dipping sauce?
yeah, like let's see, ranch, honey mustard. What else you got?
I have buffalo, taco.
Can you put a little sample of so I try what you got? Just a couple of one of each. Thank you.
I just want honey mustard.
Honey mustard.
Honey mustard. 857 Tucson wants different samples. Speedway. Why is people saying Speedway?
That's Speedway right there.
Oh, Speedway.
Yeah, this is
thank you, Valandry. Thank you. Valandry brought lunch.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Valandry.
0809. Did I say your name? Valandry, right? Valandry. Lunch. It's lunch time. Listen, during the course of this entire case, we've heard almost every single theory possible in this scenario and situation, right? I would assume that once this case is being solved and gets solved, one of these theories is going to come into fruition. One of them is going to be what happened here. It could be simple, it could be complex. did this. Yes, we're back. Got a little. Yes, we're back. Got a little hot out here in the sun. You put something in the window.
Yeah.
Hold that for 1 second. All right, we're on a mission. Going back. Going back to KVOA. You know how to get back to KVOA from here?
Yeah, just take a right.
Take a
up
right.
here at this light. We hold it while you drive.
Yeah. Yes, situated. There in like 3 minutes. KVOA.
Gotta take the left at this light right here.
Right here. Dude, they give tickets for running red lights around here. They still do it.
Yeah, they will if there's an officer around, which is hard.
No, I'm
to
talking
do.
about one of those clock cameras.
Oh no! But look at all these cool signs over here on the left. These are all old.
All hotels.
Yeah.
What my turn? Somewhere around here, right?
Yeah, it's not this one. No, I think it's the next one. Yeah, it's the next street. Take a right.
Right.
Thank you, purple turd water.
Dude, they literally got dogs running around.
And right here.
Straight.
Yeah, straight actually. Refresh. See, no sound. It says we're muted. Take a.
No, we're not muted.
No. Okay.
It should be right here. Let me see. Thank you. All right, we're good. When you
Oh, put that up there and see if we can get some cool air up there.
well, it'll be like back at Elm Street. Back here.
Yeah, this was the day we came here, Friday the 13th.
Yeah, we came here Friday the 13th, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and that was the night. The night was the
There's
raid.
some shade.
Yeah. I think once we face there, we're away from them. Nice. Matter of fact, we should just eat this real quick. Some people want to see the meal. Here, just spin the camera. Lower. We got some Popeyes. It's called Louisiana Chicken Popeyes.
Let's see what sauces we got. Buttery ranch. Wild honey mustard.
Oh my God, this is so good. I don't know why I ate it this good. You got Popeyes fries. All right. Popeyes fries. Honey mustard and a biscuit.
It's wild honey mustard.
I'll just eat this for a second. I actually think sometimes these things are better in Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A
You guys
doesn't.
have Canes out there in Florida? Canes chicken?
No.
Raising Canes?
No.
Have you heard of it?
No.
Man, they must. So you don't have. What was the other one the other day that you said you guys didn't have?
EG's.
Well, EG's is Tucson only.
Somebody said we should take a caller while we eat. How about this? Should we face us? Yes or no while we eat? Yes or no? You want it faced towards us while we eat? Yes or no? Seeing a middle bit of yeah, no, it's like
The people who ate top ramen for lunch are probably not wanting.
We'll face it away. There you go. So in the meantime, we're going to get a caller in. Bring Nancy home. Get a caller in. Let's see. What we got? You got anybody that wants to talk? Anybody want to share info? Let me fix this up. It seems like this is good anyway.
Is that a sign over there? That thing, that little next to the gate, or is that like a keypad?
Oh, that's a keypad. Right there. I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like the spot. I can really see Nancy. We need Nancy's face. Well, let me move around here. We got a position. We got reposition here. Come out of the alley.
What is the email again? Tips.
Tips. It's pinned.
Pinned.
Bring Nancy home. All right. All right, callers. Anyone want to call? Where's that first aid box? That right there. Yeah. No, put the phone right there. Yeah, right there. It's good. Perfect. All right. Anyone want to chat? Well, I want to chat. Wendy. Wendy says, call me. Debbie. Debbie wants to talk. We'll get Debbie in the line. I'll just sit here and listen to Debbie. All right, you're up, Debbie.
Hello.
Hi, Debbie.
Hey, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. What's going on?
I just have a couple things to bring up. You know, the person or persons that I think they went through the glass sliding door, which is off from her bedroom. I know when she was on one of the talk shows, she'd say how she would like to go out and write in a journal. And I was just thinking maybe they went in maybe through the bedroom door. And another thought I have is, I mean, I guess I watch too many shows, but maybe she's in a nearby storage unit. Maybe she got scratched and they had to take her at that point because she had DNA under her fingernails.
Uh-huh.
I mean, it's just a couple thoughts I want to throw out to you.
You think she could be in a storage shed?
Yes, I really do. And I think it's close by. You know, I recently had to rent a storage unit and I had my nephew do it. We done it online, and you can use PayPal. You don't even have to go in to rent a storage unit. You can do it online, and they're really cheap. I mean, it's just something I was just throwing out there to you.
The question is, I wonder if feds actually went and visited any storage sheds or storage facilities just to talk and find out if anyone made any recent rentals.
Yeah, I haven't heard anybody mention anything like that. And it's a place, I mean, I've seen stories that, you know, they bring people in deep freezers and people moving furniture in, they don't pay any attention to it. And I know they're 24 hours a day, so I don't think they would take her and drive her a long ways, afraid they get, you know, maybe pulled over by a cop or something. So, you know, something like that, it would probably, people wouldn't even pay any attention to.
A lot of unanswered questions for sure.
Yes, it is.
I appreciate the insight.
Yeah, I mean, maybe check around. I mean, they see anything. They've got cameras. Maybe somebody saw something. And thank y'all for all your hard work, and I've been watching you for years. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Take care. Thanks for the call.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Turquoise. You have a theory that no one is talking about. Turquoise. All right, Turquoise. I'm going to bring you in, Turquoise. I'm going to bring in Turquoise. Come on in, Turquoise.
Hey, JLR.
Hi, Turquoise. How are you?
I'm good. I've been following. I just came across you guys, or your channel on this case, and I've been stuck watching it every single day.
Every day.
Okay, but this is the thing. Okay, I've been watching this, and I'm hearing everybody's theories and things like this. I honestly think in my heart that I did message Nell, because he's been streaming you, and I've been following. I was wanting to know, when did Savannah interview those people? She got information or something about Epstein or whatever she interviewed. It never was aired or whatever. So my thing is this: what a coincidence! There's a lot of stuff coming out, and this happened. You know what I'm saying? So I really think that it has something to do with the Epstein. A lot of people think the same. I think the same thing, because it's a distraction, and it's sad that this is happening, and it's just, you cannot put anything past people.
You said SI?
What was that?
Did you say SI? I thought you
What do
said.
you mean, SI?
Wait. No, I thought you said the word SI.
No. The Epstein. I don't know if that's what you're talking about.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Stuff is starting to come out, and then all of a sudden we hear about Savannah interviewing and getting information. It never aired, and then this happens with her mom. And this is a distraction, I feel, and everybody is like, where is she? What's going on? Like, we're all worried, because this is bizarre.
Listen, people are saying it in the chat. They're literally, I mean, they're saying it in the chat. I mean, this is a lot of what people are saying, right? We want to hear from the people. We want to hear people's perspective. A lot of people have been saying this.
But no one's really talking about it. Like, Savannah, let me repeat. Savannah interviewed some people. It never aired. So Savannah has information. She has information. And this Epstein thing is so huge. Stuff was starting to come out like more and more. And then this happens to her mom. You know what I'm saying? So she's a figure that I feel like, that it has something to do with it. It has to. And then if you think about it, why can't no one figure out anything? Like, there's no trace, or like, I'm sure the FBI, they know more, because they can't tell us everything, but like, even a slip up or something, it's like so much stuff going on with the situation that is bizarre. And if you have money, as a celebrity or a figure or whatever, you can cover up stuff. Like there's cases where police working with, certain people, like this is just bizarre. And it's going on a month. Like, if you guys think about it, the time is going by so fast. We've been following this for almost a month. I'm like, oh my goodness. Like, it's just a big mystery, but I really, really think it has something to do with Epstein, because we're being distracted, like, because of somebody's ill will or like evil intentions. But at the end of the day, all that's going on in the dark is going to come out. So whoever thinks that they're thinking they're getting away with this, they're not getting away with it. You're not going to get away with this. Anybody that's doing anything evil, eventually you're going to get caught up. Something's going to happen to you. You're not going to get away with it. And this is just so bizarre.
I mean, it's just,
so
listen, a lot of people concur with you, Turquoise. They do. I don't know what to think. That has been a theory from Epstein all the way up to higher levels to the Clintons. I mean, people have been saying this, because it's just the fact that it's just, we don't have a vehicle, don't know who the perp is.
It's like it's a perfect kidnapping. Like, no one's like, and then
on top of the sheriff saying that the family's been vetted and they're not involved, and then who did this?
That's what I'm saying. It's such a perfect. It's like something no one's seen nothing. Even we thought the car was a tip. Like, that is wonderful. And then now all of a sudden that Kia or whatever it is, it's not a part of it. It's like, if you think about it, every tip that we think is a break, it's like we're getting shot down. Like, oh, that's not that. Then those people that they raided and all this and that. Like, what are you guys doing? Like, you know what I'm saying? This is something serious. Like, what is going on? I really think they know more, of course. But I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it got something to do with Epstein. I would not be surprised. But we're definitely gonna eventually find out.
Yeah, but there's so many other people and players and participants with Epstein, the whole situation, and other people and reporters and journalists. Why would it be the Guthrie? Why would it be Nancy Guthrie of all people?
That's what I'm saying. And if you think about it, if her daughter interviewed people that gave up information, I mean, she is like a target. Keep her quiet. However you got to do it. Because people of all walks of life are corrupt. You got corrupt people in all walks of life. So that's why I'm saying I would not be surprised that when she got information, it didn't air, and then this happened to her mom.
Yeah.
When did she get that information? When did she do the interview with those people? And then now all of a sudden, like, her mom is missing? Like, what is going on here?
Well, a lot of people can relate with what you're saying. I don't know.
Yeah,
but it's good to hear from the people. Strange. It's good to hear from people, their perspectives here. That's what we're kind of doing. What is people thinking around the country? So appreciate the call, Turquoise, and thank you for watching.
Of course, I'm watching and supporting, and I've been back and forth with Exploring with Jim. He's out in the field too. I've been watching him.
Yeah,
and
Jim.
You guys are doing great. Like, everybody appreciate what you guys are doing, even with the negativity in the comments or whatever. People are bored. But if it was their parents or their family member, you would not be saying stuff like that, because this is serious. Even though, like, there's other people going missing in the world and stuff, it's sad, it's unfortunate, but this could be anybody.
Yeah, but this type of thing with this, it's rare. There's lots of missing people, and we get it, right? And they don't get voices, and it's sad, right? It's sad that everyone doesn't get the attention. But how often does someone do this and just totally vanish off the face of the earth? And this is a whole different animal here.
Right, it's very different, and it's like we're being thrown curveballs everywhere you look. It's a curveball. Oh, this is the league. Oh, we're happy, and then come to find out, no, it's not. With the DNA and all this, I watched you a lot, so it's like, when the DNA came out, that it's up, you were so hurt. Everybody was hurt, because we're like, dang, what's going on? Like, now they got to start from scratch. Like, what is going on with these people? And you know what it is too, with all this that's going on, it's just a wake-up call also that everybody needs to make sure you secure your houses, be on alert. It's like, it's giving us awareness now.
Yes.
This can happen to anybody. So,
Turquoise.
you know, if you got elderly parents, look out for them. Make sure they have a subscription, you know. If
Yes.
they by themselves, maybe
Yes.
hire a vetted company to work overnight with them. Like, this is a wake-up call for all of us.
Yes,
All of us.
exactly. Well
It
said.
doesn't matter if you live in the safest place. It can happen anywhere. You know, you don't know who's watching you. You know what I'm saying?
Turquoise, we've covered mass shootings, and I can tell you, just on mass shootings alone, they don't discriminate. They happen in urban, suburb,
One
country.
happened last
It
night.
just
It
happens
don't matter.
anywhere, you know. And
It don't matter.
this is definitely a reminder for people, you know, if you have that Nest camera or you have that Ring camera, maybe it's time to upgrade to get a little subscription here so you can at least protect you and your interest in your family. You know, lock your doors and you know, just have safety ways before everyone goes to bed at night. Don't answer your door at night, no matter what. If someone's pounding on your door at night, or you know, somebody don't open that door unless you're 100% sure. And you know, find other things. See, use these cases as an example to make sure this doesn't happen to you.
Well, on the street too, lots of neighbors, something might happen at the neighbor's house, and if you can get somebody driving by.
Yeah. Well, you know what I did? You know, Turquoise, you know what I did? I gave my 2 neighbors, literally, I had extra Ring cameras. I literally, about 4 months ago, literally walked over my neighbor's house and gave them to them for a gift. And I said, here. And I said, you know, and they were very grateful. And I did that because it also protects me by having neighbors with them too. And they took them, 2 separate neighbors. I had extra cameras and I gave it to them.
And you can join that group.
So, you know, like, so your whole block is like everybody
you gotta
has
look out for each other.
Exactly.
You have to look out for, and I have a daughter that lives in Arizona. Like, she lives by herself. She got a little pup. So, you know, we've been following this, and it's just, we got family out there, but I tell her to make sure you watch your surroundings. And also, if you're in your home, people, if you can conceal and carry, like, get it gently, you know, to protect your home and your family, because it's so much evil stuff going on in the world, and you got to stay prayed up too. And I think I really like the fact that you guys are telling people to pray. That is very important.
Power of prayer.
You know, you just got to keep the faith, you know, because whatever's going on behind the scenes, it's making us aware. You know, whoever did this, and anybody that's doing anything evil towards another person, they're going to get caught and they're going to be dealt with the worst way. And what you guys are doing is like you're helping us, your boots on the ground, because if it wasn't for you guys, the few of you guys that's out there, we wouldn't even know what's going on day to day. So, you know, we're thankful. Like, it's just really waking us up to, like, really protect ourselves. Because you just don't know who's watching you, and you have to be careful. You got to, you know, check on your neighbors. Like, I have a neighbor live by himself, and he's 80, maybe 90. We take care of him. You need something, because his family is in Indiana. You need something, you need us to take garbage out, whatever, call us. If anything's going on, call us. And actually, it was an ambulance over there last year, and I went over there to make sure, like, you know, what's going on, and I had to help find his son's number and stuff, so they can be aware, like, okay, he fell, he's headed to the hospital. So if you have elderly neighbor people, make sure you check in on them and just build that rapport and friendship with them. You know,
well said.
They need that. They need that.
Turquoise, thanks for the conversation. You be safe there.
You guys are welcome. Keep up the good work. I'm watching y'all every day. I'm watching. You know, it's gonna be a break soon. I feel it. And, you know, I don't have an opinion if she's still with us or if she's, you know, went on to be with the Most High. I just don't want to, like, give an opinion on that. I'm just praying for the best. Like, I'm really praying for the best. But whoever did this, y'all, mark my words, they're going to get dealt with.
They're going to get you.
Oh, they will.
They're going to get God. They're going to get God.
All right. Be safe, Turquoise. Thank you.
We'll all be here to see it.
Yes, that's right. That's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for the perp to be identified so we could go to the perp's house.
Yeah.
Because that's what I'm going to show all the viewers, where the perp lives.
And we appreciate you guys, because you guys are the ones that, you're the boots on the ground, you're the eyes for us, so we can see what's going on. We can't see nothing. We're in other states, you know? So we appreciate you guys. And stay hydrated, because I know it's, like, warm out there, too.
Yeah, we got Diet Cokes here. I do. Dr. Pepper and Diet
Drink
Coke.
a lot of water.
I know.
Water and Gatorade.
I know. Thank you so much. Be safe.
Bye. Thanks for calling me.
All right. Take care. Thanks for watching.
I'll be following.
Justice for Nancy. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Turquoise. All right. Nurse Melody says, ignore the haters. Supper on me. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So yeah, that's one thing that he did say is they need to think about anybody who had contact with Nancy in the last, let's say,
I would say a year.
Now here's what I want someone to look up is there was an uptick from what I heard in police activity around Nancy's house from January 10th to the day that Nancy was kidnapped. Okay, so let's think about this. That area nothing was happening as far as a lot of police incidents. And then January 10th, there's a spike in that area, confirmed, of mysterious people being seen on Ring cameras in Nancy's neighborhood and in that area that we've been.
All right, we're gonna have to switch up because this is hot out here. So I might have to put the tripod out there because we're about to melt here. This thing's gonna melt. It's getting hot.
Yeah. There's no shade over there.
There's one right there. I'm gonna step out. Yeah, I'm gonna step out over here. I'm
So
gonna put the tripod out.
That's
folks.
one thing that
Get some air.
I can tell you right now, authorities are looking at really closely. And there's all these targeted groups, so to speak. So that's where, if anyone can pull all the calls that were made, police, I don't know if we need a FOIA request it. There was a spike in police calls in Nancy's neighborhood starting on January 10th. Before that, there wasn't that many. January 10th, it picked up big time. So why all of a sudden from January 10th till that's what we need to find out.
Things gonna melt. I'm gonna put this out here since we're getting pretty hot out here. It's getting hot here. Look at that. Bring Nancy home. This is where there's going to be a vigil tonight. Let's see if I can park over here, though. Keep this up for a bit. Wish I could come up on the curve here. I don't know where other locations should we look. We're starting to get into the heating of the day, as it is now 12:25. We'll continue to see what's happening here. Let me check my messages here, see if anybody sent me a message. Let me see what's happening here. I'll be right back. Help bring Nancy home. I don't know what should
Well,
which
how many hours is today? So we got like
6 hours to a
take a
visual out
little
here.
2-hour break and then come back.
I could. I'm not sure yet. I like taking calls though. I like to hear people from people. People say, bring the 10 out here. Huh. But there's nothing. There's like no road trip to Annie's house.
I think we should do that tomorrow. Just go out and meet there at the first thing.
Where at?
Annie's, and just do that track. Not at Annie's, but we'll just drive it one more time and just look at the businesses that have that route, because I don't know how to say this, but the car might not have that data that confirms everything that's said, if you know what I'm saying.
I think I'm going to take it. Follow me over to Nancy's. I'm going to go over to Nancy's. You want to go over to Nancy's?
Yeah.
I'm going to go see what's going on there. Right past there. Something different. Just go for a drive. Makes my phone cool down.
You want me to take my car?
No, just follow me. Because I don't know what I'm going to do at that point.
Oh, you want me to follow you?
Yeah, just follow me. Yeah, it's better to follow because I don't know what I'm going to do at this point.
All right, see you over there.
Okay. Get my tripod here. We're going to go on a little road trip here. I'm going to go over there and see what's happening. Like literally in the hottest of hottest heat waves here going on. All right, so let's do it here. People say go to Iran. No, thank you. No Iran. And we're putting in our address. I think I know how to get there from here. We're 15 minutes away.
Then turn right onto West Elm Street.
We're out.
At the stop sign, turn right onto West Elm Street.
Nightmare on Elm Street. We'll just see midday if anyone's at Nancy's home anymore.
At the next stop sign, turn left.
Turn left.
In 300 feet, turn right onto West Leicester Street. Turn right onto West Leicester Street. Then at the next stop sign, you'll turn left.
We'll go back up here.
In 300 feet, turn right onto West Plata Street. Turn right onto West Plata Street. Then at the next stop sign, you'll turn left. At the stop sign, turn left onto North Stone Avenue.
North Stone Avenue. Oh, this is a bad spot. And I don't like these type of spots. Where I have to cross because there's so many cars. This is going to be a pain. All right, working our way back. Come on in. Also know that even murderers show up at funerals. Set up a camera to security video the crowd tonight. Look over that footage later. They sometimes come back to the scene. They might have been back to the scene during this whole course of this whole thing, just to check out or even drive by to see what's going on. Thank you for that comment. That came from Fearless Me. Fearless Me also says, a couple things. Has anyone ever checked car washes the night it happened? At the car wash. That's a good, no one has ever presented that question, Fearless Me. Also, go get your tent set up for any interviews tonight at the vigil. Oh, we don't need a tent because at that point, the light, it's going to be dark. I don't even know who's going to show up. I mean, I'm just told something's going to happen at 6 p.m. You know, it might be a couple people. Might be, I mean, Dad's going live said he has like 100 candles. That's what I'm told. Once it hits that 4 o'clock hour, it starts to get less hot. It is hot, man. It's close to 90 degrees right now. Welcome to Tucson, folks. Welcome to Tucson. Watch, I truly doubt there's going to be anyone at Nancy's home. Gives you an idea of what Tucson looks like. Where is Nancy? I got to turn up here at Westmore. Tucson Police. Right there in front of me. Tucson Police. Wetmore. Did I say Westmore? Wetmore. Wetmore. All right, up here making a left. This will take us up by the, we'll go past Luke's house again. See what's happening there. Luke. Crossing over that river that is dried up. Man, it's really hot. Oh my goodness, the temperature says 95 degrees right now. Tucson weather. Oh, that's in my car. It says 95, but it's probably my car. Tomorrow will be 88, and then it just goes back down. Reasonable weather again. 60s and 70s. We're in this like major hot heat wave. All right, there's the Culvers. They did all the searches around here. I don't know if you guys remember the searches. But no law enforcement activity. I keep refreshing my screen here for Guthrie on X, Twitter, any news reports, day 29, nothing. There we go. Somebody with an Iowa plate in front of me. Iowa. All right, we have officially entered the Catalina foothills. All right, so we'll be turning up here on Orange Grove here shortly. Where is Nancy? Shayna, Lee, Pacific Northwest. Where's Nancy? In Arizona? In another state? In another country? I mean, those are the three options. Her body's somewhere. We're on our way to Luke's and Nancy's. Luke and Nancy's. It's a great question. Where is she? We're now Luke's house again. Coincidentally, I got two bell dots here. I don't know where these things came from. It's weird. See those two dots? It's weird. Two dots. Hold on a second. It's weird. That's weird. Right there. Where these two dots come from? How they go away? Nobody at Luke's. Mystery people. Many people feel like Luke and Kayla, or Luke or Kayla, or that group is involved in this mix. Luke and Kayla. It was in the back of this cul-de-sac about 2 miles away from Nancy's. I don't see anybody. I don't see anybody there. Which is so strange. Really strange. They're not even in front of the sheriff's office anymore. No media. Just see this desert-like terrain. I mean, it's just everywhere. I mean, we've went over this over and over and over again. It's just a crazy land here where a body could be anywhere. It's literally like you're gonna need some pings of the perps to determine where exactly they went. You're gonna need pings. It's just so much land. You're gonna need pings, man. All right, couple more cars. We're out. Oh, here comes another one. Why don't you drive by Andy's? That's what Ashley says. Well, I could text the neighbor that can see their house. The neighbor will let me know if anyone is in front of the house. Yesterday there was a media there, but there was nobody. It's empty. It's just an empty house. There's nothing going on there. There's no police activity there. But if something does jump off, we'll know and we can go. Well, back on the block. Look at this guy. It's John DePietro. It's John DePietro. You want to hop in, or you're... What's going on? Where'd you park at the shopping center? Really?
I normally do 20,000 steps a day.
20,000 steps a day? Nobody's out here anymore. Was any activity going on? Nothing. What's your long-term plans here? Short-term? To when? You don't know? I mean, where do you book to?
I'm not having.
So you're going to be here tomorrow?
Well, I'm here
This week?
What about you?
I'm the same way.
Same.
But I mean, I don't know, man. I'm starting to think this is not going anywhere here. But the callers and everybody wants to know what happened to Nancy. 4 Sundays ago.
Right now.
Uh-huh. This street.
Police cars.
Yep.
Filled with
Canines.
But it had not been made public. But they were already here in force.
Correct.
So here we are, day 29.
Here we are, day 29.
I still don't get the timeline.
You still don't get the timeline?
No.
Back here at the home. I'll plant the camera for a bit. I'm going to go park at the neighbors. Wendy, send me a message again, Wendy, and just say Wendy with your number. Call me again, Wendy. Well, sit right here a minute. All right, Wendy, let's hear from you. Wendy wants to speak. Let me go on Wendy. All right, Wendy, I got your number, Wendy. Calling you now, Wendy.
Well, hello, JLR.
Hi, Wendy. How are you?
You've really screwed up my day because I've been trying to get a hold of you for 6 hours.
Oh, I'm not trying to screw up anyone's day.
You stopped my life for 6 hours and trying to get a hold of you. But you know what? I appreciate everything you've been doing. And also, I sent you an email a week ago on the MLS listing of Nancy Guthrie's.
Okay.
Which was and I sent you a screenshot. So you got to be vigilant of those kind of things.
Yeah, yeah. So, I get a lot of emails, so I can't see it all.
When she said that today, I was just like, well, that's old news.
So her house was put up for sale in October of 2024?
Yes, it was. Well, it's really weird because in order to go under MLS, you have to have a reputable listing agent, and the listing agent is on it. And it's just weird how it was. It was, it came up 990-ish, and then then the last listing, it didn't even say listing was removed. How it's set up is very, very odd. And then it was just totally taken off. And then also she had, and this is how you get it from the auditor's report.
Mm-hmm.
And you look under the taxes, and then it'll show property taxes, and then it'll go into the auditor's report where it pulls up these kind of things. And then it showed in the MLS also that her home was for sale. And also on the auditor's report, it pulled up a permit, electrical permit was done in January. And with permits, it has to be something major, a HVAC, an electrical box, something like that. So there was work done. I have a different theory about it, but there were major issues done in January.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
there were,
I haven't seen any police.
Yeah, everybody's asked me to leave the town. I'm sorry, I did not to cut you off.
Are you gonna park?
Yeah, I'm gonna park my camera and then get park it at the house.
Okay.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
okay, that's okay. So there was major work. There were some other people, you know, in the home in January.
Mhm.
You know, you look under the auditor's report, you have to file it when you pull permits with the city. So I found that out. And also, okay, so her house is put up for sale in 2024. Annie bought her house in 2025, okay? And my theory of the whole thing is that, you know, I take care of my mom. She's 88 years old. She has, you know, she has disability. She can't see. I moved in with her. I just have a hard time, you know, feeling the lack of presence for somebody, and even taking an Uber, you know, to call for your mom and not being able to pick her up, which is totally absurd. But my theory is I feel that Annie wanted to move close. And, you know, get rid of the big house and move in with her daughter Annie, because they bought a house very close. Well, something went south, and I think that she decided she didn't want to move in with her because, I mean, on paper it sounds great, but, you know, it's a lot of work. You know, it's not what it's cracked up to be. And Nancy might have saw something in that house that she didn't want to go live with them. She didn't have a caretaker, okay? Because, okay, and then all of a sudden, what shows up at the door is a safety, a wellness check done by the city. Okay, why did that show up? And what I think happened, and this is, you know, everybody has their own idea what happened. I think what happened was she didn't want to move in with them. Well, they were strapped for cash, okay? They were depending on Nancy moving in with her and her paying a portion of being there. I'm sure she has disability or whatever monthly, and she has money, and taking that amount, and, you know, which would have helped both parties, okay? Well, something went south, and they didn't. Well, I think what happened is someone made a call, Annie Tomase, to social services, you know, to try to get her out of that house. Because if she had a caretaker, social services wouldn't have a case. And what I think what happened is social services got a hold of Nancy, and, you know, had, you know, told her, you maybe left a message on the machine saying, hey, this is social services, which comes to check to see if everything's okay in the house and whatever, okay? So when Nancy got that call, she was just like, you got to be kidding me, okay? I feel that she called an Uber and went to their house to confront them, and then things got ugly. There was something, you know, this case is not.
So it wasn't just you think that the Uber went over was to go over there, confront them, not to go out to dinner and not to do board games like the sheriff says.
Yes, and I think she never came home. Because why all of a sudden, and that, if you read that card, why, and I think that either she didn't answer the door or she didn't talk to them, and then, you know, and then a supervisor came over and left a card in that door.
We found out that was afterward, after she was reported missing, a neighbor.
Well, whatever. It could be, you know, they don't show up right away.
True.
I mean, you know, it takes a couple days. I mean, why would anybody even do that?
Why would they? Great
Right.
question.
So I think that they were trying to get her out of that house to have to come live with them. And why would she put it up in the market in 2024? That's very odd.
It is. I'm gonna do my parking here, and but I appreciate the chat, and I appreciate the insight. You know, in your perspective, a lot of unanswered questions. We just don't know.
Well, I don't think she came home because I think that them going in and out and the garage door, whatever, I think that was the cleanup.
But Savannah's saying that she got taken out of the house in her bedroom.
Yeah, but she could really say they don't know what happened. They haven't found the person.
She
can say anything she wants to say, and everybody can say what they want to say unless they find out what happened. But she never came home. That's why they were looking. I mean, the way that they went in and went into Tomase's and Annie's house, they were looking for something, and they were looking all around the whole neighborhood. I mean, that's for nothing. You know what I mean? They were looking for a phone. Maybe they were looking for her cane. Maybe they were looking for her phone when she went to see them. It wasn't. This is something deeper than a burglary.
Listen, I have to go. I have to post my tent up, and my phone is overheating in my vehicle.
All right, thanks.
We'll talk soon. Thanks for the conversation.
Bye.
Take care. Bye-bye. All right. I'm going to plant the camera here, folks. Stay with me, and then I have to park the car. Plant the camera. It is Fox News Digital in the house. What's up, Cat? Yeah, it was nice and cool up there in the north. Little break. Snow.
All right, what am I missing here? Let's see.
Getting really hot out here. Phone's about to melt. Oh, goodness, the phone is hot. I have it doesn't matter with the fan. It's just. But what do we got? Back out here from the home. There's nothing here. I don't know, folks. I don't know. We might have to keep it moving or come back in a bit. This is the house. Think.
Interesting.
Put AC on.
It's pretty blurry.
I don't know. I don't even know if I want to be out here. We'll wait to see who shows up. If anyone at all, but I don't think anyone's going to show up personally. I really don't think so. Let me spin my car around.
Let's see what's going on the Tucson police scanner. Probably nothing, but just want to double check here. See any updates on sources here, guys? No, nothing here. Well, and that stream.
Everything went kooky. We back? Yes. I'm going up the road. Are we back? Yes. Yes. All right. Thank you. Yeah, definitely. Too hot out there. There's nothing out there. Literally, there's nothing out there. This scene is done. This scene is done. There's nothing else left at the Nancy Guthrie home except an empty house. Last night I listened to News Nation who said this was done by a delusional fan with a grudge. I wholeheartedly agree.
Delusional
Listen
fan
to
with
the
a
interview.
grudge. That kind of
Do you
makes
think
sense.
it's one of those delusional fans of Savannah? Hollywood celebrities get a bunch of delusional fans and delusional people. I mean, Hollywood celebrities get all types of people, stalkers, things like that. They do. I'm going up to the Starbucks parking lot in the shade. Plus better reception there. Matter of fact, it's do something different. Let's go down to the sheriff's office. We'll check out their things. I'm just gonna go. We can talk while we're driving. Just gonna go over here with the sheriff's office. That's down by my way anyway. I have to regroup and then come back at like 6 p.m. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go down to the sheriff's office.
Well, that's good. Yeah, you should definitely go to the sheriff's office and see if you can kind of ask around down there.
Turn yourself in.
The sheriff's department may be closed today.
Turn yourself in. Turn yourself in, perp. We'll do some calls.
At the next stop sign,
We'll just stay online. We'll have a conversation. In the meantime, you just share what you want to do on the chat. Pima County Sheriff's Office.
at the stop sign, turn right onto North
You know, if they were going to do a raid, it would start out at the Pima County Sheriff's Office and the SWAT would roll out. Roll out. We'll do some calls. So if you're a professional, leave in the email there. And we'd love to hear from you. When was the the first instinct before news or sheriff changed your mind? First press conference. Second theory, your first gut instinct is usually right, even if you go away from that original thought for a bit. Famous last words. I knew it. Shayna Lee, Pacific Northwest says, well, that will take you to Tommaso. Huh. That would take you to Tommaso because the very first thing we started looking at was Tommaso. Like Tommaso, but Tommaso's not in that footage.
Exactly, Granny.
Sheriff cleared him, though.
All very tired.
Notice Ashley Banfield, who made and basically said he could be the prime suspect. She has her video still up of him. You know, don't you think Tommaso and Annie and the Guthrie family would have sent her a cease and desist and take down that defamatory stuff? This is defamation, slander, libel, and immediately take. Maybe they did. We just don't know. But Ashley Banfield got that video still up. But she also said maybe a suspect. So I don't think maybe a suspect is defamatory. He could have done this. It's not defamatory. Especially in a case that's unsolved and he was the last person with them. Don't know what to believe, ladies and gentlemen. Nanos has said things before that wasn't true. So, but he's saying they've been cleared. And apparently they've been cleared for a couple days after this incident happened. But another caller earlier presents the question, if they were cleared, or why at the beginning stages, just a couple days later, some dude is texting their phone about Bitcoin, and why did authorities have their phone seized at the time? Maybe they did. Somebody was texting Annie and Tommaso about Bitcoin, the Derek Colella guy. You would think that their phone would be seized at that point for a while. But maybe Savannah intervened and said, how dare you think Tommaso and Annie's involved? This is my sister. There's no way she did it, Sheriff Nanos. You need to focus on somebody else. I talked to my sister, Annie. She says she didn't do it. You can't sit there and say my sister did this. I don't know. But they got their car seized. Got their car seized. Which appears to be not given back. Why? Matter of protocol. How would you feel if authorities seized your vehicle as part of an investigation and a month later you still don't have your vehicle? Would you demand your vehicle back? Maybe they have. But does your vehicle get seized by authorities if you have nothing to do about it and continue to be seized for almost a month? That's your transportation. It's your livelihood. How would you feel if someone seized your vehicle as part of an investigation and they still have it a month later? Part of the investigation. They said, local news reporter asked Pima County, said it's part of the investigation. Well, if they had nothing to do with it, give me my car back. Give me the car. I want my car back. They got the car. But they've been cleared? Something's not making sense there. How are you going to have law enforcement, like forensic type law enforcement, go in your house in the middle of the night and start taking pictures inside their home when the crime happened 10 minutes away? Doesn't make sense, ladies and gentlemen. Until proven otherwise, it just does not make sense. I don't like that right there. I don't like that spot. doesn't make sense. It really doesn't. We're on our way to the sheriff's office on Benson to see what's going on. Walk and talk. Roll out. To me, a lot of things do not make sense at all. I'm sure a lot of things do not make sense to you also. When it comes to Annie and Tommaso. Just say, oh, we're just going to take your vehicle. I'm going to go to a gas station, get rid of those 2 spots. I don't know why those 2 spots are there, but I need to get rid of them. It just makes no sense to me. Not at all. I'm missing Iran. Iran is not really my concern or like that. I mean, where I'm covering cases in the United States right now, whatever goes on in Iran, that's the thing. I mean, that's a world thing. We've covered a little bit of Iran. We knew it was going to happen at one point. If they attack U.S. soil, then that's a whole other story. But wars and crazy stuff overseas. I don't like wars. But yeah, like this is a case we got to stay with for now. Yeah, my dash has a reflector spot. That's what I'm going to go over. Matter of fact, next gas station I'm pulling in. I'm on my way to the sheriff's office. Just to show you the sheriff's office and see if any media is camped out there or anything going on there. Jimmy John's, Dunkin' Donuts. On the way to the sheriff's. I can't even find a gas station. Where's the gas stations? Where's the gas stations? Gas stations. Why did Nancy take an Uber? Why didn't they pick her up? They supposedly drove her home. Fishy to me. Torin 22. Torin, a lot of people have been asking that same question. How do you just go take an Uber and then not take an Uber home? And suddenly Tommaso, the last person with her, takes her home. Why didn't Nancy take her own car? She got her own car. She drives to church. Friends report her not coming to church, to the family, the friends all to get together, watch online church. Why didn't Nancy takes her car to church, right? Or does she take Ubers to the church friend's house? Sheriff Nano said Nancy is sharp as a tack. All right, this is the area I started out this morning when they had the accident. Guy hit a homeless person.
I feel like when you keep having to add to the story, meaning like, is she alive? Okay, we're this many weeks in. We gotta have medicine. She has a pacemaker. You know, I'm speaking pretty obvious here, but there's a lot of things that are not in her favor right now. And for how long it's been, you start almost creating those narratives in your head of how she could be alive and what
You need to find some abandoned
would be
mines.
taken to keep her alive, but it almost seems like a stretch, as much as I hate to say
She's
that.
got one more brutal day tomorrow, and then the temperature starts going down. Roll out. All right, I'm by the Arizona stadium, University of Arizona. University of Arizona land.
Yeah, they could very well be.
Beretta Scott Kang. JLR, there was an alleged terror attack in Austin last night that I wish you were covering. You missed a lot of breaking news. Chasing a ghost. Hoax. Austin terror attack. 7 minutes to the sheriff's office. It's like a broken bus. .2 minutes, 2 miles. Probably feel safer at the sheriff's office than anywhere else. Almost at the sheriff's office. 5 minutes. There's like a nice shady spot under there. We'll look at the SWAT vehicles, and we'll have a conversation. Crossing over I-10.
At the next light, take a sharp right.
2 minutes.
At the light, take a sharp right onto East Way USA. Go past East Fair Street and turn left into the parking lot.
Sheriff's office.
Turn left into the parking lot.
Nobody's here. Literally empty. It's a good backdrop. Bomb squad. Pima County Bomb Squad. I like this. The shade. All right, you guys, you ready for some Q&A? Pima County Bomb Squad. You guys are ready for some Q&As and different phone calls and different things. Pray for the families of 3 military members who were killed, 5 others seriously wounded during this conflict against Iran. Pray for peace. Dreamsicle 289. How's the background look here? Yeah. How's the background? Yeah, looks interesting. The Pima County Sheriff Bomb Squad. Who wants to talk? Anybody want to talk? I want to talk about the dark arts. All right, Roseland. Roseland wants to talk about dark arts. I am a God-fearing woman. However, I do know about the dark arts. All right, Roseland. Dark arts. What's going on with the dark arts? 625. All right. Let's talk. Roseland.
Hello.
Hi, Roseland.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. Okay, so.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing? I know you're hot.
Yes, we're in the shade now. We're feeling good now.
Yes.
Dark arts. Are you talking about who's into dark arts?
Well, you know, they say that, I'm turning my TV down, sorry. You know, they say that Annie was all into the dark poems and stuff like that, and Tommaso's band has definitely been mentioned quite a few times, and his band members.
Mm-hmm.
You ever watch these shows like with the detectives and they have the little thumbtacks and the strings all pointing somewhere?
Yeah.
Well, I've been kind of like doing that in my mind, and all my strings are pointing back toward Tommaso, either directly related or indirectly related.
Why?
Well, you remember the little golf show we had the other day with the girl and the guy out there doing the photo shoot?
Yep.
Okay, so.
Her name was Kiki, by the way. She called herself Kiki.
Yeah, I caught that on your show.
Yeah, Kiki.
But I work in a jail, so I see all kind of people.
What kind of jail? Like where at? Do you mind sharing, or you don't want to share?
I'm in North Carolina.
North Carolina. You work at a jail?
Yes, I'm a detention officer.
Oh, okay.
And for full disclosure, I just got into it being a detention officer a year ago. I'm 53 years old now.
Okay.
So I've learned a lot. I've had my eyes open to a lot. But however, the dark arts, you know, you're God-fearing, and you know you cannot believe in God and not know about the devil, and you cannot believe in the devil and not know about the God.
Yeah.
It goes hand in hand. It has to. Because the devil is God's enemy, and God is the devil's enemy. And, you know, there's two sides to everything. So the dark arts and these people out there the other day just really, it pulled the biggest string for me totally, because they are known to be inverts. Society is not fully accepted it, but the dark arts has been around forever. You know, it's even mentioned in the Bible. So these people are really very close knit. Yeah, I mean, you remember like when the Marilyn Manson scene was out and people were cutting M's in their chest and stuff just to show their loyalty to Marilyn Manson?
Or I'll even go as far as saying Charles Manson.
Right. So it's been around forever. So either directly or indirectly, Tommaso has certainly a controversial group to the normal standard, you know?
Yeah.
And I'm not ready to toss that tomato at him yet, but I'm hoping it.
You said you're not ready to toss the tomato at him yet?
Not yet, but I'm hoping.
Tossing tomatoes at Tommaso, huh?
Right. But I'm holding it for the simple fact that they're kind of both into, I wouldn't say necessarily the dark arts as far as satanic beliefs, but it draws that world in. And most of them are inverts. Most of them are not empathetic to very much of anything. A lot of them, when you get to know them, they have very, very bad relationships with their parents because they just don't fit in with their own family.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it just kind of, and I'm not trying to say he's directly involved, but it sure seems pretty heavy on his end.
Yeah, we don't know him, you know, but he does play in that band. You know, it appears, you know, there's some love and murder, and there is pictures of Annie, you know, with, I don't know if you've seen the pictures, or you know what I'm talking about?
I do. And I even went on one of his band members' Facebook group. Well, it was actually the band's Facebook group.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a picture in there with a lady that just kind of made me think of Nancy. It's a black and white photo. She had a bullseye in the middle of her head. And, you know, I've been to college and I've studied world religions and different things. And, you know, and then I seen another picture and it was the Nine of Swords. And I've definitely never understood the tarot readings or anything like that. I just always thought it was hogwash.
Uh-huh.
But that also has been around forever, you know, so I mean, who am I to say it exists or, you know, it's real or not? I don't know. I mean, I've never practiced it, but there's a lot of people that do believe in it.
You see it in the prison system or the jail system?
Oh, my God, what do we not see in the prison? I mean, it's just all walks of life, everything that comes in there. And, you know, we see some pretty bizarre stuff in there sometimes.
But you know what's interesting? Because, you know, I feel like Savannah is a God-fearing Christian. Savannah. I do. Do you?
I do. And
okay.
I grew up watching Savannah.
Exactly. But it seems like her personality and persona is much, much different than her sister Annie. It's like total opposite, it seems like.
Okay, so with
I'm just going by based off me looking at, you know, her Annie's profiles and seeing some of these dark, edgy pictures and stuff like that. You know, does Annie and Tommaso go to church like Nancy or Savannah? Do they go to church?
And, you know, you had a caller call in a little while ago that said, did Miss Nancy go over there, seen something she didn't really agree with and backed out, maybe wanting to possibly live with him? That could be, you know, kind of going to where I'm going. You know, maybe because Nancy is a God-fearing woman, she's just not going to be part of that.
You know, somebody suggested, you know, that Annie and Tommaso could have had their hands in some stuff and been in debt with some other group or some dark side, you know, something, and someone is doing something to retaliate on them. You understand? Like, you know, taking it out on Nancy because of something that they're involved with, you know? Well, like everyone keeps saying Savannah, it's because of Savannah, or celebrity.
You know, and even if you pull in the Clinton and the Epstein theory into this, into the dark side of this, Epstein's crap was more toward the dark sides.
It was.
So there again, that string pulls back toward Tommaso and Annie.
Like, what are you saying? Like negative energy?
Well,
demonic? Are we going as far as demonic?
I don't know if I want to take it to that level, but it might not be on Annie and Tommaso being demonic. It might be someone that follows them.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, you know, because they're usually Gothic people are usually very not empathetic people. I mean, you got to be kind of, and many people have said this, you got to be sick and twisted to take an 84-year-old lady out of her bed.
No matter what the price is.
Exactly.
No matter what the price is. It could be $1 billion. And I would say 99% of this population would be like, no.
Even in jail, I hear these inmates cuss their mamas from one end to the other, and then the very next phone call they get to make, oh, mama, please put money on my books. Moms, you know I love you, and this, that, and the other. And they'll tell you real quick, I'll call my mama the B word, but you're not going to do it.
Yeah.
You know, so even the darkest of criminals that have some still empathetic soul, they still love their mama. And their grandma, even if they don't like their mama, most of them love their mama. A lot of inmates have been raised up by other family members. They have a deep hatred toward their mother, but they love their grandmother.
Well, even just a total stranger doing something to an elderly.
I don't
just
think
a total stranger doing something like on this level to an elderly. To me, it's like almost impossible. Like, you've been in the jail system. I've been in the prison system myself on that other side. You know, and I've never ran across someone that would strictly just say, oh, I'm going to kill an elderly because I just want to kill an elderly person or kidnap an elderly. It just doesn't happen.
If someone does that, it's usually a very random attack. When I've been out with knee surgery. So this has been my go-to all day, every day since I think day 3 or 4.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, because I'm in the therapy phase of it now. But I'm telling you, I feel like the dark arts is somehow, and a lot of people don't want to talk about this because it's controversial. It's not widely accepted. But this is more deep-rooted in our society than what people want to give credit to.
Some people in the chat are saying sacrificial rituals.
And I kind of wanted to go that route, but then I thought, no, I just think that's too far out there. I think maybe if it was a younger person, you know, a revenge kind of thing. And I thought, you know, well, what if it's something to do with I've listened to everybody, and I've been reading a lot of comments, and I try to look at both sides, the good and the bad side of everything. And, you know, okay, so to be realistic, I'm a crafter. I've been crafting for 35 years. I even thought about the gloves. And then when you got your cup, the lady that made you the pretty TUCSON cup,
yeah,
I thought, oh my God, ding, 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 the bell went off. Annie's a crafter. She makes jewelry. A lot of jewelers, myself included, you know, depending on what materials you're using or what you're working with, you'll put gloves on to not leave fingerprints or not get say like epoxy resin or something like that on your hands.
Mm-hmm.
Or, you know, depending on what her craft is she making witchcraft jewelry? Is she making, you know, desert arts jewelry? I mean, you know, it doesn't matter. She's at some point or another, she may use gloves to protect her hands or protect her craft.
Gotcha.
So she might not be directly related any kind of that way, but that could have been, you know, easily accessed to Tommaso. Or it could have just been something simple as, well, we found black gloves in her house. This is more reason to search her house. You know, simply because she's a crafter.
My mind takes me, and I 100% hope in this and pray that they are victims themselves, like the sheriff says, you know, and they're just misunderstood, or, you know, I hope and pray that these people are not involved. Sheriff insists.
I'm really trying to look at it like that too. And as far as the sheriff, I'm kind of on the fence with the sheriff because our sheriff would be out there in the back of a pickup truck with a spotlight. He would be searching the woods, the swamps, everywhere he could get out there to find. And he'd have a group of good old boys out there helping him do it. Anybody that wanted to help.
Well,
and
yeah,
that I don't agree with. I just don't agree with that.
I remember there was this little boy in Hernando County, Florida, named J.J. Rowland, and he vanished out of his, you know, he was at his mom's house playing outside, and this little boy, I think he was under 10, and he just vanished, right? He wandered off in the woods. And I swear to God, I went up there, and literally the next day, there were 1,000 volunteers from all walks of life, bringing their ATVs, horseback, signing up elderly mothers looking for this little boy. And I think, in this situation, I think that should have been done in a sense, and if the sheriff, put the message out for searchers in this case, there would be thousands looking for Nancy in that aspect. Where would they go? I don't know, but at least they would go around the neighborhood and expand out.
But then looking back at
But they didn't do it.
No, some tried, but it was quickly shut down, and I don't understand. But I do, from the law enforcement side, I completely understand keeping your information close to the vest, that only the perp would know, that somebody would slip and say something that only the perp would know. I do completely understand all that. But I don't understand is the public safety awareness, come out and say something, have somebody come out and say something, because you got now elderly people thinking, oh my God, is our neighborhood safe anymore?
Some do not feel that way. Some are very like, well, I don't know, man. They're thinking, somebody could be out there. Some I've said, they think this is just an isolated incident or somebody connected to the family that's involved, or they're not worried, but others are.
Some people just might not want to say on camera because, they don't know which camera saw them, who didn't see them, who's got the hot mic listening. Some people just kind of reserve themselves, and they say, oh, well, I think it's still a safe neighborhood to show face for the neighborhood. But deep down, they're probably thinking, because we've seen the security trucks rolling into neighborhoods. We've seen people starting to get new security systems out there,
Mm-hmm.
And I guarantee you, if someone done some kind of search on the increase of sales of security around that area, I guarantee there'd be a rise in it.
This is scary stuff. I can tell you that.
Very scary. And, like I said, a lot of people do not want to talk about the dark arts because it's so controversial. But to believe in God, you also got to believe there's a devil. And the people that go toward the devil's side, they believe there is a God because that's the devil's enemy. They don't believe in God as being the God himself. They dismiss his authority. They dismiss his powers. They say Satan has the powers. So it's a double-edged sword. Either which side you believe on. And I believe in God. I believe totally, fully in God. And I believe God's going to shed light on this case. But, when you got that cup, I thought, this could be something as simple as she's a crafter. She has gloves. Is there residue on these gloves that could revert back to the crafts? Like I use muric acid. I live close to the coast, so I soak my seashells in muric acid. So there's a variety of reasons why people could use gloves.
Yeah.
So, but the dark arts, and then when these two characters came out the other day, of course, she said, we want to bring awareness to what happened to Nancy Guthrie. I think, in my personal mind, I think that was a diversion. That was kind of like a spit in the face saying, oh, we're supporting our group, we're supporting our people, and we're laughing at all of you right now. Because that was so disrespectful to get out there and do that.
Roseland, I appreciate the conversation. And we're praying for Nancy.
Absolutely. And never stop praying for Nancy, even if this takes years.
It's not going to take years. Have the faith. I don't think it is. But
I kind of feel like maybe Savannah may know a little bit about this too. That's her sister. She knows what they do. And I kind of feel like some information might have came out and she's protecting her sister.
it's her only sister. It's her only sister.
Her sister. And not only that, I believe that the sheriff is keeping in touch with the family, because I know if it was my husband and somebody was accusing my husband publicly of all kind of different things, I would be screaming off the rooftops, my husband is innocent.
Look at that. Have you seen the image? Again, I don't think they're involved because the sheriff says it. So I want to believe the sheriff, but other people feel otherwise, right? A lot of other people feel otherwise. I feel like, the sheriff cleared them. Got to believe the sheriff. That's where my mind's at, and I want to stick with that. And one of the things, but I don't want to turn my mind back to them. But I'm telling you, seeing that photo of them hiding their faces in their car and trying to, like, you know what I mean, Tommaso, I got negative vibes with that picture. Too. But maybe they're just private people.
And on that band, the Facebook page, and I told you about the picture of the lady that represents Nancy Guthrie. There's another picture on there, and it's a tarot card. It's the Nine of Swords. Well, I didn't know what that meant, so I looked it up. And the Nine of Swords means confusion, not sure, uncertainty. And it's an old lady sitting up in the middle of the bed. That's the picture of the tarot card. Wow. And that just about ripped my heart out when I saw that. I was like, oh, my God. So that's why I don't want to necessarily say it is Tommaso, but maybe it's someone that follows that group, that little group, that follows that type of music or
that culture, that lifestyle, that type of lifestyle.
That's the word I'm missing, the culture. I think it could be someone in that realm somehow.
That got wind that Annie Tommaso has a mother named Nancy who is mothers of Savannah that might have money.
Maybe. And, then all these crazy ransom stuff started coming out and then you pull this string and you pull that string and you pull this string and it kind of just all goes back to that.
I mean, the ransom stuff, you just don't kidnap a normal person and demand a multi-million-dollar ransom on a normal person. Normal people don't have that. So the person obviously had to know it's a family member of Savannah that has wealth. But if it was legit.
We've got people in our jail that's in there for kidnapping, but it's mostly custodial kidnapping. One parent gets mad at the other parent and hauls off with the kid. And, it's custodial interference, more or less. But, that's most of the kidnappings we deal with. Now, that big, heavy kidnapping stuff, like in the Susan Smith trial, she said a black man took her kids, drove off with her car, blah, blah, blah. That caused a big racial controversial for a while.
It did. Same with the Manuel Harrell case. I don't know if you followed the Manuel Harrell case with the mother and father just saying that as a Hispanic man knocked her out and took the kid.
Right. So there are people that's going to create these diversions to take things off of their own selves. And that's why when these two people came out the other day, I was like, oh, my God, I was screaming to the television, where is Sue Ellen? Where she would run them off. Where is she? And I just thought that was so disrespectful. And then I thought about that culture, and I thought, this is absolutely something they would do. This is saying, hey, look at us. We're here now. Y'all are going to watch us now. And I don't think it was about look at me, the girl and the guy. I think it was look at us.
I appreciate your time, Rosalind.
I appreciate you calling.
God bless you. Stay safe.
You too, man. And y'all keep it going. Oh, and give a shout out to Tucson, 857 Tucson. He rocks.
Yeah, I think he's back at the house. We separated here. I don't know if you followed me, but I also told him I might take a break for a while and then come back on for this nighttime vigil thing.
Yeah, I've seen y'all at the Popeyes. But
well, let me just say this. I got a comment here by Let's Do This Please 22, and he says, "What are the chances that Derek Colella?" Now you know who Derek Colella is, right?
I do.
What is the chances that Derek Colella is into dark music and sang about mutilation? Tommaso is into dark music. Kayla Day is known online as Kayla Stabs Things. And February 1st was a full moon. Is this really coincidence?
Okay, see, that's what I'm saying. All the strings runs back to that culture.
I would say it almost is demonic.
And it could be. I mean,
paganism, maybe. I don't know. Paganism?
Yeah, it could be. And it could be just people being stupid. There's people that get involved in these other cultural groups, I would say, that really don't understand what it's all about, but then they get so deep into it, they don't know how to get out of it. But a lot of them are very antisocial, sociopathic. Most of them are psychotic. Like I said, most of them don't fit in with their own families. and their own family don't understand them. So a lot of them have relationships with their families.
And then let me just say something while you're on. And it's just hitmen, paid hitmen. If this was a hitman or a hit job, they can accept the job or not accept the job. What a hitman's going to sit there and say, I'm going to take out an 84-year-old woman?
Why would they not go straight to the top of the tree and take Savannah? She's the one that holds the big money.
But it's like
She's
a lawyer.
The one that holds the secrets.
A lawyer chooses his clients, right? You get to choose. A hitman is. You think a hitman's going to be like, I'm just going to hit, like in a say, like a paid hitman, but go after an 84-year-old woman? It just seems like, because this could be a hit. That's the thing. The point I'm making is it could be a hit, but that makes it to the far evil of evil, going after a elderly woman.
Exactly. And the people in the dark arts, they don't see it as, well, I'm just going to hurt Savannah. No, they see it as something that's more closer to something they believe in. And that culture ties back to take the mother. Take the mother. The mother is the matriarch. Take the mother.
Got to be some financial incentive here.
And see, that's where I got a little string that keeps pulling back toward Tommaso, but the big strings are pulling back toward the culture. And, Tommaso, he's not on the grand scale as Cameron and Savannah as far as financial wise, but he's also into some pretty weird stuff.
He just doesn't look like, again, judging by the book by its cover, we don't know him. I watched videos of him playing the band. By the way, they took down their page, all their band pages and everything like that. He just looks like somebody that would not fit in with Savannah and Cameron. Like he wouldn't be like somebody that would be. They just look like two opposites.
And I've watched Nancy through the years. Like I said, I'm 53 years old, and I've watched Nancy and Savannah on that show, and you can tell there's a love bond there between them two. I mean, you just see it in their eyes, you hear it in their smiles. There is a complete love bond there. And you had another caller that called in, and she was talking about she felt like Annie was like a DV situation.
Yes.
And that she was kind of like a wounded woman. I kind of see that too, because I see women that come in there. There's a lady there now for murder because she's been beat all these years, and finally she just got tired of it. But just knowing her, getting to know her on an everyday basis, you would never think she's the type of person to do anything like that.
All right, Roseland, got to cut you off. Thank you
right.
for your time. Very grateful to speak to you. Thank you. Be safe.
Thank you, and y'all take care out there.
All right.
Take care of each other.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Sir. You too.
All right, folks. In front of us, we are at the Pima County Sheriff's Office. This is the Pima County Bomb Squad, and the SWAT. It actually feels really good being under the shade here in this situation. Anybody else want to talk? What else we got going on? I want to talk. Say, I want to talk. Jewelry heist gone wrong. We've discussed that theory. Please read out for opinions. Okay. This is our friend from Scotland, Adrian. I know for a fact if I had a family member missing, my mom, I'd want press conferences, updates. I'd be speaking until I was blue in the face. Surely Savannah and her family would want to maybe do a group conference. That's number one. Savannah has really only went out on Instagram to try to make a plea to the kidnappers and then also give subsequent statements. If your mom was kidnapped and taken out, how would you respond? But I think it's Adrian, to me, with that, and all of you can kind of shine your opinion on this. Savannah's a public figure. She's in the news. They could be targets themselves. I want to try to think both ways here on this. But if my mother got kidnapped or taken out or murdered, or there's a mystery or whatever like that, I would use the media as much as I can as a tool to amplify the message, send out an all points bulletin, bring public awareness, plea for assistance, and screaming from the rooftops. And I would demand my local law enforcement to do the same. Because once you're going to lose this opportunity here, and everyone's going to forget and move on. Also, if I was a friend or a family member or a spouse and I was being accused of a crime or being in any way involved, like Dominic Evans, Carlos, or even Luke Daly, they are wanting their names cleared. Now, Dominic Evans, DE, we call him, he gave a exclusive interview with the New York Times, I believe. And, he's just talking about, him hunkered down with his children. He works at a school. He was being blamed for all this. He admits that he has a past, criminal cases or criminal case. I think they only touched on one, DUI or whatnot. And just saying that his, people are parked in front of his house and everything like that. So I don't understand why some family members aren't speaking out. Why hasn't Annie or Tommaso spoken out? That's a great question. Why haven't they? It would be very easy for Savannah to sit side by side. The sheriff spoke out. The sheriff spoke on behalf of them, saying they're cleared. Anyone that continues to say Tommaso or anybody in the Guthrie family did it, it would just be cruel. Cruel. I understand people grieve different, but surely they would speak out. Now, we've seen people before in other cases like Jake Harrow and Chris Watts, Scott Peterson. Yeah, those guys. Jake Harrow, Scott Peterson, Chris Watts, the ones that actually go in front of the camera and flat out, be involved. They're involved and they're acting like they're victims. All three of those ones speak out about their innocence. And I understand there are murders, but at least they spoke out and spoke to the media and gave interviews, etc. So she's saying, at least at the very least, Chris Watts, Scott Peterson, Jake Harrow spoke. I'll even go out on the limb and say here, Don Wells with Summer Wells, and Candace and Don Wells. And even they spoke to the media at one point. Susan Smith. Don't forget Susan Smith. We'll lump her in too. Jake Harrell, Chris Watts, Scott Peterson, Susan Smith. Who else? Who else out there went really crazy and just went onto the cameras and said, blah, 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 blah. Sherry Papini. How about Sherry Papini? Sherry Papini, Casey Anthony. So I said Barry Morphew. Barry Morphew. Don't forget Barry, old Barry Morphew. Barry Morphew. I say Don Wells, even though they haven't been arrested for that. Yeah, Chris Watts. Pretty crazy. Lori Daybell, Jodi Arias. Jodi Arias. This family are so quiet apart from Savannah. We saw Savannah and her brother Cameron speak via pleas, but we have not heard from Annie. Should Annie and her husband Tommaso speak about? Should they speak out? This is not an allegation against anyone, but I just find it a bit odd. Adrian. Thank you for the insight, Adrian. We got some people that want to talk offline, but I can't talk offline. We want to talk online. JJ wants to talk. I don't know what you want to talk about. My name is Jeremy. But Jeremy, I'm going to call you, just see what you have to say real quick. Jeremy wants to talk. All right, JJ, you're up. JJ's up. Hello.
Hello.
JJ's up. Hey, mute your phone down, JJ. Or mute the
I got my TV muted.
Awesome. Hi, Jeremy.
I'm just getting tired of people thinking it's the music that Tommaso is listening to or plays, because look at Rob Zombie, look at Marilyn Manson, look at Slipknot.
Go for it. Go for it. Yes. Share. What do you think? Because music, because they're not killers kind of deal?
Yeah. And I listen to that kind of music all the time, and I'm not a killer.
You have a great point. You're right. I mean, just because somebody, I listen to Metallica. I don't know Metallica's, or I listen to Ozzy Osbourne. He ate a bat. How about that?
Yeah, he's the Prince of Darkness.
I mean, you have a very, I like this. And I appreciate you coming on and say that. Just because you listen to music or involved with certain music doesn't make you a killer, a kidnapper, or an evil person.
No. And also, I think there's two people that were involved, and I agree with you. She's close to home.
I call it the 5 mile zone, FMZ. You think she's close to home, JJ?
Yeah. I think they took her into a house, and they're not letting people know what house, because I think they're moving her back and forth.
So you think she's alive?
Yeah.
Whoa, that's interesting.
Just like that nurse said, she might have had a 90-day prescription, and they grabbed it because they had to know who she was, and they are moving her house to house, back and forth, when the cops are getting close.
Well, here's the thing. One of our, I'll call her the anonymous searcher who works with SAR in Arizona, she said she saw, or she was talking about the arrest, search warrant for Carlos, the guy in Rio Rico. And they were looking for Nancy in the house. They were looking for Nancy's medical equipment, and they were looking for Nancy's medications in this search warrant. So do they believe that someone took Nancy's medication?
I'm thinking that Carlos was the one that delivered the medication, and that's why he got pinged.
Well, that's interesting. That's interesting. Yeah, I don't know what type of delivery, but do they deliver it that way? Didn't he just do basic deliveries for like a package service?
Amazon has different ones, but you can make deliveries in your own vehicles through Amazon, because they deliver up to my mom's house all the time in their own vehicles.
Gotcha. No, but you
also,
go ahead.
I think if that wasn't Savannah's dog, if it was Nancy's dog, I think it was poisoned to snoop around her house.
Everybody says dogs bark. Dogs make noise. Dogs are loyal to their owners. Dogs are like their security. Maybe that's why she didn't have a subscription to, she had a dog there with her. A subscription to the cameras.
It's just making me mad that people are saying the music that he plays and listens to is making him a killer, which I don't believe.
Thank you for sharing that. See, I like that point of view. All right, JJ, thank you very much for your time.
Yeah.
All right, take care. Thanks for calling. Thanks for watching. All right. He got a point. You got a point. Got a point. You listen and play, and you playing dark, edgy music stuff doesn't make you a killer or a bad person. Does it? What do you think? All right, we got Bren. Bren wants to speak. Brenda wants to mention 2 things that no one has mentioned. 2 things, Brenda. All right, we'll get you in, Brenda. We're going to get you in, Brenda. Stand by. All right, you're up, Brenda. Hi, Brenda.
Hi. I have two things that have been on my mind for a long time.
What's been on your mind? Shoot, go ahead.
Well, one is a little bit taboo, and so I'm going to say it and then go on to number two without discussing it. Early on, when Nanos was questioned by people, so Tommaso dropped her off, and he said family dropped her off. Let's leave it at that. I've always wondered, are there grandchildren of driving age? That's all. Just there's other family members. Leave it at that.
So, no, I will elaborate on that. They got children.
Driving age.
That's, he said at the time, he used different terminology on who originally dropped off Nancy, family, children. He said children at one point. He said family. And then he started saying, both names in different interviews. And his family, I'll leave it at that. But, I get what you're saying. Others?
Yeah. Nobody wants to talk about it, and I understand because Nanos will call us names if we do.
It's hard to hear you. Can you speak up a little bit?
Yes, I can. I'm sorry. I will speak up. I know that Nanos will yell at us if we talk about family members and especially children. So leave it at that. But my second point is something that's really been bothering me. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. If you were going to kidnap someone, you would know that step two is going to be, I'm going to ask for ransom. So part of your plan would be probably when I get into that house, I'm going to find the stuff because I'm going in at night when she's asleep. Okay. I'm going to get her cell phone and I'm going to take a screenshot of her contacts so that I can contact her children for ransom money. Obviously, this is why I think this wasn't a planned kidnapping, because they would have screenshot Savannah's phone number, Annie's phone number, whatever. What do you think about that?
In her phone.
From Nancy's phone.
Unless she had a passcode and she wasn't giving it up.
Oh.
Well,
okay.
Some people have the 4-number code.
Okay. All right.
Biometrics. Maybe they asked her for her phone. Give me your phone, or let me see something. She resisted, and they did something because she didn't comply with demands on that or anything.
You're right. I didn't think of that. I just thought automatically they would be able to get her contacts, but
a lot of people don't have passcodes. I don't. If I lose my phone, oh my goodness, everyone sees everything.
Me too. Anyway, I'll keep thinking. I'll let you know if I come up with anything else.
All right, Brent. Thanks for the insight.
Okay, great. Bye.
You have a good day. Thank you for calling, or thank you for me calling you. All right. Yeah. What do you think? She says that's a taboo topic. Some people are like, how dare you even imply that children could have done this or been involved? But who else was at the house with Annie and Tommaso that night? Who else was there? Anybody want to talk? Say, I want to talk. I want to talk. All right. We have an anonymous person that wants to share their theory, but they don't want to share their name. I respect anonymity. So we got an anonymous person that's saying, I want to talk. I want to stay anonymous. And we're going to protect that. So I'll just say S27. S27. Anonymous that wants to share a theory. We protect anonymity. S27, you're up.
Hello?
Hi, S27.
Oh, hi. I just wanted to tell my theory of what I think happened.
Go for it.
So I think that far as the blood on the porch, I think maybe that when she came out the house to wait on the Uber driver, she probably nicked herself or did something to herself while she was waiting on that porch, and that's where the blood came in. And she probably went back into the house to clean up. And in the midst of her cleaning up, she probably left her bloody napkin or whatever, blood droplets, because the Uber driver came. She left out of the house, went to Nancy's, went to Annie's house, and I think that she just didn't return. I think they had some kind of dispute or whatever, and I know they've been clear, but I think that they probably had some kind of dispute, and Tommaso is who got rid of the body. So he probably had her in the car and said that, he took her back home but didn't take her back home. And I believe he probably called a couple of his buddies and say, go destroy the cameras, make it look like it's a burglary or whatever, and get out of there. And then I think the ransoms are just all hoax. I think just because people know it was family has something to do with it, and that's what I think happened to her.
Well,
and I think
no, go ahead.
And I was thinking that maybe when they say they have other DNA mixed in, it could have been anybody else in the house, like a cleaning person, the poop, or anybody else that comes in and out frequently that might have left a prints or whatever mixed in with the blood when she was cleaning up, trying to clean up her cut or something like that. That's my theory on the whole thing.
Well, people have said, blood is on out front scene. But how do we know that blood didn't come from another incident at another time? Before? Whether, I don't know how they can determine, if the blood is recent. Maybe it was recent. Maybe something happened on her way to go. Just because maybe, something, she had a nosebleed or something. And some blood. I mean, you never know. You never know.
Yeah, but I just think that she hurt herself on the way standing on the porch. Like, she went out the garage, got to the porch, nicked herself on a wall, a cacti, anything. She could have been picking up something, anything. And she on blood thinner, so it makes it look like it's a lot of blood. She made her way back in the house. That's why I think the trail came from. And she tried to clean up herself or whatever, and got abandoned, whatever, before getting into that Uber and leaving and going to Nancy and Tommaso house for the evening. And I just think she never did come back from their house. I think that he disposed of her somewhere and got some buddies and like, okay, go make it seem like it's a crime scene. Get rid of the cameras that's on the porch or whatever. And that's that. I think that's how it happened. I think it was just as simple as that.
Will be interesting to see. Maybe your theory comes into fruition.
Yes, but I watch you every day. Thanks for all what y'all doing out there. I think y'all doing a wonderful job. I just wish they find her and put this to rest.
Yes. Justice for Nancy. Thanks for calling, or thanks for taking the call. Take care. Bye-bye. All right, that's Miss Anonymous. Miss Anonymous, anybody else want to share what's going on? Let's talk, please. I want to talk about 2 unpopular thoughts, Carol says. I want to talk, and she put big emojis, telephones. I want to talk about 2 unpopular thoughts, Carol. All right, Carol. I'm going to get you in the mix, Carol. Stand by, Carol. You are going to get a 202 number. 2 unpopular thoughts. Come on in, Carol. How long are you planning to stay there, JLR? Do you think this will be resolved soon?
Hello?
1 second, Carol. I'm just gonna just address this. I don't know how long I'm gonna be here. I do think it's gonna be resolved soon. And do you think there's a lot more going on? Do you think there's a lot more going on that the public knows? I think there's a lot of things going on behind the scene.
I agree.
Carol.
Hi.
2 unpopular opinions.
Well, my first unpopular opinion is that the person that we see on the Ring camera, I don't think it's a guy.
Oh, I never expected that one. Why not?
I don't think it. Well, there's something about the eyes. There's just something about the eyes. I don't think that that's a man. And I know there's the mustache, goatee, beard, facial hair thing, but you can get those off Amazon in a heartbeat.
And so I think they want to look like a man, but I don't think that's a man. I think that is a woman.
Whoa, I'm going to have to analyze this. You're going to make me have to go back and analyze this person and say, is it possible that the perp is a woman?
Well, I agree that they look, I agree it wants to come off as a man, but let's be real. There's a lot of ways you can dress, you can act, and there's just something about the eyes that I'm not convinced it's a man. My gut feeling is it's a woman. The other thing is, and you mentioned it just slightly a little bit ago about Susan Smith. The very first video of Savannah with her brother and her sister, I believe Annie was sitting, as you were watching it, Annie was sitting on the right. And there is a
left.
point.
If you look at her left. If you,
okay.
Yeah, she was on the left.
She was on the left. Okay. As you watch it, there is a moment where Annie is almost laughable as she tries to fake sadness, tears, remorse. It was ridiculous. And I was like, she is so into knowing what's going on. And it so reminded me of Susan Smith, who you just a little bit ago talked about. Annie's reaction was not real. It was fake. Savannah's reaction, totally real. Cameron's reaction, stunned and totally real. Annie sat there and tried to, like she was, just really distraught. And it was as fake as anything. And I have a question. I think
Sure.
Annie is a subdued woman in her relationship. And has there ever been any calls made from Annie's residence to the police regarding fights, domestic violence, or anything, or help in any way prior to Nancy's abduction? Is there a history?
Well, I can say with that, there is people that already submitted FOIA requests.
Yes.
To find out if there's been any calls of anything for anything. And just the short span that they lived there, or you can even just say, prior to them living in another address, it's interesting. Yeah, that is interesting. Has there ever been any calls of anything?
I think Annie is in on this. Let me put it this way. I think she knows a lot about what the truth is. I think tomato sauce is involved, and I think all the theories that have been thrown out there are totally legit in terms of that's where we go. But in my heart, it all comes back home to the family, and I don't think that was a man on the porch. I think that was a woman dressed to be perceived as a man. And I think that there's more between Annie and because Annie's reaction in that first video was absolutely comical.
It was interesting. She read like a poem. She said it almost like in a poem.
Well, and at one point she kind of like squinted, her eyes closed and grimaced like, yes, this is just torn. And it was so, I realize people grieve differently, but it was ridiculous. If you go back and watch, there's that moment where you're like, oh, please. I don't want to keep you long. I know that, quick, short, to the point, but I want to tell you thank you. I want you to take care of you. We all love what you're doing, and this has just been fascinating, and God bless you and all that you do. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and I appreciate that, Carol. You take care. Thank you for your thoughts. Bye-bye. 2 unpopular thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye now. 2 unpopular thoughts. Do you think that person is an actual woman that is there, and do you agree with her on any take of what she said? Interesting. But is OR with Jackie Q G? I never could say your full name. Staying here to cover the case. Don't know how long. I do feel like this will be resolved soon. I don't think this goes into the year or the years. I do think that this will be resolved. I really do soon. Kimberly Bennett, 412. I take care of an elderly man, and he said when he saw the pic, those are woman eyes. Swear to God. His exact words. So crazy she says it too. I agree with her on Ann 100%. So, Carol, if you're still watching, Kimberly Bennett 412 agrees with you. I don't know. Do we have to start looking at the eyes? Is it man, woman? I just don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Could it be a woman trying to pretend they're a man? That would be crazy. That would have many experts and everyone fooled. Many people would be fooled if this ends up being a woman that was there. Oh my goodness. All right, so let's keep it going. I kind of like everyone's perspective here. We're having adult conversations. Heather wants to talk. Heather from PA. She wants to talk. Okay, Heather. I'll bring you up in next. Heather wants to talk. Heather wants to talk. All right, you're up, Heather from PA. Come on in the chat. Let's hear what you have to say.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Heather.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good. I don't really have anything like super crazy important, but just a couple thoughts. The last person that said about like the female eyes or whatever, like, I don't know if it's necessarily female, but I swear that I see like another mask under that ski mask.
Ooh.
Like whenever you look at like the top of the head, like it almost looks like it almost reminds me like one of those, I don't know, like the winter things you wear around your ears. Like it looks like it's a weird shape up top there. And it just seems, I don't know, it just looks like another mask underneath the ski mask to me.
So you think this person was double masked?
Yeah, that's what I think.
Ooh.
I've looked at it. I know we all have, but that's just from the very beginning, that was the first thing that popped out of me was like the eyes too. But whenever you look at like the shape around everything else, it definitely looks like there's another mask under there. But and then as far as like when he's coming up to the house, like he doesn't come from up like straight up the sidewalk, and he's coming like from around the side of the house.
Yep, he looks like he's coming from an angle, or she's coming from an angle.
Yeah, and I think they were already in there at that point, and he came, one of them, whatever, came around the front to disable that doorbell.
So a group comes up. The group comes up and parks in the driveway on the right. We're near the garage. Somebody's out back. The other perp comes around and makes his way towards the front, towards the camera.
Yeah, like I think they were already in the house, and like I don't think they like went in. I don't know. I mean, no one can say for sure, but I don't think like they meant to kill her. Like their plans were to kill her, but I think whatever happened inside, and then they, the kind of plans changed, and they had to bring her out the front because it's easier to carry her out the front door into a car than around the back, or I don't.
The other image of the guy, suppose it was the same person, and suppose it's a guy standing there without the backpack that appears to be a different date. Yeah, man, that's a creepy picture. I always think of like, I think of Michael Myers in Halloween, and Michael Myers is just standing there in front of someone's lawn, and the person looks out the window and they see this masked person just staring at them.
I know that picture literally haunts me. Like, it's terrifying. I say, every time I see the video, I'm like, can you imagine like pulling up like your phone to like a notification and seeing that is outside of your house? Like, I would probably die right there. They wouldn't even have to kill me.
It's creepy, man. It's just the attire itself is intimidating. Like if someone creeped in on me and I was sleeping like that, it's almost like you have to comply with what they say, because man, you don't know what they're gonna do.
For sure, but like, yeah, I think that they were already in the house at that point, and whatever happened, whatever. And then, he had to come around the side and go around the front and disable that, that doorbell camera so that they could get her out the front door. Because, like everyone else was saying, like, I don't know how many other people said it, but I've been saying it for a long time. And I did just finally see someone come say about that light, like at the end, after he puts like the flowers up to the camera, which I think he was putting them. I think he was trying to use them to put behind it to pull it off. Like I don't think he was trying to block, I don't think he was trying to put them there to block the camera from him or whatever. I think he was literally, because, you can't get your fingers in behind those. It's like a very hard to get your fingers in behind some of them. So I think he was trying to use them to pull that off. But like right at the end, after he puts them up, like you do see like another weird shaped light coming up beside, almost like somebody was inside the house and they were putting their hand through the door with a light, trying to hold a light up to help. It just looks like another light to me. I don't know. It's a weird, like almost like a phone flashlight or something, because it's, I don't know, it's square, but
You know what I find just with all of you and all the callers, you guys just are paying attention, and you just coming, based off what you're seeing, but you all are analyzing this to a T and coming up with perspectives, which I think is fascinating. Like all of you, every one of the callers are coming in, like basically saying certain movements and just theories on it. It's just like everyone is paying attention, trying to figure this thing out, man.
I know it's crazy. It's so sad too. I mean, like who does, like you were saying earlier, like what kind of hitman would like accept a job like that?
To do an elderly person, that's like crazy.
I mean, yeah, like money talks. I don't really think that matters, but like it is. It's just like where's the morals? Like that's so, I don't know.
All people should be off limits, of course, right? But the code of ethics when it comes to this thing, women and children, or elderly and children, or women and children, women and children, elderly, these are like off limits.
Yeah, I mean, and no wonder, like, no one's really talked about it yet, because I'd be, if I did it, I'd be embarrassed to say, oh, yeah, I took out an 84-year-old woman. You know what I mean?
Oh, they won't go well in the prison system for that. I mean,
right.
They're gonna have to be in isolation the rest of their lives if they're caught alive. But now I'm starting to think also too, this perp here, there's a possibility this perp, if they know it's circling, he's just gonna take his own life or her life.
Yeah.
To avoid, all this, because they do that too,
Yep. Oh yeah.
And they ain't sleeping. All right. Well, Heather, thank you for the insight.
You.
Thank you for the time. Thank you for watching.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you. You have a good day.
You too.
Bye-bye. All right. Woman or man? False eyelashes and trimmed eyebrows. All right, Lynn from Tennessee wants to talk. Did we talk to Lynn from Tennessee already? Yes, a woman. Lynn wants to touch on the perp being a woman. I'm going to get Lynn from Tennessee in the chat. We have another one who thinks the perp could be a woman, and she has messaged me multiple times. All right, Lynn, you're up. Come on in. Come on in. Hi, Lynn.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm great, thank you.
All right, Lynn. You think the perp is a woman too?
At first I really did. That was the first thing that came out of my mouth. I was like, those are eyes of a woman. I mean, however, women, we all have different body types.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, who's to say? And I agree. I'm just saying, maybe with like the mustache or whatever facial stuff. And I'll tell you the reason, kind of why I kind of think that too, is because underneath his pants, it looked like he had, or they, whoever the person was, had clothes on underneath. Like it was like bulky, like in the thigh area to me. And I thought, well, what if that person went around to like collect the cameras? You know what I mean? They knew they were there. They seemed to know their way around her yard, which is like full of everything, rocks and, plants and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
But when they went inside, they took those things off. So maybe it was somebody she recognized. They didn't want to scare her, maybe I don't know. These are just crazy thoughts, but they could have had a wheelchair right there for her at the end of her, walkway.
Had a
or
wheelchair
something.
ready to put her in a wheelchair.
Yeah. I mean, there's all kinds of things. You know, they went there prepared. I mean, if somebody just thought, okay, man, I got to gear up for this, you know, and it may not have even been a real gun.
Yeah, it's one caller suggested, a gun expert says didn't think it was a real gun.
Yeah, I watched several things about that, you know, and it's, you know, it very well could be a fake gun, and somebody just thought, well, let me put something together really quick. Let me, you know, grab that holster or, you know, just something real quick, a mask, who knows?
A Walmart mask, most likely.
Right. Who knows? You know, you can get, it could totally be a fake, you know what I mean, mustache. But that was my first thing. I thought, that is a woman. Those are a woman's eyes. No, unless it's a man who has very, very, very manicured eyebrows.
What's going on with the eyebrows? I don't have the picture in front of me, but
it was just the first thing that come off, and maybe the camera makes it look that way just because maybe, I don't know, maybe it's not very clear, but the eyebrows are just so manicured, like, to me.
So you think they planted facial hair on them?
Yeah, I do, and I think they had clothes underneath, and for whatever reason, that person, you know, knew that camera was there. You know, they come up, take it off, whatever. Maybe they've gone back around. I think they were already, you know, of course there were more of them. I think they, like, the back door or something was unlocked. Who knows?
5'9", 5'10".
But I think somebody got in, and they just, I think they maybe took her out front, you know, if that's the way that it led out. But I think that they could have easily taken a wheelchair, you know, down to the end of her drive, or, you know, covered the rocks back up. Is it rocky, like, in her driveway area?
5'9", 5'10". That's the height of the perp. Interesting. Is there any females out there in the area that's close to this inner circle that's 5'9", 5'10"?
I tell you what, they look like they have large calves, though.
Large calves?
Yeah, large calf.
Definitely makes you go,
You know what else is so crazy?
Shoot, go ahead.
I told my husband, I said, what if it was somebody, you know, that's in her, where did she go to the doctor? She got her prescription just filled, right? So what, had she been at the doctor? Did they take blood? I mean, there's all kinds of crazy things. Or if somebody wanted to set it up, you know, and I happen to believe she's still alive.
You do?
I do.
Wow. Even though Savannah said it's more of about a recovery.
I really do. I mean, there's only so long, but somebody could have had that all set up. I mean, they took a long time to plan it out. I think it was very, you know what I mean, methodical.
Interesting.
And I don't know.
Well, thank you for your time, Lynn.
Absolutely. Thank you for calling.
Yeah, you take care. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right. So somebody else thinks it could be a woman. I'm a therapist, Mandy says. We got a therapist. A therapist wants to speak. All right. A therapist. Mandy, you're up. You're coming up in the pipeline. Mandy, the therapist. Give me a second. You're going to get a number from 202. All right, Mandy. Mandy, the therapist.
Hello?
Hi, Mandy.
Hi, JLR. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Good, thank you. So the therapist take I'll do second, but with the woman piece, that I always thought that the person who put the like flowers up or whatever was really gentle with like the foliage and alarm and didn't like smash it, or that was something to me. I mean, of course a guy could be gentle, but I just had this thought about that.
So you're leaning toward the female too, doing well. Let me just say, handling the cameras with TLC.
Yes, and the foliage and everything, just like not being, being really careful. And this could be strange, but there's a picture of Annie, and I don't know if I don't think she like actually hurt her mom, but something may have happened. She may have had to cover, but her eyes, there's pictures of her eyes, and it kind of gives me like a nauseous feeling when I see it. Like,
whoa,
I don't know, that could be, but also Luke's eyes are a little bit like that too. So
Luke kind of looks like Luke's eyes. I'll admit that's something that the eyes of Luke kind of looks like the same as the eyes as the perp, eyes wise.
Yeah, so I could see it definitely being a woman. I think the whole walk that they did was really exaggerated.
Mhm.
Like when they were bent over and like trying to look like a guy, but I don't know for sure. But that also, I was thinking that, how the sheriff, it seems like there's been a lot of tips and that they haven't really followed up on stuff, or I don't know, it's really hard to get a hold of them. I'm wondering if they know something, like who did it, but also they're trying to find out like the accessory to it, like the person on the porch. They know some info, but and that's what they can't tell us, because there's no video of her coming out. Nothing will tell us anything about how they got inside. It's just,
So
I'm just wondering.
yeah, no. What about your therapist aspect, or what did you want to talk about being a therapist?
Well, the therapist aspect is with you, because I don't know, like, just how much people really relate to you, or just how you get, like, I never sat and watched YouTube all day. I mean, I'm a little older, and I have been like so connected to it, and a big part is like how you are, because you're very engaging, and I don't know, that's the therapist aspect, is just how do people get so into like watching I know part of it is the case, of course, the majority, but there's something about YouTube, and I see it with the YouTubers as well. It's kind of like they're all drawn to you. You're kind of like the leader, and I'm not trying to be like butt kisser.
Yeah.
It's an observation of,
As you being a therapist, you're just like, whoa, what's going on here?
no, I think it's really interesting. Yeah, and I'm like, I'm 54, so my kids are like, Mom, why are you watching YouTube all day? And it's this case, but also just that I found you, and there's just something about the way you're able to kind of bring people along with you.
We all want answers. I said we have the most engaging chat on the internet. We have people that come from everywhere, all walks of life. Everyone is welcome into the chat with an opinion perspective. And, we like to talk to people. I like to talk to people in person. I love to engage positive with people, and hear people out in person and try to be inquisitive. And I think that's what we kind of do. Anyone we interact with, we try to, hey, how you doing? What's going on? And talk and try to hear different people's takes and maybe get a clue. I mean, we've encountered a lot of people, from neighbors of the Guthries to neighbors of Tommaso. I built personal connections with, again, I got all eyes on the houses, both houses right now, through the neighbors. So if anything pops off, I'm going to get the alert, and I take you all with me.
Yeah. And I think that we are kind of in unfortunately, like an epidemic of loneliness. Like, people tend to be more to themselves. I mean, especially since like COVID and stuff, people are more kind of used to being closed in. And I think there's something to that with the interacting. I mean, unfortunately, sometimes it takes difficult, really tragic things to bring people together. But also, I think that's part of the connection to watching the video too. Is it makes you feel like the people. Like I know you guys. I'm there hanging out with you at Mount Lemon.
Mount Lemon was fun.
Yeah,
Some people in the chat are like, well, why are you doing Mount Lemon fun and games and stuff like that? Listen, we've been out here for weeks. Wanted to go up there, see, it's beautiful up there, but also, talk about the case and also with the theory that Nancy's put up in the mountains. That is not far-fetched to say that somebody disposed of Nancy in the mountain chain back there because you gotta think of in a criminal mind, you gotta think of like, in a perspective how to get rid of a body. Some people say the easiest, the desert, but desert, people can come across that easier than in the mountains.
Right, and I think anything you guys do is Nancy is the primary focus.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
But you also deserve to be able to stop staring at that house and do other things. I mean, you've been doing this for like 30 days straight for at least 12 hours a day more. So, I mean, I think that sometimes people aren't going to be happy no matter what.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the house itself now, it's kind of there's nothing there anymore.
Yeah.
Maybe there'll be something there tomorrow. I don't know. I'm going to go check it out tomorrow. We'll see, but we could also, keep the conversation going by going to places like this. I'm in front of the Pima County Sheriff's Office. You got all the SWAT. Yeah. This would be the place. Actually, this would be this next spot. If they were to make an arrest, this is where they would start, right here.
Yeah.
Right here in front of us.
That's a great place to be now. And then you don't have to worry about like the neighbors. And they can feel like they can move on, and you don't have to worry about parking and all that stuff.
Yeah, and it's hot out there too, but the temperature is going down some. They're in like a heat wave here. But in reality, seriously, so you see these vehicles here. These are the same vehicles that went out and did both these big raids, right? If the perp is somewhere in Pima County, these vehicles here are going to go out there and apprehend the perp.
Right, and so you're in the best place you can be.
So for now, it's something different. There's a bunch of SWAT here. There's actually there's like 5 of them here. Look, there's like
maybe something's gonna pop off.
I do. I really do. I think I just can't see this lasting past a month. I say it every day. I say it every day, and I'm just like, something has to give. I mean, they have to have their eyes on somebody.
Yeah, or they, that whole thing is just that they know who's part of it, but they're looking for the accessory or the person who's covering up. I could totally be wrong. My mind's going all the time thinking about it. So,
hey, thank you for your time, Mandy.
Yeah, thank you so much for talking with me, and take care of yourself, and we all appreciate you.
Thank you. Very grateful. You take care.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Too.
Bye-bye. All right. Nice. What's going on here? All right. Some people are sending me info, right? People are sending. Let's see. I have something to say. OT says, I have something to say. All right, OT. You got something to say? I'm going to bring you in, OT. OT. I have something to say. That's the headline. I have something to say. Let's do it. All right. OT, you're coming up here in about a few seconds. 202 number incoming. OT. Let's see what OT has to say. OT, come on in.
Hello?
Hi, OT. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello?
Oh, I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me?
No, I can't hear you.
Oh, okay. Maybe did you you have something to say?
Talking to me?
Yeah.
Well, you talking to me?
All right. You take care of yourself. Have a good day.
Wait, hold on, wait. I'm ready.
No. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. You had your chance. That was strange. Somebody probably playing games. That's the first one we got somebody. Well, remember the fake FBI agent? fake FBI agent. Krista, you want to talk? You have something to say? Krista. All right, Krista. Krista. Coming up, Krista. You're going to get a 202 number. Welcome aboard. Krista. Hello. All right, Krista. Krista's not available. Anybody want to talk? OT's coming back and saying, I have something to say. The same guy I just called. He just reached back and said, I have something to say. TJ wants to talk. TJ. All right, TJ. Coming in, TJ. Let's hear what you have to say. Oh, nice state. .202 numbered.
And I'm here. I can't believe you answered my email.
Hello, is this TJ?
It is.
Hi, TJ. JLR Investigates.
Yeah, I've been watching you for weeks.
Welcome aboard.
So, thank you. So here is my theory. Because I have been stepping into other people's streams and watching the Epstein thing, and all along I have thought that it's connected to Epstein, and the reason why is when this all started was about the time that the files were really heating up.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that it is an intelligence from a country, whether it be our country or another country, because the Epstein files are very far reaching and further than they can really even say, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you were an intelligence agency that was looking for collateral to send a message to somebody who is in media, maybe you wouldn't go after a top tier person, but you would go after a mid-level person.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe you wouldn't go after someone like Oprah or, a national newscaster from CNN, but maybe you go after like a tier 2 person.
So you consider Savannah like a tier 2?
Yeah. So, and you're sending a message. So she was one of the last people to interview Virginia Giuffre.
Uh-huh.
And so she's done all of those interviews. Now, it's possible that there was just a bunch of bumbling idiots that were able to get away with this and had some, like the family or whatever. But it seems as though it's kind of sophisticated to me because they've basically been able to get away with not leaving any trace.
There's no trace right now, TJ.
Yeah. So
that we know of.
Wouldn't that be somebody that was very sophisticated? Now they would have done their homework and looked at tier 2 people that they could take advantage of. And what kind of collateral did they have that they could possibly use to distract from all of this media circus around these files? So she lived in a very dark place. She lived alone. She was 84 years old. She was very vulnerable. They could find out all that information. Also, they could know that the law enforcement agency there was maybe not very sophisticated, didn't have the depth of investigators there to be able to really hone in on the case. The other thing is that Savannah Guthrie reached out to Mark Kelly immediately.
Yeah, that is true.
and maybe, I don't know, we are former law enforcement in my house. So there, if you think about, I know for us, there were certain things to protect our family around my husband being in law enforcement. And so I'm sure that there are those sort of things for reporters and people who work in media as well. The other thing is
what do you mean? What do you mean? Like your law enforcement, like you being from an LE family. What do you mean by that? If something's going on, something.
Right. We have certain things that protect us. Like if we're driving around, you're not going to be able to look up my license plate.
Oh, really?
Yeah. My license plate came back to City Hall.
Okay. So like basically is to try to protect where law enforcement lives and, try to give them more shield, from being found, more or less.
Right. And I'm sure that there's stuff like that for reporters as well. But so here's the other thing. The other day I just came across a feed, and they were talking about Epstein. They were talking about the Guthrie case. And one of the things that they brought up were the pings that were coming out of, was it Grand Central, Colorado?
Yeah, I keep hearing a Colorado connection with phone and stuff.
So here's the crazy thing is that there were these 3 pings that came out of this town in Colorado. But in the Epstein files, there are also Western Union telegrams of wire transfers from Epstein to Grand Junction.
Interesting.
So I know it sounds really far-fetched, but it could be something way more sophisticated than what we are all thinking.
Than just the low-level burglary local group.
It was maybe made to look like that, but it could have been somebody that was really, really sophisticated.
But what's the goal here? To shut Savannah up because of her reporting?
And to send a message to other people who may have interviewed victims. It's intimidation.
So scare people away from covering the Epstein case.
Right. Or coming forward with some details that could
TJ, we don't know. We all don't know. We all don't know. And I will say, TJ, you're not the only one in this chat that has said anything. This had, bringing up the Epstein theory and everything like that. Many people in our chat said it, and you want to hear from the people. You want to hear everyone's perspective. You're not the only one that feels this way. This is some sort of higher up, something higher.
Right. So those are my thoughts. I think you're doing a fantastic job. I love sitting and watching and listening and watching while I'm on my computer. You keep me very engaged.
Hopefully we get some answers.
I'm so glad that I found you.
Hopefully we get some answers very, very soon. TJ,
yeah, I mean,
love law enforcement too. I love tell your side of the family thank you for their service.
Of course, and it's just really sad that as I approach my old age, I'm like, oh my gosh, like I can't even imagine something like that happening, and it had to have been terrifying for her, regardless. And I'm really sad about that, and for her family.
I mean,
and hopefully nobody in her family is involved. I will just be heartsick
if that would be horrible, really.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be crazy. All right, yeah. TJ, thank you. You have a very blessed day. Stay safe. Thank you. Bye. I mean, imagine a masked man coming into your house, ladies and gentlemen, scooping you up or your family members. I mean, I can't even imagine whether you're male, female, whoever. Someone snatching you out of your own home at gunpoint. I mean, when you're sleeping, catching you off guard. That is crazy. That's pretty much what probably happened here with Nancy, unless many of you feel like she didn't even return home that night. and this was just all a ruse, and there was nothing taken out of her house, her taken out of her house. She never made it home. Some of you think that. Yvonne has a Uber theory. Yvonne, I'm going to give you a call right now. You're up in the pipeline, Yvonne. An Uber theory. All right, 202 number coming, Yvonne. Is it Yvonne or Yvonne? I'll find out in a second.
Hello.
Hello.
By the way, it's Yvonne.
Yvonne. Thank you for clarifying.
I've never heard it. I've heard it many ways. Never heard it Ivani before. So
Oh,
that
really?
was kind of funny.
I butcher names sometimes, you know. How are you doing?
I'm doing wonderful, and I hope you are as well.
Yvonne.
And staying cool.
Yep, we're in the shade right now. We're under this here. I'll show the audience. Hold on a second, Yvonne. Look, we're under this we're shielded here. At the sheriff's office. Yeah, see it? Yes.
Fantastic.
So my phone ain't overheating. It is a hot day. It's gonna cool down the next couple days, so it'll be better. All right, Yvonne, talk to us. What's going on? Your Uber theory.
Okay. I never thought of this until another phone call that you had much earlier.
Okay.
And it got me to thinking, and then all of a sudden it clicked. And here I'm going, oh my gosh, I know why she took that Uber. Okay, to go back, that phone call that you had was the theory of that Nancy put up her house, and that she was thinking about moving in with Annie because Annie wanted her to move in.
Mm-hmm.
And then Annie started calling Adult Protective Services because Nancy changed her mind. And it all got to, I got thinking about that. Now it made me mad. I am a senior living in a retirement home. And if somebody pulled that on me, I would be very bad and want answers. And maybe Nancy was trying to get answers. They didn't want to talk to her, was kind of hiding around. So instead of being recognized by taking her car to go see Annie, she took an Uber, had the Uber drop her off in front of the house or maybe the house over, walked up to the door. Maybe she had a key to Annie's house. Usually we do to our children. Or if not, she can be standing out there going, hey, I have no way home. You're going to have to take me home then. Some way of getting them to talk. And she confronted them, and it got too far. It went too far.
Something went too far at that Annie Tommaso household.
Yes. So my theory is the Uber wasn't because she was going over there to play games or anything like that. The Uber was used for her to sneak up to the door to confront them, and that's what happened. Doing with the Adult Protective Services.
But she could also drove there to confront them.
She could have, but they would have seen her coming, and they would have known, well, if we just don't answer the door, open the door, she can get back in her car and go home.
Yeah. So they look out there and don't see the car. They think it's somebody else.
Right. And then open the door, or she might have had a key and just snuck up on them.
I think every family member closely has a key of someone's house, right?
Exactly.
For emergency situations.
Yeah, especially the mothers of their children. Usually we have our children's, key, just like our children have our keys.
Yeah. That's an interesting theory. I mean, the question is, why she take the Uber over there when she has her own transportation?
Exactly.
And why didn't she take an Uber back?
Right. And I think it was a way of sneaking up on Annie to get, she might have made phone calls. They might have been, not wanting to talk to her, or she just wanted to go face to face. Why are you calling CPS on me? Or APS on me.
Or whatever it's called. Every state has a way to call it. Adult Protective Services.
Remember the note that was above the doorbell from Adult Protective Services?
There's a little card.
It was card.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you know, right there proves that other lady's theory, you know, she was being called on. You know, maybe the other lady is right. Maybe that's what they wanted, her to sell her house. Then she changed her mind, didn't want to sell her house and didn't want to move in with Annie. And then they took it too far by calling Adult Protective Services, and Nancy wanted to stop it. She wanted to confront them and say, hey, knock it off in person, and it went too far.
So according to according to records, they tried to she tried to sell her home. People, I've been getting screenshot after screenshot after screenshot around October 2024, right? Yeah. Then in the spring of 2025, Annie and Tommaso move into that home.
And that could be what started all this.
But they also took the listing down on October 2024. She tries to sell her home, but it takes it down pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And then I would say 6 months later.
And it's also being said that they couldn't afford their home anymore, so they were relying on her to move in with them.
Well, let me ask you something. You know, everyone's financial status is different. You know, you know, but as you get older, do you upgrade or downgrade a home?
Downgrade.
Especially when you're in your 50s, right?
Yes.
Kind of downgrade. You wouldn't upgrade, would you?
No.
They upgraded.
Right.
Significantly.
Annie did. Annie upgraded significantly.
They literally moved into a home that was like double the value. Like double the value. Like, even as me getting older, and not to get personal, but I'm thinking about downgrading. Yeah, it's less maintenance, you know. Nobody wants to sit around and do all this like yard work and all this to clean inside the home and everything like that. Unless you got other people doing it for you, but you know, that's a financial burden too. But most people, when they get older, they start downgrading.
Right. Exactly. That's what I did. I downgraded and went into a retirement home. Much better than being in a house, a big old house, and being alone and you know, having all this stuff that you no longer need or use.
You know, also keep in mind too, you know, property taxes are through this roof. Each year, property taxes continue to go higher and higher in different communities, right? So you got to keep in mind, you know, if you're going from a $350,000 home to a $650,000 home, that's a significant increase in your property taxes too.
Yeah.
Because, you know, most states, I don't know if Arizona has a law, but you reset and you go, you know, what you bought the home for, and then, you know, you're just that value there is pretty much your property taxes doubled.
Yes.
And they, you know, they got salaries. You know, he's a teacher. She does jewelry and stuff like that. I mean, can you afford the house? Can you really afford the house?
True. And it is hard when you've been in a home for so long. It's hard to split away from that home.
It
is. Know, because all your memories are there, you know, your children's memories, you know, them growing up in that home. It's a hard thing to do.
Especially, you know, like, especially for people, like, if they do, they're probably moving away from their community somewhere else for another reason, like moving just to move across town. I don't know.
Exactly. Now, one thing I want to say before we hang up, I followed you ever since the Gabby Petito case. That's where I first learned about you. I think you're doing a wonderful job. You're getting better. Every month I notice something different about the way you handle things. You're doing so much better, and I want you to keep it up. And you've got a forever fan over here watching you.
Thank you so much. Very, very grateful. Yvonne.
Very welcome.
I didn't say Yvonne.
No, you didn't say Yvonne.
Whoa.
Yes, Yvonne. I was named after Yvonne DiCarlo.
Oh, really?
My mother loved Yvonne DiCarlo. All her movies. I only knew her as the Munsters before, and my mom said, "No, she's very beautiful." And here's the funny thing. I'll tell you my middle name.
Sure.
She took DiCarlo, took the D-E off, changed the L and O around, and it's Carol. Yvonne Carroll. That's how she got my middle name. She took DiCarlo and changed it around a little bit and came up with Carol.
Well, Yvonne Carroll, you take care of yourself. Thanks for watching since Gabby Bettina. It's been a long time there. Dude, my car just shook. There was like a big airplane that flew above me. It shook everything.
is that what
Yeah, I don't know. It was like a fighter jet or something. I was like, whoa, everything was like.
Oh, holy! Hey, you're not in Iran now.
No, I'm not in Iran right now. But we're in a war zone right now. This is a war to get the truth. You know, this is a battle to get the truth, right? This is a spiritual battle between good and evil.
I agree.
All right, take care of yourself. Thanks for talking.
You as well.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. Yeah, my car just started shaking. Folks, ladies and gentlemen, we are outside of the Pima County Sheriff's Office. No activity, but we're trying to just chit-chatting with the people. A lot of people have been watching the channel, and people that want to share whatever they want about this case. You know, a lot of people have a lot of things to say. A lot of people have a lot of opinions, theories, speculations. We want to hear it all, you know, and keep this conversation going. What happened to Nancy? How come no one has been arrested yet? Do they have a perp? This parking lot is completely empty at the Pima County Sheriff's Office. There's nobody here except me. I see a couple sheriffs like come in. They've been waving. I'm just sitting here. They've probably been watching the channel. We know the Pima County Sheriff's been watching JLR Investigates because a lot of times when we say things on the channel, they respond on Twitter about it. It's interesting. But they haven't responded lately. Parking lot is empty here. They haven't responded lately to anybody. More or less. They haven't been giving out any like press conference, no statements, nothing else, nothing new to report. We're in that lull. But in the meantime, let's hear what the people have to say. Because all of you fine folks have a lot of interesting perspective on this case. A lot. Now, we got Denise. Denise wants something to say, so we're going to keep it going. This is kind of like forum afternoon where everyone can speak. Kind of doing something different each day, listening to the people, share your thoughts. You guys can comment. You guys are cool. You guys are respectful of others' opinions most of the time. But we police each other.
Hey, JLR.
Hi, Denise. Hello.
Hi. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Good.
Good.
So
Welcome aboard.
Good. Thank you. I just had some things to add about Nancy's house also.
Okay.
It also was up for sale in 2007 from February to October. And I do know that from what I've read in articles that Annie had studied jewelry making in Italy, and I think that's where she must have met Tommaso.
Oh, that's new.
I think
okay.
Her and Tommaso have been together since 2006, according to Nancy Guthrie's post on Facebook.
Okay.
And so I just find it strange if she met Tommaso in 2006 in Italy and maybe came home. She was studying jewelry making in 2007. Why Nancy's house would have been on the market in 2007 if she was so attached to that house and didn't want to sell it? Why would she have put it up for sale in 2007 also? It's kind of strange. Why would she have considered that? And then
no. That's interesting. That's interesting. Now, they got married in 2007, didn't they? Annie and Tommaso. So did she go to Italy, meet Tommaso, and bring Tommaso over here?
Well, that's what I'm putting together from an article that I read on Annie. It talks about, you know, her books that she's written and her jewelry making. So it's a legitimate article. And it says that she studied jewelry making in 2007. So when Nancy posted that picture of Tommaso and Annie and said 14 years together, that was posted in, let's see, 20, what was it? 20, I forget when she posted it, but it would have put them together since 2006. So that was just interesting to me. So I'm assuming she met him in Italy.
So how long was her house on the market for in 07?
February to October.
Wow, nobody bought?
No, it didn't have any pending or anything.
Well, that was around the time when the housing crash, wasn't it?
Yeah, right before 2008 was the market crash. But I don't know if Annie or Nancy had taken out any equity on her house or anything like that. Sometimes when you see the listings, if it says sold, sometimes that just means that they have taken the equity out. But if it just says listed, that would just mean it was on the market.
Dude, a couple years ago in Florida, I mean, you literally could have a house. it's not lasting more than a week on the market.
Yeah.
No matter what,
Yeah.
unless there's something really wrong with the house. Those houses in Florida go, pew.
Well, I find it weird because Nancy would have been in pretty good shape probably in 2007. I don't know why she would have been trying to downsize or do something in 2007.
So-
But Annie and Tommaso did buy their house. Let's see. I think the Niagara house or whatever that was.
Yeah.
I think they bought that in 2010. But
Okay,
the funny thing about it is they bought the house that they're living in now in March,
Uh-huh.
but they didn't sell their other house till June. So that would tell me that they would either had to have enough money to put a down payment on the new one, or they would have had to borrow, because they would have had to put 20% down on that $625,000.
Man, you're really paying attention to this, man.
Well, yeah, it just seems strange that they would have been able to get into that other house without selling their other one first, because they would have to put at least 20% down, which would be $130,000.
So where'd they get the $130,000 without selling their home?
Right, and you can get into a house without putting that down, but you'd have to pay PMI insurance, and you'd have to have really good credit and a really good job to be able to qualify. So either Nancy helped them or Savannah helped them.
Huh. Good to know that.
You can't really do
You're really digging deep there. What else?
Well, and I used to be a realtor, so you can't really do contingency anymore. You used to be able to put your house up contingency and make an offer on another one, contingency upon selling your house, but people just don't do that anymore because they don't want to have to wait for your house to sell. And if they did that, both of those houses would have showed that they closed around the same time, which is not the case, because they bought the house that they're living in now on March 26th. It shows it closed in 2025, and then the one they sold didn't close till June 10th of 2025. So that was a couple months difference. They may have borrowed it, paid it back once their house sold. Who knows? We don't really know.
Wow.
But another interesting thing that I found early on, there was a comment on a Facebook post, and this was really early on, and I should have taken a screenshot, but they were saying that Nancy had expensive collection of crystal in her house.
Crystal.
And I don't know how that person would have known that. I did look at their Facebook page, and it just seemed to be a woman, so I don't know if it was somebody that knew her, but that always kind of was in the back of my mind. But then also I read an article that said that Annie sold some of her jewelry on Etsy and on also AnnieGuthrie.net, and I pulled up her Etsy early on, and now it's gone. I can't find it now. And on her Etsy, there was some jewelry that looked handmade and stuff on there, but there was a lot of things that she was selling on that Etsy website that looked like vintage old lady things that would come out of somebody's house. It wasn't even all just jewelry, and I thought that was strange. And it kind of made me wonder if she was taking some of Nancy's things and selling them on Etsy without maybe Nancy knowing. But now that Etsy site, I can't find it.
Oh, I wonder why it's gone. Maybe she took it down so it couldn't be analyzed.
Maybe, but I had posted on comments on YouTube videos and stuff, so a lot of people might have got wind on it, maybe started harassing her. I don't know. I find it strange that she took it down, and I find it strange that Tommaso's Facebook page is down and things like that. Why would you take your Etsy shop down? There was just
Especially in this situation. I mean, you got to pay the bills and work, right?
Right. And there was things like vintage tablecloths that look like an old lady vinyl tablecloth that were on there. Vintage vases. It wasn't just her homemade jewelry. And a lot of the jewelry didn't look homemade. It looked like vintage brooches and things. And, I don't know, maybe Savannah caught wind that maybe Annie and them were selling some of her things out of her house. Or, Nancy could have agreed to start selling some of that stuff off. But I just thought it was weird.
You know what people are calling you? They're calling you the real estate sleuth.
Yeah.
Sean, I just looked at flight radar. I haven't seen anything up in the sky. I was been looking for these jets. They got some jets flying around here that I can hear, but they're not on flight radar.
Flight sometimes too.
Yeah, they're not on flight radar right now. Denise, anything else you'd like to add? Let me ask you something. If your real estate, is, you know, the house, the Guthrie house is in a trust, revocable trust. So what does that mean in selling?
A lot of people think that's strange, but I looked it up early on, and I know there's Daphne on YouTube. She's trying to say that it's been changed recently, and it hasn't. I have a screenshot of her property tax. It was called revocable trust from the beginning. I know Daphne was trying to say that it didn't say that in the beginning, but I took a screenshot February 3rd. And a revocable trust is just a way. A lot of people have revocable trusts in case they die. They don't want their children or whoever they're leaving the house to have to go through a probate. So I don't find that suspicious at all. You know, I don't know what's in the revocable trust. I don't know who is the executor. You know, normally you leave your most responsible child as the executor, and then they will kind of handle to sell it and then divvy it up to the other siblings or whatever. So I don't find that too suspicious. I mean, it's a responsible thing to do, so your children don't have to be going through probate. But it's curious. I would like to know how it's set up. I would like to know if maybe Nancy was wanting to change that and maybe take Annie and them off of it. It's possible,
Or add certain names to it.
Right. There's another thing that I find strange too is early on in the case there was articles going around about that other crypto thing that happened in Scottsdale, and it happened the same night, January 31st. There was 2 kids that were extorted off of the Signal app to drive from San Luis Obispo, California, up to Scottsdale, and the 2 people that were on the Signal app trying to recruit people, they went as red, and the other one went as the number 8. And these 2 kids, teenagers, I don't even remember if they were over 18 or not or under, but they drove out to Scottsdale. They were given $1,000 to buy disguises and supplies.
Whoa.
Because there's this thing called wrench attack.
Yeah.
Where it was happening in other countries where people could get in and see if people owned Bitcoin. And I'm just wondering if Nancy had any Bitcoin, if they were able to wrench attack and see if she had some. I just find it weird. It was on the same night these 2 teens were recruited to go up to Scottsdale. They tied up the husband and wife and were trying to extort Bitcoin from them. But I guess the teenage son actually was able to call 911, and they tried to get away and they got caught. But it's just very similar kind of to the situation with Nancy, especially since it was January 31st. And then, I don't know if that ties to the Derek guy, if he's involved in that Signal app, maybe.
Man, that guy's a mystery. I don't understand, this guy communicating with Annie and Tommaso about Bitcoin, and they scooping this guy up.
It's weird. There's a big article about, if you Google that Scottsdale kidnapping and then put Bitcoin, you'll come up with the article on. I looked at the Block website, and it goes into detail about there's this new scam going around on the Signal app because they were able to hack in and see who may own a lot of Bitcoin. And then these 2 people were recruiting people to give them some money, to go out and commit the, basically force them to turn over their Bitcoin. But it doesn't really tie into her actually being taken out of her house unless something went wrong,
Well, thank you so much for stopping by.
Yeah.
And thanks for watching, and we'll call you the Real Estate Sleuth.
Okay, well, thank you for doing all you do, and you take care.
All right, Denise, you take care too. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right. A Real Estate Sleuth by the name of Denise. Oh, we got somebody called. Oh, we got to leave the number. Analysis Casebook. Analysis Casebook. You want to talk on record? Let me know. Harlan. Harlan. Oh, okay, Harlan. Shoot me a number, Harlan. I think I got your number. Let me know. I kind of like these calls. Interesting. In the meantime, I'm going to look on, see if anything is trending online right now with the situation. We are here. Somebody actually called this True Crime Radio. I saw this is True Crime Radio. True Crime Radio. Nothing really trending right now on Guthrie, like new information or anything like that I see. True Crime Radio. I'm here at the Pima County Sheriff's Office. Nothing going on outside Nancy Guthrie's home. And they also have a memorial remembrance for Nancy at the KVOA station today. And I think I'll go up there and do that too in a bit. Anybody else want to chat? Say I want to chat. I want to talk about Drippy. I want to talk about Pima County, Drippy says. All right, Drippy. You want to talk about Pima County? We'll bring you in. We'll find out what's going on in Pima County, according to Drippy. All right, Drippy. Here you go. Drippy, you're up. We're going to talk about Pima County.
JLR Investigate. How are you, sir?
I'm great, Drippy. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. So, I won't keep you long. First of all, I want to mention something about prayer before I get into the county and my thing about that.
Sure.
I appreciate how at the end of every stream, and I don't know if anyone has acknowledged this enough yet, but I want to, how at the end of every stream, you take a pause to acknowledge prayer for everyone.
Yes.
Whether it be the FBI, the investigators, Sheriff Thanos, the family, just all inclusive, and you mention them all. And I like that. No matter where we stand in the investigation and our theories, and let's all come together and have a moment of prayer at the end of every show. So thank you for doing that.
Thank you, Drippy. Yeah, I think that's important to do, you know, when we do that. We just pray for everyone centered around this case. And, you know, we want the best. We want everyone to be safe in the process of finding out answers about Nancy.
Absolutely. As far as the county goes, here's my opinion. Either everyone is just totally incompetent, which is a possibility. That's a real possibility. So everybody's lost. They don't have a clue. One lead takes us to yet another dead end, and they just don't have any ideas. So it's either that, which is possible, or they have a good idea and they're just waiting to connect the dots, which is also possible. But here's what I believe, because whether they have 50 of their best investigators working on it, or whether they've moved on to, I think it was Phoenix, right, that the FBI relocated to, and they're reallocating resources, and they pulled the sheriff from the home and released the house and all this stuff, and whether it went from hundreds of FBI to however many they have now. Whatever the current status of the investigation is, I guarantee you that they are listening to your show. Every breath, every minute, every caller, every chat, and they would be foolish if they don't. So if you're listening, FBI in Pima County, I hope you listen. And because JLR Army strong, okay? However many hundreds of thousands of followers and subscribers and so on. Most of us, I know I'm not, we're not investigators. Most of us aren't professionals in this field. We don't study it, but we do study it. And we all have our theories. And I think you said it earlier in today's show that somewhere out there amongst all of this is the real what happened.
Yep.
And so I hope they listen. I hope they take every wackadoodle, whatever it is. Maybe they don't hear, oh, there goes another wackadoodle. It's probably in the chat right now. All right, I'm the next wackadoodle. Anyway.
Wackadoodle, that's our word on JLR Investigates. Wackadoodle Wednesday.
I love it. Anyhow, I hope they take every single chat and every far-fetched theory and look into it until, like the sheriff said, until we exhaust everything.
Yep.
Because somewhere out there, because JLR Army Strong is way more powerful, way more knowing, way more insightful than their hundreds of trained investigators, obviously, because we don't have an answer. So unless this is the biggest cover-up ever, or they're so incompetent that they're not even listening to hundreds of thousands of people that call in and take the time to do their own research into the real estate or this angle or that they are not listening to the power of social media, and they have the guts, if you want to call it that, to drive the media out, where this is so much more powerful than obviously what they can bring to bear.
I also think the perp or the perps are also been listening to every word. What do you think? You think they've been listening?
Probably so. I mean, someone brought up the idea, bring cameras to the vigil tonight, which, by the way, I think there could be a permit issue, I heard. If someone says, oh, we want to bring actual real candles, that's why they're the battery candles. And so I wish I was in that neighborhood. I'm all the way across country, or I would be there in a minute. Like 850, 857, or whatever his numbers are, TUCSON, how you and he kind of team up together. Anyhow. So I would be out there with you guys, searching and just, knee deep in it. But anyhow, so you're right. I think they probably do listen. I think that, what was his name? Adventures with Jim. He made a good point at one time, maybe a week or two ago, where he says, you know what? I used to say where I'm getting ready to go next, and I'm going to stop telegraphing my next move, because I'm just going to go there and do it and search my next whatever, and then after I do it, I'll report on it. So that would be my one tip. And what do I know about it? I'm just a follower that prays for the best outcome for Nancy and the family. But I would echo Jim's thinking to wherever people are getting ready to search next or go next or whatever, take us along, because we want to see. And that's helpful for the Nancy community to see it, but I don't think it should be detailed like this is where we're getting ready to look, because one of the callers says, well, we think she's still alive and they're moving her to this place and that place and so forth. If they get a tip then maybe they would do that. Or, you know, they put her behind the building in the dumpster. Uh-oh, they're getting ready to search behind the building. We better get her out of there.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. Anyway, so I hope the authorities are listening. If they're not, they're foolish and they really don't want to solve it, and they are as incompetent as I think they might be. Well, whatever. But they need to take every lead and take it as far as it'll go and solve it already. Somebody, one more point, then I'm gonna let you get on to your next caller.
All right.
If there's not going to be a sheriff's media briefing, because I do believe that the FBI probably told him to keep his pie hole shut already. So if there's not going to be that, which obviously there isn't, and there's not going to be an FBI statement, because obviously there isn't. Cash Patel is out drinking with the hockey team.
Well, he is. He was.
I judge no man. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Then some kind of, whether it's an attorney, a family representative, I don't know what they would say. I don't know what that briefing would look like. Would they take questions? Wouldn't they? Just somebody to, whether it's to thank the public for their care and concern or their prayers, whether it's to, whatever it looks like, just some kind of face that says, we're continuing to work on this. I don't know. I like most of us feel like left out. And we wait. And it's a terrible thing to have to wonder about.
Thanks for the call, Drippy. Do I call you Drippy or Willow?
Whatever you want to call me. A Drippy Willow is the end of a fireworks display.
Oh, they're beautiful.
Where those gold willows drip down. That's a Drippy Willow.
Oh, yeah. I love grand finale of fireworks.
Exactly. So
You
that's
can't
what
beat grand
that's all
finales.
about. Absolutely. But thank you again, JLR, for the prayers. We just got to keep praying hard, and I think I will echo most of us that says stay as long as you can.
Stay as long as we can. Yeah, we might just do
Stay
forums.
as long as
Maybe we just have, the true crime talk radio and just let the people just speak and just keep taking calls until Nancy's found, and let how people think. And hopefully we get a scene. Hopefully we get an arrest. I would love to, report that I'm at the sheriff's office. They have somebody in custody.
Absolutely.
And it's going to happen. It's just a matter of when.
I believe that. I think that there's, I hope they know more than what they are showing us. But the inconsistencies, and oh my gosh, you would need to keep me on for another hour to talk about all the botched, and we all know.
We use the word botched a lot. Botched.
We do, and it's a shame. And I don't know. I can't even get into the Epstein thing and all the other stuff. There's so many theories out there. I've never seen a case, and I'm a court TV fanatic. Okay, so I watch a lot of this kind of stuff. And I've been following you for the duration and so on. I've never seen a case where there are this many theories, and they are all as plausible as the next.
Yes. I concur with you. 100% concur on you that. There's so many plausible theories here that it's just because of lack of information, but anything is possible.
Right. Oh, one more thing. Actually, one more thing. There are only a couple photos of her that I've seen. There is the thought, did she get beat up? Did she get injured? Was it, she scraped herself out the door and then trickled some onto the front step, or those droplets because someone assaulted her, whatever. We don't know. But there on, where it's not just a tight headshot, it's a larger photo of her. Where if you look at, I'm trying to think which arm, but you'll see it on her forearm is a fairly large Band-Aid type bandage.
Yeah.
So
I didn't see that one.
Anyone has noticed that, but it's one of the more common photos that have been circulated well after this story broke.
So what do you think about the bandage?
Well, I mean, as we know, elderly folks with the thin skin, and they bruise easy and they bleed easy if they rub up against something, whatever, it could be anything, and they get a nick. And so, I mean, someone says, well, their theory was she hurt herself somehow. She went back into the house to dab it or whatever with the tissue, I think they said. And then, I don't know if she would put a Band-Aid on that one. I'm not saying that the photo is necessarily that particular incident, but it just shows that it's not it doesn't appear to be in an area where she had blood taken from her, like at a doctor's appointment, for example, where it's more of the inside part of your arm.
Uh-huh.
It looks more like it's on her forearm. So, look back at the most recent pictures that they've shown of her, and you'll see it's a very obvious large-size Band-Aid.
Appreciate your time, Drippy.
All right.
Stay safe.
Laura,
Thank you.
Thank you again, and thank you for the prayers, and let's bring her home.
Let's bring Nancy home. Have a great day.
Thank you, JLR. God bless you.
God bless you too. All right. Good call. Thank you, Drippy. Thank you, Drippy. All right, let's continue. Let's continue. Let's see. So in the next couple hours, there's going to be possibly a vigil at the KVOA. At KVOA. All right, let me see here. Anybody else want to chat? Georgia Bulldogs. You've been sending Georgia Bulldogs coming in. Matthew. I've seen you a couple times. I was going to get to you yesterday. All right, Georgia Bulldogs. Georgia Bulldogs. You're up. Matthew. Come on in. Georgia Bulldogs. Hi, Georgia Bulldogs.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going, Matthew. You sent me some messages yesterday. For some reason, I didn't get to you.
I did, and then
You're persistent.
a couple of other days. That video I sent you about did you ever watch that video?
Which one? I've received many videos.
I could resend it. It was an FBI agent, and he was talking about stuff nobody's talked about. Now, how accurate it is, I don't know. But he's saying he is aiming more toward, as everybody calls them, tomatoes, because he says it's going more where this person, she has security systems in her house.
Uh-huh.
He went in, it's somebody that she knows very close that knows the whole security system,
Uh-huh.
is what he's saying. And he disconnected everything in her house. And they're saying Let me send that video to you so you can watch it. Maybe you can share it on your channel and get thoughts on it too.
Well, I can't. I don't know. I have to vet through before I play videos, so that's going to take time. But just summarize it. Like what's going on? You're saying somebody disabled cameras?
That's what he's saying. They went in and disabled the camera. This FBI agent saying that she had a whole security system around her house.
Well, we know she had Nest by Google.
But she also had a security system. Like if somebody would have broke the window, it would have had a siren like they got now. She already had one. That's why you saw Comcast out there. They had to reset it, refix everything. Or not Comcast, whoever that was out there them 2 days.
Uh-huh.
They set up the whole new system. And they're saying if somebody she's related to went in, disconnected all that. And he's saying that the slide door is where they made their entry at. Somebody was already in that house is what he's saying. When they got home.
Somebody was already in the house prior to Nancy coming home, or came in after?
That's what he's saying. He's saying they're saying this whole story's all screwed up. Tommaso did not bring her home. So his theory. He's an FBI agent, but he's saying that Tommaso, whatever his name is, he was already at that house by what he's saying. And he was in there disconnecting all the security systems.
They're actually saying Tommaso was in there?
That's what they're saying. That's why they're going toward him, that he's the main suspect.
Yeah, shoot me the video. I'll take a look at it and comment on it. Maybe I'll get you back in for feedback. But yeah, send me the video again.
Yeah, I'll definitely send it again.
That's interesting. Anything else you'd like to add?
And there's another thing that a lot of people's not talking about. The bedding. Well, maybe it has been mentioned. I think I did hear somebody talk about her bedding.
The bedding.
The bedding was completely gone. That they took the sheets and everything off her bed.
Who and where's this bedding coming from? Because I'm hearing this on the internet, but what's going on with this bedding?
That was another thing on his channel, this FBI.
Do you know the FBI person's name? Look on the video right now. Who are we talking about here?
Let me go to that video real quick.
All right. Yeah, we need sources on this. Is this somebody's theory or is this a statement of facts?
All right. Here it is right here. Well, come on. All right. It's by Supreme Watch.
Surprise Supreme Watch?
Supreme Watch. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the whole video to you.
Supreme Watch.
So if you see this come through, it's the video.
All right. Well, how about this? I'll take a look at it, and I'll share my theory on it later.
Yeah, because it goes on to saying at the beginning, it's not an act of a terrorist intruder. It's somebody that knows that's related to them.
So this is coming from an individual called Inside Job. FBI zeroes in on Nancy Guthrie's son-in-law after security cameras damage, and it brings some person on the channel Supreme Watch.
Yeah, that's him. And if you listen to it, he's a retired FBI agent. So he's not on this case, but he will tell you everything and in there, and he talks about the bedding being taken away. He talks about everything. So I don't know if somebody that knows him has gave him insight. I don't know how FBI works. I don't know if ex-FBI talked to former FBI agents about cases. I don't know. But it sounds like he has some good theories from the actual FBI agent that that's not been mentioned in anything.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll take a look.
Alrighty.
Thank you, Georgia Bird Dogs. Thank you.
All right.
Take care. Thank you. Bye-bye. All right. We have somebody that has been very persistent here by the name of Lisa Carter. I have some great theories, Lisa Carter says. I am from Michigan. All right, Lisa. We're going to hear your great theories. See what you have to say. I'm going to listen in.
Hi, if you record your name and reason for calling, I'll see if this person is available.
Hey, JLR Investigates. Looking for Lisa.
Thanks. Please stay on the line.
All right. I like that ringtone. Ah.
I'm sorry, this person is not available. If you want.
All right. Well, I tried. Hello. Okay, yeah, somebody said. Oh, okay, coming back. Hello.
Hi, JLR.
Hi, Lisa. Is that you?
Yes, it is. I'm sorry. I didn't know how to answer this because I got a new phone.
Oh, okay.
So,
Welcome aboard, Lisa.
oh, thanks.
So
I
I've seen you reach.
started watching you about a month ago, and
Okay.
I'm telling you what, I am addicted to watching you. I'm 58 years old, and I stay at home, and I just love hearing your take on everything.
That's awesome. And it seems like you have a lot of takes.
Oh, yes, I do. I have been watching so much of this stuff, and I just feel so sad for them. And heartbroken, obviously. We all are. But a couple of the big things is I sent you a picture of that card. And not only of the card, but of what Google says about it, too.
And that would be the Adult Protective Services card?
Yes. So they had to have been there well before this happened. They had to have been contacted, rather, before she went missing.
Uh-huh.
So if she went missing on Saturday night, Sunday morning, whichever the sheriff's saying, so they would have been contacted either Thursday or Friday because it takes them 1 to 4 days for an investigator to go out to interview people.
So they wouldn't go the first day of the call?
No, because especially if it was Saturday or Sunday, they wouldn't go the first day.
Yeah.
So they say, I did research, and it says it takes them 1 to 4 days in Tucson. That department, it's called APS, but
Yes.
it's also called DES or something like that. There's another word for it too.
So it
And
appears,
also-
it just to remind the viewers, it appears this is in reference to a APS card that was in the door of the house while authorities were there, the first day. It was there on Monday, correct?
Yes. Yep.
It was
sure
there,
was.
It was there on Monday. So that, a photographer, a journalist took a picture, this little card, Adult Protective Services, I believe the sheriff responded to that, though. Didn't they say that, Nancy was reported missing and then a neighbor called Adult Protective Services and they came?
That doesn't make sense. That does not make sense.
But that's what the sheriff
neighbor-
said, correct? That's kind of what the sheriff
Right.
said.
That's what he said, but that isn't what happened because she had to have been, the lady's name on the card was, I think, Debbie or something. She had to have been contacted 1 to 4 days before she even arrived there. So that was well before she even went missing. So how could the neighbor call if she's not missing yet?
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people did, but would they come for that though? A neighbor? Why would a neighbor call APS anyway?
Right. It doesn't, no neighbor would call on something like that. If you haven't seen her, she didn't show up for church, you would call the kids. And she did. She called the daughter and son-in-law. So now the other thing, JLR, is this advanced investigators for adult protective services. I looked at the card. An advanced investigator, it investigates into allegations of abuse, neglect, and exploitation of vulnerable adults and financial.
Financial, dun dun dun.
Yes. Yep. That was the big one, is that the financial. That caught my eye. So this had to have happened before anything came up.
So you think there was an investigation reference to Nancy by Adult Protective Services opened up before she vanished?
Yes. Yep. I think that something happened, and I think that day she went over there to surprise them because she wanted to talk to them, and without giving them notice. And that's what I think, because I think, why did she take an Uber? That doesn't make sense. Unless if they show us her Uber record that she took Uber a lot, I don't buy it. I mean, do you think that?
I don't know. I don't know what to think. Again, I don't know what to think anymore.
Yeah.
I want to hear all of your thoughts and everyone's thoughts about this, and how everyone thinks, because that's just, my mind is all over the map. And you could take me down every rabbit hole. Every single scenario that people presented here is not far-fetched, unless somebody comes on and says aliens abducted her.
Right, exactly. Well, I'll tell you what, JLR, you need to watch. That wasn't The Interview Room. I have to remember who it was. Oh, Angelette Levy.
Mm-hmm.
She had Mel from 777 on, and he showed a video, and you can actually see somebody else with a flashlight or a phone right there, almost like they had a key to the house and were going in. I will send you the article, the Google thing, YouTube. I will send it to you. But yeah, so Mel at 777 broke that open, and that was last night. And you can see, it's clear as day, there is like somebody standing there because there's a light, and not the light that was in the bike light.
Mm-hmm.
This is somebody using a phone light or a flashlight, probably not a phone, but like a flashlight or something. And who would have a key to the house? Tomasio and Annie. And I'm not saying Annie's involved, and I don't think that Tomasio did anything to hurt his mother-in-law, but I do think he must have been into some weird stuff or illegal stuff or owed money, and they were coming after him. Because also on another show, they had a company that they made it sound like it's not Clutch Your Pearls, but the girl that always goes on with him. And she had a company that supposedly she was involved with, Annie was involved with.
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of follows suit with those two people that were at the site yesterday,
Mm-hmm.
that were dressed in skimpy clothes, and they just didn't fit in. It kind of, the business, it's like a theater for adults. It's a little wild, and I'll have to find the name of it out again. I should have saved that. And I'll send that to you too, because I looked at the website and I was like, wow, they are into some wild stuff. And not that that's a crime. It's not. But it just makes you wonder, were they into something else? Or was Tomasio?
Well, Tomasio, and so you're saying Annie and Tomasio could be victims themselves in a sense? Somebody wanted to get revenge on them and do this?
Yes, that's exactly what I think. That is exactly. I think that something got away from him. He got into too much trouble with something. And I hope, I hope I'm wrong.
But wouldn't he be sharing with authorities, anyone he had a beef with?
Maybe he is. And maybe that's why they said they cleared him and her, but they're keeping his car. Because maybe there's DNA of the person that they know took Nancy, and it's in the car. So that's why they're not releasing it to Annie and Tomasio. And that's why they said, go ahead, go look in the house. Go take pictures in the house. Do whatever you want. Because they know who really did it. And they're trying to get them to give the mom back, to give Nancy back.
But who could it be? What was Tommaso really doing? Like, who was he getting involved with?
Well,
gambling?
Yep. I was just going to say gambling, or also, it's kind of weird that the Gem show that's a big thing, I guess, the Gems
big
show.
Thing.
So, and it's kind of funny that it happened on that weekend of all times, and that Annie is involved in the Gem shows, jewelry, all of that. So I'm leaning towards that. I'm leaning towards something, maybe a bad deal with the Gems happened. And that's what I think. And also on the interview room, see, I've been binge watching JLR.
Yeah.
On the interview room, that Derek that got arrested.
Uh-huh.
How did he get Annie and Tomasio's phone number one, to text them? And if you listen to them on the interview room, they're sure he's involved somehow. They really think that Derek is involved somehow. He was too familiar with saying, basically, when are you going to get me my money? When are you going to get me my Bitcoin? In the text.
But wouldn't he be purging and saying things to the FBI? What he knows, if it's more about someone telling him to retrieve the money or ask them, or...
Oh yeah, he's probably squealing like a pig right now. Him and Tomasio and Annie. They're probably telling, they're probably helping the FBI, which they should. They need to get this, get their mom back. So that's what I think. That's my philosophy. And I think it might be a bad Gem deal that went bad with something with her, and maybe Tomasio had set it up, and she didn't know about it at first or something.
So much unknowns, Lisa Carter.
What's that?
So many unknowns.
Oh, there is. But these are very fascinating things. And like the person holding that light, there is a light there, JLR. There is.
You do believe so?
And I think they had a key. And that's what Mel said. Mel said, how would they get in? They had a key. And it makes sense because we really don't know. Besides Ashley Banfield, which I just think she's wonderful, about the back door being open, they could have just opened that to leave and left it open. And they went through the front door. And maybe they started to take her out the front door and then brought her back in and went out the other way. What do you think, JLR?
I don't know.
Do you think it's kind of odd that they were at dinner and it was maybe a birthday dinner or something?
Well, that's what some people said, a birthday dinner, because their birthday was on the 27th?
Right. And if that's the case, wouldn't there be pictures? They have how old is their son? You never hear anything about their son. How old is he? Is he a teenager? Is he an adult?
Some people have reached back to me and said there's no way those underage children are involved in any way, shape, or form.
Oh, I don't doubt that. I don't think he's involved. I'm just saying he could have taken that night. There would be pictures because kids take pictures all the time. So there would be pictures of Nancy and maybe Annie and Tommaso and all of them playing cards or eating dinner.
You would think.
Yeah. I mean, that's what kids do. And they post it on the Facebook or whatever, Instagram, all that stuff.
When was the last time Nancy was over at Annie and Tommaso's prior?
Yes, that's a good question. When? And is this a frequent thing that she goes to dinner there? Or was this like not even a birthday dinner? Maybe she surprised them and they said, oh, stay for dinner. And then she like told them, I'm not going to help you guys anymore money wise. Or I got an interesting phone call. Somebody's threatening me.
Who takes an Uber? Who takes an Uber to a family member's location when they have their own vehicle?
Exactly. Nobody does.
Which neighbor said they've seen her drive in her vehicle?
Yeah, so why didn't she drive over there?
Which is not far at all.
Right. And as a kid, I would go pick up my mom, my 84-year-old mom.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't have them Uber. That's not that Uber's a bad thing. It's not. But, you know, your 84-year-old mother is vulnerable. So I think she wanted the element of surprise. So that's why she didn't drive her car, because she just wanted to go there without her vehicle so that they wouldn't be aware that it was her and knock on the door and go in. That is one of my things that
Why did law enforcement go there 2 nights in a row? One night they didn't do the work, but the next night they go and they start taking pictures at night.
Yep.
In the garage.
Exactly. Yep, exactly. And there's got to be pictures of that night, I'm telling you. And what was she wearing? You never hear anything like that night. Yeah, she was at home and she probably got in her pajamas. But before that, you think that they would say she was last seen wearing this outfit. It's a red shirt or black pants. They have not once said what she was wearing. And that to me is weird. Somebody goes missing.
Even if they don't know, they could describe what she could have been wearing in a sense, because Annie and Tommaso probably seen her in a nightgown before, if it's a night, whatever, by being over there. She has a caretaker, apparently. Somebody has to know what she wears when she goes to bed. Some people wear the same attire when they go to bed.
Exactly. So they have to know that. Or even at the worst, they need to say, this is what she was wearing when she was at dinner. This is the outfit she was last seen in.
Mm-hmm.
Because we still really don't know, JLR, we don't know if she even got changed. They could have been in the house right when she got home. Somebody could have been in the house right when she got home. And they could have been like holding her basically hostage for that period of time. Have you thought about that?
I've thought about every scenario, to be honest.
Yeah. I know it's hard to sleep even with this, because you just, and the cops, I don't know much about, if they're doing, it seems like it's not the police, but the sheriff isn't doing a great job. But then maybe he knows a lot more and he's just not releasing anything. And we're going to find out that, hey, he did do a great job.
No, I don't know.
And she comes home safe, hopefully. So, but I appreciate you calling me. I felt like I was stalking you.
Mm-hmm.
So.
No, you're good. You're good. I appreciate it.
Yeah, well, you're doing a great job. I'm really impressed and very much enjoying your show.
Yeah, we're keeping our eye on Nancy and we're covering the case. So, Lisa, thank you.
Oh, thank you. And then I'm going to send you some stuff, so look at it, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, JLR.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Tim says he wants to talk. Let's continue to look here. Now, pretty soon I'm going to go back over to Savannah's work here shortly for this 6 o'clock, where we're going to the sun is starting to wind down now, so that's good. So we won't have to overheat and everything. I kind of enjoy sitting in the shade here and listening to you fine folks. Anyone want to talk? Keep it coming. Say you want to talk. Just share that you want to talk on the record. Leave your phone number. Love to hear from you. speak? You have Jody has a few thoughts. All right, Jody, you're coming in the chat. Jody, you're coming in the chat. See what Jody has to say. Couple more callers, and then we're going to move.
Hello?
Hi, Jody.
Hi, JLR. I didn't think that you would call.
Well, here I am. How are you?
Sorry, nervous. Good.
Oh, you don't have to be nervous.
I really don't have a theory, but the first thing, have you watched the mob crew video?
I have not.
Okay, he breaks the video down really well. He's on the porch. Now, is Sue Ellen's house across the street and up the hill a little bit?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you can see her house in the video. There's some lights, and there's the no outlet sign.
Okay.
When the suspect pulls the weeds, he looks off to the left. You can see a light flash on and off, and he's like, there's an accomplice.
A lot of people think there's an accomplice there on there. You know, I haven't seen any concrete evidence. It's very hard. Eyes can be deceiving. I know people can, do enhancements and everything on videos. I'm not so sure. I think there's an accomplice in this case, but I haven't seen any concrete proof.
Correct. And then, like that lady just said, that square like cell phone light and mail mention, I believe it was Duty Ron. You can kind of see that light too in that video.
It means you think there's two people.
I believe there has to be two people. With her, the way she walks with a walker and things like that. And then some of the people's thoughts I've had, they've kind of mentioned about, excuse me, I'm recovering from cancer, so it's hard to
sorry.
talk.
How you doing? You okay?
I'm doing great now. I've been in remission for 2 years.
God bless you.
Thank you. And also, oh shoot, I've got my notes written here, so I'm kind of getting confused. But I've been watching other, when you're not on, I kind of listen to the FBI, the people that have been in this type of business and profilers. And have you heard of that? Okay, I'm getting confused. So taking the Uber driver, like everybody said, that just seems so weird when she only is 10 minutes away. And then
it is weird.
And then the other thing, they've been back and forth to that Annie and Tom's house. And you brought that up just a little bit ago with the last lady about how they came back with those lights flashing in the house, taking pictures. So something may have happened there. And the garage door, when supposedly somebody brings her home 2 minutes, how long does it take a lady with a walker or a cane to walk into her home if she has a hard time getting in and out? Maybe she didn't even get back to the home. And maybe those blood droplets on the porch could have been staged. They didn't take the mat or those weeds for forensic evidence, because when that guy has the flashlight in his mouth, there would have been saliva or something on that, you think?
Yep.
And so that just seems to me to be weird. She takes the Uber, and did she even make it back home? We don't know.
We don't know.
And then we don't know. And then last week, when those the people in the suit showed up, that they say prosecutors and FBI. You were out front, but I saw a drone video. They were really interested in that little patio area.
They were on the left side of the house.
Yes. And they think, that was her bedroom interest, and it's been reported that she liked to go out there and read.
Yep.
And that sometimes she likes to leave that door open, especially in the weather at night for cooler air.
So you think that maybe the theory, since they were focusing on that patio area, is they got into her bedroom?
Well, maybe there's somebody already got in, was waiting if she did make it back home. I just believe there's some way they know that area very well, because it's so dark out there. Like, how would you just pick that house out of all those $1 million homes? It was going to just be a burglary. I think it was targeted somehow, and I do think there's more than one person involved.
Remains to be seen. I think all of us, at the end of the day, Not all of us. Some people still think it's a single person. We'll see, Jody. We will see.
It's just so hard. And then there's one other thing I know. You know that Jim Fitzgerald? He's a really good FBI profiler. He broke the Unabomber case and other cases he's helped. He's a real good profiler.
Uh-huh.
He just brought up one other thought. If it's not, that this erotomania, that maybe there's somebody that's so obsessed with Savannah. Do you remember the John Hinckley case?
Yes.
How he
Jodie Foster. Jodie Foster.
Do you have to let me go?
Huh?
I thought you said my name, Jody.
No. He was obsessed with Jodie Foster.
That's correct. Well, he was so obsessed with her, he just thought there was a way to get her attention. He had to do something big and dramatic.
Yeah.
It's the same thing here,
To get the attention of Jodie Foster.
Yeah. So maybe this guy is so obsessed with Santa. Maybe he got an autograph sometime, stalking her, or something.
Yeah, but the guy in the mask just doesn't look like some creep boy doing it to get somebody's attention. This guy looked like he was on a driven mission to take somebody out, not like that. But I mean, Hinckley sits there and shoots Ronald Reagan. I mean, come on.
That's true.
That's pretty crazy.
Very true. But some of those women were thinking maybe it's a woman. There are men, Italian men, Iranian. They get their eyebrows groomed.
They do.
Yes, they do.
Oh.
So
we'll see. I'm gonna look later and look at this and analyze this and say, could it be a woman?
Yeah.
I'll say a lot of my viewers think it's a woman.
Burly. It looks burly to me. Even if they have other clothes on, I don't see any breasts sticking out, something in the chest area sticking out. And he's kind of got a limp.
Yeah. So you've been studying this person too.
Oh yeah.
Joey,
It's just been, I never get on YouTube, and all of a sudden, as soon as this case happened, it was just something like all these people are saying. Everybody's so glued to this because we want Nancy safe, and
we want to know who did this.
Yes, that's exactly. I pray all the time like you do. God, please lead us to who did this, and hopefully Nancy's alive. That's what we all hope for and pray for.
Jody, I appreciate you. I appreciate the time. Hopefully you're well, and hopefully you're healthy, and hopefully you're getting healthy, and hang in there. Keep fighting.
I am. Oh, I got to tell one more thing that's very fascinating. I have a sibling member.
Mm-hmm.
He's former FBI. He's currently consulting on the John Benet Ramsey case. So I know he's very, there's a lot of things that they have to go through and everything, and they don't necessarily announce to the public until they have the proof.
Mm-hmm.
So that's probably where we're all kind of just, everybody, we live in a world, we want this now, we want this, but you have to be patient, because I'm sure we're going to know soon. Like you said, I have a gut feeling it's soon. So anyway, thank you for your time so much.
Jody, thank you for the watch, and you be safe out there. Thank you.
Yep, you be safe out there too.
Take care.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, folks. So let's change the scenery. I'm going to shoot up to a restroom real quick, and we'll go back up to the spot where there could be a vigil here at 6 p.m.-ish, as soon as it gets dark. It is 4:23, so it probably takes 20 or 25 minutes to get there. So we'll be rolling in at 5 o'clock as the sun starts to go down here. And, yeah, it was interesting. So let's go for a drive. Let's keep it moving a little bit. I have to use the restroom, and then we will put in the KVOA station, and we'll see what's going on. So road trip, going back on a road trip. Dun, dun, dun. We're on a mission. We are leaving the sheriff's complex. Look, the sheriff's office is empty here. It's empty. Nobody's here. Doesn't mean investigators are not working, but it is pretty empty around here. Got a lot of sheriff's vehicles over there. Some sheriff's videos or sheriff vehicles. Looks like next door is some sort of detention center. I see a lot of sheriffs go in through the side door there. That might be the jail or something right there. I'm not so sure, but they were all like going in there. All right. So we are hoping that the Pima County Sheriff's Department, is working and helps solve this case, get the perp off the street to the perps. And, we're praying. All right. we're on the move. I have to just go to like up. I think there's like a Circle K up the road or something like that. I have to use the restroom. Go in there real quick, and then we'll drive. We're driving back on the road again. On the road again. We're back on the road again. All right. Yeah, I see a bathroom up ahead. So we're going to go inside the Circle K. There's a Circle K here. So I'm on like Benson Highway. The Benson Highway. All right. Whoa, somebody's rolling up in a shopping cart. And a whole, like, it has a whole shopping cart. Look at this. Whoa. I've seen quite a few of these people with shopping carts. There's another one with a shopping cart. I don't know where they're getting these shopping carts. Where are they getting the shopping carts at? There's another one with a shopping cart. Pretty wild. So give me a few minutes. I'm actually going to go here. I have to go in real quick. I'm actually going to clean the windshield while I'm here. Be back in a few. Actually, is this too hot? No, it's not bad. All right. Be back in a second. All right, let's go see what's going on with this visual thing. JLR investigates. I got to put that KVOA address. Elm Street. We're going to 209 Elm Street. We are, oh, it's not that far. It's 16 minutes away.
Turn left toward Historic US 80. Then you'll take your first right onto Historic US 80.
All right.
Your route avoids road closures in 1 mile. You're on the best route. You should reach your destination by 4:45 p.m.
4:45 p.m. We got about an hour. We can chat there and see what's going on. The sun's starting to go down. All right. We're going to keep this stream going. Almost 10 hours. We got about 2 hours left.
Turn right onto historic US 80. Then at the next light, you'll take a sharp left.
I don't know if I can get over here, but maybe. Yeah, I can.
At the light, take a sharp left onto South Campbell Avenue, Keno Parkway.
Keno Parkway. All right, making a left at Keno Parkway. Keno. Sharp left. Traffic. Getting towards the end of the day. There we go. Clean the windshield some. On the road again. We're back on the road again. Road trip. There we go. Keno Parkway. Crossing I-10. Road again. Where is Nancy? Guthrie. On the road again. We are driving on the road again. A lot of road construction around here. So 2.2 miles, I'll be turning left. Here we come to save the day. Here we go to save the day. 0.9 miles, we'll be making a left. We're on our way to KVOA, Savannah Guthrie's old station that she started out at. Road trip. I see a lot of people still care. A lot of people still in the chat. We are Nancy's Army. .210 west. Coming up. .210 west. Oh, they got Jersey plates. There's somebody here from Jersey. There we go. Broadway Boulevard. The sun starts to go down. .4 miles, turn left.
Turn right onto historic US 80 North Stone Avenue.
Stone Avenue. All right, Elm Street, 1 mile. I think we're gonna pass the Popeyes. Yep, passing the Popeyes. There it is. Where we ate at Popeyes, right over there. Popeyes, behind the bus. Popeyes. We are almost there at KVOA. I don't think anyone's going to be here yet, but I think within the next hour, maybe we'll see some people. Elm Street. Made it to Elm Street. See what's going on. Welcome to Tucson. All right, nobody's here except me. I'll bring Nancy home. Just turn around here and go on this building here. It's nice and cool here. Looks like, yeah, it's the shade. Nobody's here. So here it is. I'll bring Nancy home. Well, nobody's here yet. Let me see. I could probably go over here and do this. Phone me, you know. Maybe it heats up, maybe it won't. We shall see. All right. Meantime, we'll kind of just sit here. It's something at 6 p.m., they say. Candlelight. Let's have some conversations while we're here. Let's have some conversations. Let me check my phone. Anyone? Oh, let me call Dad's Gone Live and just find out what's going on. Find out if this thing is planned here. Hello, how's it going? I don't have you on speaker, but I am live right now. Is there something going on here at the KVOA tonight? 6 p.m. A hope gathering. Uh-huh. Do you have candles? Does anybody have candles? You bought a 130 battery operated candles. Wow. Hope gathering, 6 p.m. Where are you at now? Oh, you're on your way down. Anything at Nancy's home? All right, I'll see you down here soon. All right, bye-bye. A hope gathering, he said. Anybody want to chat in the meantime while we wait for this hope gathering? Anyone want to chat? I want to chat. Let's talk. Corey Vogel. Corey, you're up in the pipeline while we wait for this hope gathering. $202 number coming, Corey. Come on in.
I'm not available right now. Please leave a message.
Oh, not available. You can call back if you want to in the next couple minutes. You wanted to share your story. Beryl, sulfuric acid. Gloria wants to talk about sulfuric acid. Sulfuric acid. All right, Gloria, you want to talk about sulfuric acid? I'm going to give you a call. That's an interesting topic. What do you know about sulfuric acid? Come on in, Gloria. Sulfuric acid. You sent it about 30 minutes ago. That might be up a little behind. All right.
Hello?
Hi, Gloria.
Yes.
JLR Investigates.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for reaching out.
Yeah. I was just listening to you out there. I must be behind because, anyways.
Yeah, I'm about what, 30 minutes behind?
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, you sent it around 4:20 Arizona time. So you wanted to talk about Nancy sulfuric acid. What's going on with sulfuric acid?
Well, if it does have anything to do with the Clintons or Epstein likes to do barrels with sulfuric acid, so she maybe never been found.
Wait a second. What do you mean? I really don't know nothing personal about Epstein. What sulfuric acid? What's going on with that?
Well, on his island, he likes to use barrels with sulfuric acid and puts the people in them, and they just dissolve.
Oh, that's pretty crazy.
It is. So she maybe never be found. You know, it does not look like a robbery. It does not look like kidnapping. So, I mean, I think it's very targeted. The guy at the door looks like a bumbling fool, but he's not been found. When he's hitting the thing, it doesn't looks like he's trying to break the doorbell. It looks like he's just kind of ringing it like, hey, let me in. I think he's like the cleanup crew that's coming in to clean something up. But it's so weird how the Sheriff Nano doesn't, you know, you always tell what the last person was seen wearing, whether that was what she was still wearing or not, who knows. But he won't even say what she was wearing the last time anybody saw her. which is really weird. And, you know, he doesn't say anything about the blood droplets, like, is it just fresh blood that dropped, or did it pick up fibers of being, like, in a blanket, or, you know, is it, like, leaking out of something? Are you still there?
I'm here. I'm listening to you.
Yeah.
So, like some viewers said, yeah, Epstein and higher ups. Is that where you're leaning to?
I am. The coincidence of the Clintons they were interviewed on the 26th and 27th, and they've made a lot of people disappear. And so Savannah's husband, Michael Feldman, he was the scrubber for Clinton when Clinton was president. Like when he was going to be interviewed on April 22nd in 1995, 3 days prior, the federal building, the Alfred P. Murrow building, explodes with all the files that would have indicted him. That blew up 3 days prior to him being interviewed for all that stuff. So,
well,
you know, I think that maybe they took her to try to get Feldman to scrub this new thing go away that he and Hillary were being interviewed on last Thursday and Friday, and they maybe just couldn't make it go away. So, well, you're not going to see your mom again, or just as a tactic to get other people to shut up. It's like, do you want your mom to go to Superior next? You know,
A lot of unknowns. You know, some people are open-minded to it. Others say no connection to Clintons or no connection to Epstein whatsoever. No.
Right. And then if she was still alive, a lot of people say she can't live without her medicines. I've seen several hospice patients when, you know, they get close to dying, the family says, just take them off all their meds and let them go. And then they, like, for a month or so, make this remarkable comeback. It's like when they get taken off their meds, you know, they eventually do go after a while, but it's amazing how so many will start thriving when their medicines are actually removed. So if they were holding her, there is a chance that she could be making it without her meds. But I honestly don't think that we're going to see her again, which is really sad. I just can't even imagine.
We got Brian Inton just arrived to the scene.
Oh, nice.
He just drove past. That was Brian Inton. He's probably coming to come check out what's going on. If something's going on here.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate it. Anything else you would like to add, Gloria?
I don't think so. I'm just very thankful that you're there and just keeping us all informed, because we're not getting anything really from the news. All that's on the news now is just the war.
Yeah.
So
might have took over this story.
Like a hot potato, huh?
Might have took over this story, like basically is, you know, maybe media outlets like, hey, we're gonna move on.
Right. And the other thing I wanted to ask you, who takes care of your cat when you're away? I've seen you have a kitty cat.
Oh, my kitty cat is missing me. My kitty cat is well fed. Litter box, water, fresh water. Everything's good on my end.
Nice. That's wonderful. It's got to be hard being away from home that much. It's been a long time.
Well, I'll bet that, you know, my kitty cat will get plenty of fancy feast.
But I mean, just for you too, just being away from home that long, that has to be
Hey,
really
I
hard.
sign up for this. I'm with it. I'm with it.
Yeah.
I'm with it. You know, I'm in no rush to go anywhere except find out what happened to Nancy. And we're all on this. We're all on this together. We all are glued to our screens. I'm sure, just like you, me, constantly refreshing our screens, constantly seeing if there's any breaking news, constantly seeing if there's an arrest, something. Because once you follow this case, you kind of want to see what's going to happen here. You can't let it go, and I can't let it go, and I want to know who did this, and I want to know where Nancy's at.
The other thing they're not giving you guys any credit on is, like, I've seen, like, Nancy, what's her name? The reporter, Nancy Grace. Anyways, she's talking about how the FBI discovered the star on the jacket. And I'm like, no, that was on JLR's thing. That lady noticed that. It wasn't the FBI finding the star on the guy's jacket.
Oh, really? She ran with that, huh? Well, I like the great Nancy Grace. I think she's a phenomenal person, and the people around her, I know them. They're great.
Right, but she doesn't give you guys credit. She's giving the FBI credit for it, you know? Oh, and then when someone said something about blood in the hallway, I had heard that only one other time, and it was, I believe, on Fox News, and it was like one of their FBI experts said it, and I'm like, what? I've never heard that before. Did he just let something slip out that he wasn't supposed to slip out?
Yeah.
And then I wonder, when you had the caller earlier today that mentioned that, I wonder if she was listening to the same thing I was.
I got Dad's going live here too. A big pickup truck. Look at this. Look at this. Look behind me. Right there. Boom. This big truck pulled up on me. I'm like, what in the heck? Am I being ambushed out here by somebody? Look at the great Brian Enton, Gloria. Right here. Look, Brian Enton's on the scene.
Well, I've got your thing on, but like I said, I must be really behind because I'm seeing a bring her home sign.
Bring her home for sure. All right. Thanks for the
Where
call.
is that posted at?
I'm sorry?
Where is the bring her home sign posted at?
At the KVOA headquarters.
Wonderful. Well, keep up the good work. Thank you for the call. And be safe out there.
All right. Thank you, Gloria. Have a good day.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. Here we are, folks. Oh, I was muted. Oops, I'm sorry, muted.
All right, well, I'm gonna go up here and sign this.
Yeah, okay. Dad's going live here. I'm here. Sorry, I was muted. I don't know what happened. Dad's going live, Kane. Yes, Brian Enton's checking it out. All right, so the person from Illinois who I was calling before, called me back. So we're going to call back Illinois. I don't know this person's name. I have to check the email again. She'll identify herself. Let's listen in. Hello.
I'm not available right now, please.
Oh, not again. Wanted to talk. It's approaching 5 o'clock. We're going to see what happens here at this remembrance. Oh, she's calling back. Hello, JLR Investigates.
Hi, JLR. Sorry, my phone's not even ringing when you call.
Oh, what's your name? What is your name?
This is Corey.
Hi, Corey. JLR Investigates. How are you?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Fantastic, Corey. Yeah, I knew you reached out, and I just forgot your name because they're getting so many emails. And all right, what do you have to say tonight?
So I have a couple of theories, but the first thing I'd like to say is, I find it kind of shameful that the sheriff is pushing media out. In my message to you, I have a family member that was taken from us via homicide.
Oh.
It's an open investigation still for the last 26 years, almost 27.
What happened?
It was my aunt, actually, and she was found stabbed to death. She was stabbed 27 times.
Oh my goodness, I'm sorry.
And she was a bartender, and she was closing down the bar, and she was found the next morning when they went to open it. So with that, as a family member that went through that, the media was what kept her case in the limelight for us. And I really feel that the sheriff is retaliating. almost because I think that maybe the FBI is taking the lead and it's not being put out there publicly just because of what happened this past week with them shutting down the lane to one lane or one way and then 2 days later taking that away. I feel that maybe something changed and that was a retaliation on the sheriff's part to me.
First off, what was her name?
Lisa Mack, and this was in Michigan.
Lisa Mack.
Yep. There's actually been Cold Case Chronicles. They've done a series in regards to her case. It's a pretty ironic case.
No one is arrested.
No. Long story short, it happened directly behind the sheriff's department. And,
Whoa.
They have focused on one gentleman and one gentleman only. And this person is actually, he's been detained for the last 26 years on something unrelated. And he, from the last time I checked, he actually is possibly getting out this year, released. So the security for our family and, just because we don't know why. We don't know why this was done to her. We don't know any of that. It's very, it's eerie. When this first happened, just, you don't know. And, my heart breaks and feels for Savannah and her family. And I'll get to just why I'm just saying Savannah's name. But you always are looking over your shoulder. You're not sure if they're going to come after you or, what the reason is behind any of it.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
So you've been following this case, you paying attention.
Yeah.
I'm sure you follow probably other unsolved and mystery cases because of your situation, right?
I do, yeah. And I think I had, in my younger years, not a good intuition, I guess you could say, because I actually have two people that I was close with who are now in jail for life as well for murder. So, just doing that kind of stuff heightened my awareness and got me kind of into true crime and just following all of that stuff a lot more and opened my eyes to a lot of things, I feel. But yeah, my aunt's case really started all of it.
Did you get the sheriff and the media attention you're saying at first with that?
Initially, yes, yeah. And in the town that it was done for my aunt, it was like the first homicide or something like that in 20 years.
Oh, wow.
So it was a very small town type of situation. It wasn't normal. It wasn't something that was normal. The media helped keep it in the limelight, and they still every once in a while will do an article. The sheriff's office does not cooperate and stuff like that. But I don't want to make it about my aunt's case. This is about Nancy.
Yeah. So what's your thoughts on Nancy? You think the sheriff's trying to shut it down? You said I think he's trying to shut media out. He's done with the speculation that he's getting from media and the negative attention he's getting from media. Mm-hmm.
It just, going to one lane to help the neighborhood on Monday and then taking it away on Wednesday, it was just really ironic. I think he's retaliating, and we've all heard from other people that have been interviewed, he's pretty good at retaliating. I think he's taking it out on media now, and maybe it could have been at request of the family, but it was very odd. I don't think that Nancy ever made it home, to be honest with you.
So you're on that something happened to her over at Annie and Tomas's.
Yeah, I mean, what they're doing, and they didn't canvass. I saw the day that you followed FBI to house to house to house.
Yeah.
They did not do that in Nancy's neighborhood, and that's where the crime supposedly occurred. They did it in Annie and Tomaso's neighborhood.
Which is what to put in perspective, it's numerous miles away. Why over there?
And that's, they know something that is making why they canvassed, and they didn't go just on her street or just on her back street. They gave a notice to everybody, please be home. If not, we're going to follow up. there's a reason why they're doing that. And, you know, and I don't know this actual fact for sure, but I believe that they went and they searched their house once and then they went back the one night and did the luminol type pictures. Is that correct?
It looked like luminol at nighttime. They went the nighttime prior. They didn't really do anything, but they go after dark.
Yeah. I mean,
you need night.
You go back
need night
to the house
do that.
twice. There's something there that's bringing them back twice. But then Wednesday, when, you know, all the family was there was a drone footage. Tommaso was at the house. There was drone footage where he was sneaking from the garage to the white Wagoneer. I mean, so that leads me in the other direction.
Well, you know, the white Wagoneer was at Nancy's house the other day.
Yeah.
Same
and that's on Wednesday. That's when I saw him on the drone. Like, if you slow down the video, I think Brian had it or something like that, but it was 100% Tommaso. I also think that in that footage that the FBI shared out, it was definitely photoshopped. It was cropped. A lot of people that think that they see 3 to 4 people or, you know, Nancy over their shoulders off in the back, that to me looks like something was photoshopped out by the FBI, which, I mean, they have every right to do so. The timestamp and everything's not there intentionally. They cropped that out, but there was definitely something there. I've done pictures, Photoshop, Lightroom, and all that stuff, and you can tell that there was something that was taken out of there for whatever reason. They don't want the public to know that.
Wonder what it is.
I was thinking it was a car. I mean, it's about the size of a car, but why would they do that? You know, so that just leads to more questions.
So what makes you think Nancy didn't return home?
Just the garage door thing, the timing. Ideally, the time. Like, I don't have, you know, the new up-to-date garage door or whatever, so I can't speak too much about it. But ideally, to my knowledge, for them to get the date or like the timestamps for that would have to only be from her app. Like, she opened her garage from the app on her phone to get the timestamps. I don't know if they use the keypad or the actual opener, if that would give you signaling timestamps. The 2 minutes is odd. I think that 2 minutes was enough for, let's say, Tommaso to come in and get in the garage and show that she was maybe home and stage the house. I think the blood on the front porch, I think it's staged. And
you know it's staged?
Mm-hmm.
To make it look like she was dragged out of the house via kidnapping.
I think so. Just because it's not, I mean, it's just like a potential bloody nose. It's not enough. I don't know. It's just not enough, I guess, to make it look like a true crime scene. I guess it's hard to say because we don't know what happened, but I just don't think that I don't think that she was ever actually there.
Scary. Because, you know,
and I also,
they say she got, you know, taken from her bed, you know, and this ends up not being true. Whoa.
Well, and then, you know, the interview room, they were talking about, you know, how did Annie and Tommaso get into the house? That's a big question the next morning.
Whoa, that is a good. Whoa, yeah. That's a good one.
Was the front door unlocked? Did they go in the front door? Did they go in the garage? I mean, if this was me going to my parents' house, I wouldn't go around back to the back door to get in their house. So they wouldn't have known at that time that back door was open.
Great point.
Yeah, so there's just a lot of things that about the whole Annie and Tommaso and the timeline that, you know, like John DePietro has said that it doesn't add up.
Doesn't add up. You don't think the timeline adds up?
It doesn't, no. The two, you know, plenty of people have said it. The 2 minutes, you know, she could have opened it after she was out of the car with her app and stuff and gotten in the house that way and then closed it after she, you know, got over the sensor mark of the garage, but it still doesn't make sense. It doesn't, you know, why did Tommaso not help her in? Was Was he angry? Is that why she wasn't helped in if she was even brought to the house?
If you could ask the sheriff a question, what would you ask him? What would be your number one question?
If I was to ask him a question, I think it would be, why is it that he can't put the information out to media? And we all know that he's not doing well. I just don't think he's a good public speaker. However, why can't he have somebody speak for him to get the points across to the media all at one time? These one-off meetings that he was doing leads to a game of telephone, honestly. There's so much speculation, so much confusion that there's no way to know what the true story is.
Where is Nanos right now?
I mean, maybe at the gym. Who knows?
Right? Is that kind of wrong? Let me ask you something, because I presented that. And let me just I'm just putting you on the spot and giving you your opinion. Is that wrong for a sheriff to go to the gym the next morning when somebody's missing and just go to the gym?
I would think so, but I think he left what he would think of as like his peons. And I'm not saying that the deputies on the ground, boots on the ground, are that, but I think that that's his mentality.
Just put it under him, like he's the mob boss. Put it under him, or all the people under him, and let them do it.
Yep, I think that at the time, I don't think he realized the seriousness of it. Maybe, however, an 84-year-old woman living home alone that's missing is serious, in my opinion. Like, and it's captured everybody's hearts across America. My best friend and I, we take shifts watching your show just to keep the latest and greatest so that we don't miss out on anything. But it's why the cover-up? It does seem like a cover-up from Nanos. The information, like you said, he must listen to your channel, and then there's a statement that goes out. Why does he feel the need to clarify everything? If the public doesn't need to know, the public doesn't need to know.
What seems to be happened on numerous times in this is all of you, the viewers, or people that we've encountered present something. We share it. The media is listening. Then the media seeks comment from the sheriff's office about what was said, and then they respond.
Yeah.
That seems like that's what's happening.
I just think that the confusion, and I think I read somewhere that it is not a requirement for Arizona to hold press briefings, etc. I don't remember what. So he's obviously standing behind that, but don't do one-on-one media meetings then. If you're not going to send a blank public statement to all media, then don't do them.
Yeah, I know, right? That's so bizarre. Like what I was told by one media outlet is Nanos, the PR people, tell these media journalists to come down, and he gives each one 10 minutes. And they have to present the type of questions they want to ask them. And I guess because he approves some and disapproves others, whatever. And everyone gets a 10-minute slot.
And I'm looking at my phone right now. You and I have been on the phone for almost 15 minutes. Do you think 10 minutes is enough to get the questions asked and answered by media? I'm sure that they have much greater questions than I have, or things that they want to discuss with him.
Exactly.
Yeah.
10 minutes.
The only other thing is that I read somewhere that Nancy did give Annie and Tommaso $325,000, I think, towards their house.
How much? Where are you getting that from?
I would have to go looking again. I just kind of passed by it, but I did read it somewhere in all of my little investigating that I've been doing. And if that, there's for us crime junkies to prove that, because it would be gifted, but it is strange if that's the case.
Well, keep praying.
Thank you. No, I'm good. Thank you, sir.
No, you good?
Yeah, I'm all good. Thank you for calling, and I'm glad that you're there, and I hope that you keep up, but I also know that you can't just sit there when there's nothing happening. But I do feel that something's coming. It's been really quiet.
This is a forum, Corey. Everyone can share their stories, experiences, thoughts, speculations, and what's going on. Hang in there. Hopefully you get justice for your loved one.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too. Bye-bye. Thanks for calling. Thanks for talking. I keep saying calling. I'm the one that's doing the calling. Hello.
Just want to say thank you for all your
Hi, what's your name?
Sandra.
Hi,
I've been
Sandra.
following you since, all the live streamers since day one, and you when you got here.
Yeah.
Day and night. So I just want to say thank you for all your help.
Thank you. Thank you. You here
Very
for
much
the candlelight?
Yeah, and I got here and I was venting for 4 minutes only because I thought, Jesus Christ, I came from Miami, Florida, 19.
Oh, you're from Miami?
Yeah. So I love Miami. I came here from my mom. Who's
I'm from
81.
Florida.
I know you are. I'm here from my mom, who's 81. Okay.
Uh-huh.
But point being is that you know how many cases you see on national TV, right? And before you know it, there's an organized community gathering to show support for people to feel, together.
Mm-hmm.
I'm angry as heck. Nobody in the TUCSON board of whatever the heck they are, the elected officials.
Tucson.
Nobody in the Pima County Board of Supervisors and Catalina Hills is unincorporated, which is why the sheriff is there and not the two. No one. And I cannot blame the family. They're so distraught they can't even think right now at this point. Bless them, But no organized gathering of community for hope for Nancy. Something a month. Nothing. How many times have you seen other places half the size or large cities do something? And I'm very angry about it. And I'm not going to forget it with these officials. And believe me, I vented today on Facebook on all the damn pages.
None of the officials around here have spoken about this. The only thing is there was one elected representative that was telling everyone to leave.
At least if you care anything about our community, as a community, why don't you we have beautiful parks with plenty of parking, with a stage, and announce for a week a community gathering for Nancy of hope. Make us as a community come together and hug each other and pray for her. We all do it individually at home, but it's nothing like having the community together. No one has organized nothing for a month. And I've been waiting for that to happen for a month that I can go to with a community. I've been here a year and a half. And that makes me really angry. And the sheriff, I don't even want to talk about. But anyways, you know what I'm saying? It just makes me sad and angry at the same time. Because how many cases you see nationally over the years? Right away, the community gets together. You know what I mean? There's some sort of, and I don't blame the family and the friends. They can't even, can you imagine? They can't even think right now, for God's sakes.
Mm-hmm.
But the city officials that we elected as a community to maybe do something for us together, yeah, that makes me, what? Thank you.
Thank you for the conversation.
Thank you so much.
Who's safe? She's from Miami. She's outraged. She is outraged that there has been no elected officials or anything like that organizing anything for Nancy, and there hasn't been anything organized for Nancy on the elected official. I mean, Tucson, Nancy represents Tucson. Tucson is Savannah, Guthrie, and Nancy. Even though they live in the Catalina foothills, they are Tucson. But nobody in Tucson or anybody has said anything about anything, really. So she said she's angry. We're at 5:20. Phone's a little bit. I'm gonna have to switch positions in a second. But the sun is starting to creep on. It gets dark in the next 15 minutes or so. We could take another caller or two. Anyone want to chat? Saying in the chat. Appreciate everyone that wants to chat. Nate Dogg says he wants to talk. Nate Dogg. Let's talk. Nate Dogg says a 213 number. We talk about the Nate Dogg, the rapper, the real Nate Dogg, the rapper. We shall see. Nate Dogg wants to talk. All right, Nate Dogg, come on in. It says Los Angeles. Nate Dogg. See who he is. Nate Dogg.
Hey, JLR, what's up, man?
Hello. Okay, you don't sound like the rapper Nate Dogg.
No, man.
Oh, they said Nate Dogg died anyway. That's how far behind I am.
Yeah.
How are you, sir?
been watching since, I guess, since the beginning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. A little muffled a little bit.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. We can hear you.
Yeah, this case is crazy, and it's very frustrating. From the get-go, it has been nothing but crap, right? And it reminds me a lot of the John Bonet case because they botched the investigation from, day one. They let all the family come in and, clean and do all this stupid stuff they were doing, right? I think the FBI... Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. By the way, real quick, I do have autism, so if I sound like, whatever, I apologize.
No, you have no apologies.
Okay, I appreciate you. You're what you're doing out there, man, is great, and everything you said about the power of prayer, man, that it works, right? Because at the end of the day, good will always conquer evil,
Yes.
no matter what.
Yes.
And I'll tell you this: God's love for each and every single one of us is so strong, and His love for that family and for all the families. Maybe kind of emotional. The young lady that was just on talking about her aunt. And I've been watching Ike Mel. He's great on YouTube. And him talking about, he talked to somebody yesterday who their daughter, I think, went missing as a child. And I think in Tucson. And it's so sad. But I tell you this, even though there's a lot of crap on the sheriff's department, and I think there is little egos, because I've been watching Brian and his interviews with, he was talking to a sheriff, a retired sheriff yesterday, and you can kind of tell that, when Brian asked him, was hey, what do you think about, if the FBI, when they come in, and what if the sheriff would have just said, hey, you know what, FBI, you guys are more equipped. Let's rewrite the narrative, right? Hey, the sheriff, the guy that said, hey, FBI, you guys are coming in, this is kind of one with a pretty big deal, take it. Wait, we'll back you up, we'll work side by side, whatever. You guys take the lead. And the retired sheriff guy had said, well, if the sheriff did that, then maybe our guys would have been like, wait a second, you don't trust us? You don't think we can do this?
Yep.
You don't think that we're equipped to do this? You know what I mean? And I just think that, man, it's God, all these egos, man, that's the thing, man. They don't, you said I think a week or so ago, you're man, they just put their heads down, man. They're not for the crap. You know what I mean? They're y'all, they're just, we're here to do a job, and we're going to get it done. And I'll tell you this, though. I'll say one last thing, I'll let you go, JLR.
Uh-huh.
They're going to get these people. And whoever's responsible for this, I'm telling you, they better enjoy every single second on this planet that they have to breathe fresh air. Because when they come down, and the FBI and SWAT, they're going to come down on them like hellfire.
Yep.
And they are going to post their whole lives, their families.
Yep.
Their life, everything's done. It's all crap.
Yep.
And they better get ready for that. It's coming.
Here's the thing, Nate Dogg. Listen, the perp probably has a family. Most likely the family's not involved, but their family's going to get dragged through the mud. They're doing a selfish act here, and whoever the perp is, their family's going to get drawn into it. Everyone's going to be hounding the family of the perp, finding out and digging in on everything. Yep. And it's just, that's how it works. And, this perp has to realize that he's going to bring his family down too with him. You still there? Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And absolutely.
Your phone's kind of cutting in and out, but do appreciate you, Nate Dogg. So thanks for the call. I think your phone cut out. Yeah, but appreciate you. Spot on, Nate Dogg. You take care. All right, that was Nate Dogg. His phone was a little choppy. We got a new perspective from Clyde. Clyde wants to talk. Clyde, call, please. I have something to add, a theory, new perspective. All right, Clyde. Is it Clyde or Sidey? Well, no, wait, I don't know your name here, but here, CJ. Call you CJ. CJ, you're coming up, CJ. Welcome to JLR Investigates. Hi, CJ.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
That's good. I'm doing good. Thanks.
I didn't read the
wanna tell
name.
you-
I didn't read the name properly. So CJ.
Yes. And I just want to tell you, you are an amazing young man. You are professional. You are caring, and you're doing great. Thank you for all that you're doing.
You're welcome, CJ.
And I wanted
Thank
to
you.
just add, it's very sad what's going on, and it's very frustrating that there's no information being shared whatsoever. Like everybody's saying, not even like, this is what Nancy was wearing when she was last seen. Why don't we know that? And then some of us were talking, and it's like we were brainstorming and thinking, Tommaso just, to us, seems, I don't know, there's just that gut feeling. And what if he said, hey, why don't you come over to the house? We'll send an Uber, come on over. And then something happened at their house, but he went back to Nancy's house, opened the garage door, went in to make it look like she went in, either got back in his car and left, or went inside, ransacked the house a little bit, because we don't really know what's been done in the house other than, possibly her being taken from the bed. And then went home and said, hey, I need a guy to go over there and look like someone's trying to break in, which would explain the guy kind of looking fumbled, grabbing some plants, trying to cover up the camera, but there's no sign of forced entry at that front door.
Yeah, but would somebody like just call someone out of the whim and just say, hey, I need you to go like do this crime, even though it's not technically murder, but like a cover up?
If there's something going on that people are involved, maybe he's got someone that would do that for him. Who knows? Just to cover up and get, if there's money involved or whatever the case may be. But then I'm like, and every time you guys say, well, there's no forced, people are like, well, there's no forced entry. We haven't really seen anything or heard anything verifying that. And that front door definitely had a deadbolt lock and then a regular lock. So if there's no signs of forced entry from that door, but there's blood at the front door, okay, did somebody go in the garage, bring her out through the front door and left the blood there? But how then, did anyone say if the front door from the inside out was locked or not locked?
Yeah, good point.
So, you don't know if that front door is even touched. And maybe those blood specks are from maybe the previous day or the night before she went over to their house. Maybe she had a cut finger or something. I mean, you don't know that that's from that specific time. It could have been there earlier that day or the night before.
True.
But my thinking is, it's like, did they check to say, and we probably never know, was that door damaged on the inside or was it unlocked? Because, if they dragged her out the front door, are they going to stop and lock it back up? And how are you going to lock the deadbolt from the outside in without a key?
You come up with very interesting questions, logical questions, I think. Unknown. It's a mystery.
It is a mystery. And I think it's even more of a mystery as to why there's just so much lack of information. Like when anyone goes missing, you always hear, well, the last time we saw them, this is what she had on. Why was that never released to the public? What if they thought, that might be Nancy walking down the street, but, if they knew what she might have been wearing, it might have helped them more, it's very odd how it's just all so vague.
Got a lot of cars arriving for this thing, I think.
Yes, that's a wonderful thing that you guys are doing.
Looks like a lot of cars are coming in. I don't know who organized this. I'm here to document. Where are you from?
I am from Syracuse, New York.
Okay. Used to live up there.
Yep, up here where it's snowy and cold, but I appreciate again everything that you're doing. I
just started following you when this started, and I have it on morning tonight when you're on, and you are an amazing, amazing young man. You really are, and you can tell how much you care.
We care for Nancy. We're like we're an army. We're Nancy's army, and we're gonna keep asking questions until there's answers.
That's right, and I appreciate that. And I want you to take care of yourself and just know that you are appreciated.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate that. Thank you, CJ, and you be safe.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. CJ. Thank you, CJ. Tim wants to talk. All right, Tim. We'll bring in Tim. Tim wants to talk. We'll bring in Tim. We're just waiting. We got about another half hour or so. We'll see what happens here. All right, Tim. Come on in. Come on in, Tim. It rhymes. Come on in, Tim.
How are you doing, sir?
Hello, Tim.
Hello.
Thank you for reaching out.
Yeah, so there's one thing with the microphone mount. You know, I know when 857 said, you know, oh, just saliva. Use a paper towel and a water bottle and just drip a little little bit of water on the paper towel.
Yeah.
And wet it, and it'll stick better.
Yeah, it's been ever since I used saliva, it has been working.
Yeah, well, it has been, but you could use water instead. You're in rental cars, man. You don't know where those things have been.
Yeah. I got a new rental car, believe it or not. This rental car is like literally brand new, and I got like 555 miles.
Well, yeah, but there's all kinds of. You've been in what, 3 or 4 different rental cars since you got down there?
Yeah, I keep switching up. I have to switch up tomorrow again.
Yes, I mean, and not only that, the chemicals. So you keep putting, the Armorall in it or something like that. So now your mount has that Armorall on it. So
Oh,
now
no.
you're licking that.
I gotta go brush my teeth. So what's going on with Nancy? Talk to me.
So a lot of people mention that wrist tattoo.
Yeah.
Am I correct on that? So
I've been hearing about the tattoo. Yeah.
Yeah, so what my point is on that is maybe local gangs or clubs or something like that, a lot of them have to have the same tattoo. Okay?
Uh-huh.
So if you I don't know the area that well, I don't really have the time to research it, but there is, some places that you have to have, once you get into a club or a gang or something like that, you have to get this certain tattoo.
Yeah, that's
right?
true.
So maybe that wrist tattoo could be something that the FBI and the sheriff's department should be looking at.
Gang member, gang initiation.
Gang members. Exactly. Yeah.
Some people say cartel, but then they also say like a low-level street gang type cartel.
They could. I don't think it's low level. It's either a setup or it's somebody that had this figured out.
I've also heard MS-13. People are saying MS-13 now.
I don't know about the MS. Well, I mean, that would be cartel stuff.
Yeah.
MS-13 is cartel stuff. So it's possible. So, and in Mexico, you can get, you can walk into any drugstore and get, whatever drugs she needed to keep her living. You know what I mean? So if they move her across the border, they can get all the stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, they know somebody in the area that can sneak something out of a pharmacy. Some kind of manager at whether it's a CVS or a hospital or wherever the case is, they can sneak a couple pills out here and there and keep all her meds going.
Yeah, some people said, that she could be across the border. I don't think so, because I don't really see a Mexican element really adamant about, looking into this matter. It was talked about, but I just don't think so. But who knows?
Well, it's just, people throw that out there, but it's just, but if everybody's worried about their meds, they either need to know somebody because it's going to get tracked. The meds are tracked.
Yeah.
You know, so they're going to know if somebody just took random medication. But if they also have if they know somebody or have somebody that has the same medication, they might also be able to just get some of their medication off the street, kind of thing. It's extremely easy to get stuff off the street.
Yeah.
I don't care where you go. It's extremely easy.
Anything else you want to add?
Just a tattoo thing. I think that should be something that's looking into.
Tat.
You know, that's the main thing that I wanted to call about, and then let you know about the, you know, instead of licking the bottom of the phone mount, you know, just use a paper towel and
water.
Put a couple drops of water on it, and you know, you're a bunch of different rental cars. You know, you know, arm roll and stuff like that. So
we're set. Tim, I appreciate the call. Thank you very much. Be safe.
Hey, you got it, brother. Take it easy.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. Oh, my goodness. So many people are sending theories. Theories. Would love to give my theory. All right. This is going to probably be the last call. And then, JR? Door cam. I want to talk about the Nest door cam. I'm looking here. So many people want to talk. I can't believe no one understands why Nancy took the Uber to Annie's. I would love to chat with you about that and what she was wearing. So let me talk to Terry. So give me a second. All right, Terry, you're up. You are up, Terry. She's going to explain why Nancy took the Uber, she thinks. All right. Here you go. Last call.
Hi, Taylor.
Hi, Terry. How are you?
I'm doing as well as can be expected when we have an 84-year-old woman out there missing and nobody can find her.
Nobody can find her. So you say that you have a theory on why she took the Uber?
I do.
Shoot. Go ahead.
I believe that she took the Uber because she's 84 years old. She does have a vehicle. She can drive, but she's probably like most of us older people, and she probably can't see well at night. So my theory is that Annie and Tommaso were busy and couldn't pick her up. So she took the Uber so she wouldn't have to drive back home by herself after dark.
So with the agreement that I'll take the Uber over and then you take me home.
Absolutely.
Hey, you know, elderly people, nighttime, vision. I've spoken to that's a good theory. I mean, that is a good theory.
It's what I would do if we had Uber where I live.
Some people are agreeing with you. They're saying exactly. You know, as you get older, you can't see at night, right?
Right.
Some.
The other thing is how they got in. There's that great big vase that's sitting by the front door. I think there was either a key in that vase or under that vase.
Oh, interesting. You saw the vase.
Yes.
Under the key. You know, a lot of people have people have little rocks by their house, right. Flower plants, different things you could, a floor mat, put the key under the mat.
Yeah, the other thing I find somewhat interesting, and I haven't really heard anybody mention it, but the foliage that he used to try to block the camera, at first I thought might have been in that vase, but then we can see him picking it up from somewhere.
Uh-huh.
But it's kind of odd to me that the blood droplets are under it. And if there were blood droplets on it, I would have thought they would have collected that to use as evidence.
Ah.
So if the blood droplets got there before the foliage got there, that's kind of interesting.
It is.
As far as what she's wearing, I don't think they're telling us that because there's certain things that only the perp would know. So they don't want to put that out there because they've got to save some things to be able to nail these people to the ground. And I sort of think that they know who did it at this point, and they're just waiting to build the case so they know they can get them for sure.
When will that be? Dun, dun, dun.
Well, I'm hoping it's going to be soon, however long it takes them to hang themselves. But did you see that sign when you were at the house today?
Yes.
Maybe when I was taking a shower or something, I missed about that. And I saw on Zach Peters, he had shown that. He quotes you a lot. I don't know if you know who he is, but
yes.
I never followed him until this all started. And he brings up some really good points, but he is just devastated that that they're doing this. But I wonder, like, he sort of seemed like he thought the media or the police put that there, but that sounds to me like maybe the neighbors put it there.
It is the neighbors.
Yeah.
Well, Terry, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for calling me. I've been following you for years. We just love you, and my husband follows you. We do it in separate rooms, but
nice.
Then when we sit down to eat, we compare notes. But I appreciate you calling. You stay safe out there. Keep doing what you're doing. We got to find Nancy and bring her home.
Absolutely. Well said. Take care.
All
Thank you.
You too.
Thank you, Terry. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
My opinion, someone on the inside is tipping off the other so they can evade LE searches. 3 to 4 people involved. 2 for cleanup. 1 or 2 of the planners. So 4 people. 4 people. Thank you for that, Stormy Bell. 2212. 4 people involved. Oh, we got somebody here. Hi, who are you looking for?
Are you the father of King Hall?
No. No. I also got another comment from Warrior, X7 Warrior, RMV. Sign my name on Nancy banner, X7 Warrior, RMV for Nancy. I will do that right now. X7 Warrior. I gotta find a pen. I'll go do that right now. I'm gonna keep it right here. I'm gonna go do that right now, and then I'll show it to you. Hey, does any of you got a pen? Here, we got one. All right, I'm gonna do it now. All right, I'm gonna go do that for you right now. X7 Warrior RMV. Matter of fact, I'm gonna get my tripod out while I'm out here. All right, I'm going to go do that right now for you. X7 Warrior.
gonna have 1,000 people trying to get you to sign it. I'll bet you're gonna have 1,000 people asking to sign it.
I have to do the request. Or I'll have to show you what I just did. There we go. We did ours the other day, so this is for us right here. And then, there you go. There you go. There you go. So quite a few people are here. Look, people have arrived. People have arrived. Sign my name, please. Oh, okay, Crime Junkie 17. I'll do it. I'll do it for you, Crime Junkie. Crime Junkie 17.
Excuse me. You work for one of the local news stations?
All right, Crime Junkie, I got you. I'll show you real quick. There's people up here signing things up here. Some cars are arriving.
You guys want to turn on a candle and leave it down there?
And then I signed for on behalf of everybody right here. Please bring Nancy home. Quite a few people came out. For me?
Yeah.
How's it for me?
Yes, I'm.
Who do we give this to? I'll give this to Jacob right here. He's the organizer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right there. He gave it to the wrong person.
At the church. That is not I know, and this is what I noticed, but I just want you to think about it. I really like it. I'm with your mom.